For the next 1,000 days, I'm gonna stomp around as a bunch of different monsters, using my size and awesome powers to fight evil in Minecraft. On day 1, I emerged from the ocean as Baby Godzilla with 20 hearts. I had an atomic beam attack and also the urge to destroy the world. Humanity is already destroying themselves, and they are going to pay. The military came in to investigate the explosion site, led by a human general. Who the heck are these fools? They started firing at me, and the bullets didn't do any damage, but annoyed me to the point where even though I fought back, it was too much. I had to get away. You'll pay for this! I ran away to escape and then came across a forest with a village in it. I was still enraged by the bullets, so I started destroying the village and killing everyone. One guy came out of a house and stared up at me. I stared back menacingly, and they ran away.
Got another one.
Ha! Wait, another one? What's that supposed to mean? I left the village in search of my new target. Next, I came across an even bigger village. You're mine! But just as I was about to terrorize the heck out of it, a huge 3-headed dragon swooped down out of nowhere and started destroying the village even more. Whoa! Your powers are awesome! Even though I was nice, it came over to try and threaten me.
You better leave this planet now if you know what's good for you. This land is mine for the taking.
No way! This is the only place I know!
I am King Ghidorah, and I will destroy you before I let you take this land from me.
King Ghidorah attacked me, and he hit me so hard that I almost died! Whoa, whoa, whoa! He's way too strong for me! I had no choice but to run away and plot my revenge! You haven't seen the last of me, Ghidorah! On day 2, I got straight to work, preparing to take down Ghidorah. First, I would need a base of operations, where I could plan and store more materials. First, I started punching down trees to make myself a wooden pickaxe, which was much easier than usual due to my size. Next, I found a big cave and went mining for stone to create a set of stone tools. Then I found a large island in the ocean and claimed it as my own. I placed some of my wood down to make the start of a wall that would surround the island. Eventually, nightfall came, and my island was covered in zombies. Hey, get off my island! I used my atomic blast, setting them on fire and killing them all. I love being king of the monsters. On day 4, I started getting hungry, so I decided to leave the island. Let's go look for something tasty to eat. After I left the island, I traveled until I found a nearby forest. Hopefully there's some good meat around here. I was so big that I was having trouble getting around. I couldn't walk around the trees. There was no pathways that I could fit through. But luckily, I found exactly what I needed. Here we go. This'll do. I found some pigs, so I immediately killed them and ate their delicious meat. As soon as I finished eating the meat, I grew into a medium-sized Godzilla with 40 hearts. Whoa, haha, I'm so big now. Wait, it's going to be even harder to get out of here. But I couldn't complain, because now I even gained a new ability, the smash attack. This is epic. Whoa, a jump boost too. Just in time, some Todora showed up, so I got ready to test out my new skills. I then used my atomic blast to obliterate them, and my smash attack to finish them off, and then headed back home. Back to business. How am I going to take down King Ghidorah? On the way home, I thought of several strategies until I grew very tired and decided to rest for the night. On days 5 and 6, I woke up and felt an itch. I need to cause some destruction. I set off to look for a nearby village to destroy. While I was searching, I saw a Nagara being attacked by some huge Angarus. The Nagara was clearly losing, so I decided to help them. Hey, leave them alone! I used my radiation beam to catch the Angarus on fire, and then I used my smash attack to finish them off. Not bad. No problem. I love looking out for the little guy. Unless they're villagers, of course. Hey, what's your name? I'll call you Ark. If you need a safe place to stay, you can live in my island base. Before heading home, we still needed to find a village to cause chaos on. When we did find the village, we destroyed it together as best friends. Nice work, buddy. After we finished wreaking havoc, I took Ark back to my base. For days 7 and 8, I woke up and decided I needed to be better prepared if I wanted to survive out here. I need to make some nice tools. Let's go mining. Once I found a cave, I started mining for some coal and iron. And once I gathered enough, I decided to head back to the base. But suddenly, some hellbirds showed up and started fighting against me. Yeah, take that, you bird freaks. The hellbirds were feisty and very fast, but overall, it was an easy fight. And once I slayed them down, I began smelting the iron into ingots to make myself an axe, a pickaxe, and even a sword. All right, now we're ready. By using some of my materials, I began building a hut for Ark. It was just the right size for him. And once I finished it, Ark walked right inside. What do you think, Ark? I then let Ark get settled in, and I ate some more of my leftover meat. And while I was eating, the Ghidorah showed up.
Well. What do we have here? A pathetic little monster.
Ghidorah began laughing and mocking me for my little island, saying all sorts of rude things.
Why don't you destroy more cities like a real monster?
Quit your nonsense, Ghidorah. I am only getting more and more powerful, and soon you are going to regret everything you've said to me. As much as I wanted to remain calm and listen to Ark, I couldn't help myself. So I began blasting my atomic beam at Ghidorah to hurt him as much as possible. I'm gonna take you down, Ghidorah!
You're still not strong enough to take me on, you lame monster. We shall meet again. Your death awaits.
He flew away, and Ark told me to forget about him, but I couldn't wait to kill this beast. I agreed with Ark and decided it was time to rest for the night after that confrontation. On days 9 and 10, I decided to go and explore a city. Time to do some sightseeing. But on the way there, I ran into a Zilla. They immediately started attacking me and were so agile and fast. Whoa, slow down, Tuna Head. They were a tough opponent, but eventually I bested them. There can only be one. Finally, I arrived at the city. I love the big city. I started smashing and burning everything around me. Through the commotion of my destruction, I managed to hear a scientist calling out to me.
Hey, Godzilla, down here.
Huh?
We've created mecha creepers in our lab, and we need to test them out on you. Follow me.
Oh, okay. I'll accept the challenge. I followed him to their lab.
Here they are. They are specially designed to destroy you, and only you can defeat them.
I fought against the mecha creepers and honestly destroyed them pretty easily. Turns out I was even explosion-proof. Huh, I guess you'll have to do better than that.
Dang, that was rough. Well, thanks for helping me design stuff to destroy you. Here's your reward.
Aw, sweet! Iron blocks!
Here's a recipe too. It'll let you make a special pickaxe that can mine more than one block at a time.
Whoa, thanks! Why are you helping me?
Honestly, I believe you are a scientific marvel, and the army needs to leave you alone so that you can be studied. Sadly, I have been hired to find a way to destroy you, and I don't really have a choice since you keep demolishing cities.
Ha! There is no destroying me.
Okay, I guess we'll see.
I then went back to return to my base and made my first technically advanced pickaxe, the Chunk Destroyer. This should make mining much easier with my big body. After that, I decided to rest for the night. On day 11, I had the strangest dream with this giant Godzilla robot. Who are you? And what do you want from me?
I am Mecha Godzilla, and I was created by humans to destroy you.
The humans can try, but they will not succeed.
If you continue destroying their homes, I will be created. Heed my warning, Bronzo. You must obey, or you will see in the near future.
The Mecha Godzilla told me not to underestimate the humans, as they were smarter than they looked. I don't think so. I'm going to grow into a bigger and stronger version of myself and destroy the entire planet, and you're going down with it.
I'd like to see you try. Besides, the global government will most likely take you down before I do. Good luck, tiny lizard.
I started getting so mad and then woke up from my dream with only one mission in mind. I'm going to destroy the world and anything in my path. On days 12 through 15, I went out exploring. After a rough night, I'm going to prove myself. Everyone will see my true power. I headed out to go do some mining and tried out my new chunk destroyer. I had found tons of stone, coal, and iron. This thing is amazing. Once I finished mining, I left the mountain and came across little old Steve, who was fishing in an open plot of land. Ah, you again. Last time I let you live, but now you're dead. I immediately went in for the kill, and out of nowhere, King Kong came out to protect him. What the heck? Who are you?
I am King Kong, defender of the people, but more importantly, Steve. Leave now or die.
King Kong? More like Donkey Kong, am I right?
I'd like to see you try and defeat me, you lizard.
Bring it on! We then began to battle, and King Kong was actually pretty fast for his size, and hit me pretty hard. Take this, you monkey! I tried blasting him with my radiation, but he dodged it easily, so I had to come up with a better fighting strategy. The battle went on for so long, but ultimately, it was a draw, and we were both so wounded that we decided to go our separate ways.
I'll be back to kill you.
You're a tough opponent, but I'll win one day. You'll see. After that long, hard battle, I was so exhausted and decided to go home. On days 16 through 20, I used the materials I had for mining to make a full iron armor set. After I finished crafting, I decided to work on expanding the stone wall around my island. No Kongs are welcome on this island. I made sure there was a big enough hole for me to fit through on one part of the wall to serve as my entrance and exit. I realized I should seek out someone who could help me use my size as strength to its full potential. I need a teacher. I went out searching for a teacher to help me master my abilities, and I ended up wandering through a new village. I came across a great red dragon who was destroying the village with ease and grace like I had never seen. I nervously approached him. "Excuse me, sir. I was wondering if you could train me to be as good as you at smashing stuff." He stared at me for a few moments in silence, then spoke.
If you are unworthy, then why shouldn't I just kill you right now?
I'm training to defeat my arch nemesis, Ghidorah. So if you kill me, Ghidorah would end up killing everyone in the world, including you. And then you wouldn't have any legacy to leave behind.
That's good enough for me. Your training will begin tomorrow. Get lots of rest and meet me back here in the morning.
I headed home for the night and mentally prepared for my training. I woke up in the morning at the beginning of days 21 through 23, and the beginning of my first day of training. I met back up with the red dragon, and we began immediately.
Your first test is going to be speed.
I ran up and down a mountain, and he was not very happy with my time.
Not good enough.
But each time I did it, my time got a little bit better. I was getting faster.
Good. Next trial.
Next, he had me test my atomic breath, and I burned down an entire forest.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Then, he told me I needed to upgrade my chunk destroyer. I went out and mined a lot of iron, enough to make 8 chunk destroyers. Next, I mined some gold and crafted a gold block. Finally, I combined them all to make the second stage of a chunk destroyer.
Good. Now you can mine 5x5 blocks.
For my final test, he wanted me to fight him. I don't know if I'm ready.
If you're going to take down Ghidorah or the MECHA GODZILLA, you're gonna have to beat me first.
You're right. And with that, the great dragon and I were locked in battle. It was a hard fight, but using my speed training and my atomic breath, I was able to best him.
Well done, Bronzo. This concludes your training. Here, take this. You have earned it, and I have no use for it anyway.
He gave me a bunch of diamonds, enough to create a set of diamond tools. I thanked him for his help and left to return to my island. On the way, I stopped to craft a diamond axe and a diamond sword with the diamonds that the red dragon gave me. It just feels right to have all this diamond stuff. On days 24 through 28, I headed out to go looking for some food, since I was hungry from all the training I had to do. I'm starving. It's time for a feast. As I was looking around for food, I ran into some Godzillas who were hanging out in a field. I began fighting against the Godzillas with my powers and burned them in the flames. And after a while, I finally got all of them. I wonder if we were related. They would look like a baby version of me. As weird as that was, I was starving, so I didn't question it and began eating their meat. After a nice feast, I headed out to go mining, and now that I had my awesome Chunk Destroyer version 2, I was so good at strip mining with it. I mined plenty of diamonds, enough to make a full armor set, which was a great upgrade from my last one. Nice! I wonder what else today has in store for me. I continued exploring and stumbled upon a military base, where I saw the scientist from earlier testing out a bomb. Whoa, that's crazy! I need to get a closer look! The general saw me as I was creeping up and started telling the scientist to shoot at me.
Get the monster before he gets away! Hurry!
Fine.
The scientist reluctantly agreed and launched the bomb at me, which didn't even cause any damage. In fact, after the bomb had hit me, I gained 10 more hearts. So it seemed like I was now immune to explosions, and nuclear power actually helped me. Ah, would you look at that? You're only feeding my powers, you fools! I then began shooting a beam at them and missed, so I left that as a warning shot and then headed out. Haha, till next time, suckers! On days 29 through 33, I ran into King Kong, and this time I was ready to win this fight. Hello again, big old monkey.
You're underestimating me, Bronzo. Let me show you how it's done.
We began fighting, and King Kong hit me extremely hard every time. And during the fight, I noticed that I was healing after every blow. I'm only getting stronger. You're fueling my powers, King Kong, giving me regeneration. I was now even more motivated to defeat King Kong, but he was too fast. I used my physical strength to hit him, and it seemed like it was working, so I continued fighting until finally I defeated him, and he dropped a blast hammer. Oh, nice! I'm taking this with me. I then saw Steve show up, and he was crying about his loss.
No! You killed my monkey! How dare you!
Keep crying, loser. You're next. Steve ran away in tears, and as he left, the Ghidorah showed up and congratulated me for the win.
Good job, Bronzo. You're getting better at this, but you will not be as lucky when you battle against me.
You just wait, Ghidorah. I'll take you down in no time. He flew away laughing. And although I felt confident about my win, I had to go home so I could discuss my next plan of attack with Ark. On days 34 through 37, I met up with Ark to discuss my plans. I need to go back to the city to find out their next plan of attack against me. Watch over the base while I'm gone. There could be spies. I headed out to the city, and when I arrived, I was immediately being shot at. What have I done to deserve this? The scientist arrived on the scene and started arguing on my behalf.
Stop. As you all know, there are other big monsters attacking humanity, and I believe we can use his powers to help defeat them. We shouldn't be killing him. We should be making a deal with him.
All right, big guy. How about it? You help us take out the other monsters, and we'll consider sparing your life.
Well, I do still want to fight against the other monsters, so I can do that.
All right. Let's see what you've got.
But I still don't care about humanity. So basically, I'm just gonna keep doing what I was doing before. I set a bunch of buildings on fire. And then left. I set out to go find my next big opponent. On days 38 through 40, I decided to upgrade my Chunk Destroyer after I gave it a lot of use. Time to go mining. I went looking for iron and gold, and when I gathered enough, I made a bunch of Phase 2 Chunk Destroyers with it. Nice! Now I need to find a swamp. I headed out to go looking for a swamp, and once I found one, I started battling against slime and gathered enough slime balls to make a block with it. I combined the slime block with 8 Chunk Destroyers to create Phase 3. Now I can break blocks in an 8x8 square. I kept exploring until I came across the Kumonga. Whoa, that's a big spider. It started summoning a bunch of smaller spiders to come after me. Ew, creepy. I hate spiders. I killed all the little spiders with my stomp attack and finally defeated the Kumonga. After the battle was over, Mothra emerged from her hiding spot. Oh, hello.
Thank you for doing that. He's been terrorizing me for a long time now.
No problem. You're welcome to stay on my island for a while. I can always protect you.
Wow, that would be lovely. Thank you.
If you head back the way I came, you will come to an island where you will see my little friend, Ark. He will help you get settled in. I gotta handle some more business before I head home.
Okay, good luck. I hope to see you soon.
On days 41 through 43, I was still traveling until I stumbled upon a cute little village. Aw, it's almost too nice to destroy. Almost. As I got closer, I realized the villagers were cheering instead of screaming, like they usually do.
Yay! Hooray! Our time has come!
What the heck is going on here?
We have been waiting for this moment for so long!
What moment?
We are ready for you to take our humble village. We sacrifice ourselves in the name of the mighty Godzilla.
All right, sure, why not? I happily destroyed the entire village, and after everything was gone, I realized I uncovered a chest. What's in here? I opened it and found a map to Ghidorah's base. I took it and continued on my journey. From days 44 through 49, I returned home and said my hellos to Mothra and Ark. Mothra even had a gift for me.
I'm so glad you're here. I made you some rabbit stew.
You're far too kind, Mothra. Thanks. Well, you may not be as big as me, but you definitely are as strong. Of course you are. Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't you come on a destruction trip with me? So I took Ark out on a trip, and together we destroyed some villages. We even ran into a couple of monsters, and together we beat them easily. Suddenly, Ark grew into a bigger version of himself. No problem, buddy. Let's get back home and rest before more trouble comes. On days 50 through 53, I woke up feeling rested and ready to follow the map to find Ghidorah. I said goodbye to Ark and Mothra and headed off. Following the map took me across a desert island where I found a bunch of mystery bones that looked kind of like turtles. What are these bony creatures? They looked like they were moving around, so I gave them a little hit and they immediately started attacking me. Whoa, watch it, dry bones! I fought the Skeleturtles. They were surprisingly fast for turtles and didn't seem to have any weak spots. But eventually, I was able to defeat them. All but one. Wait, are you still alive?
Wait, don't hurt me. I can help you.
I'm looking for Ghidorah, the great three-headed dragon beast.
I've never seen a three-headed dragon.
Useless!
Uh-oh.
I killed the last Skeleturtle and continued searching for Ghidorah's base. From days 54 to 58, I continued searching the map until I finally arrived at Ghidorah's base. But I noticed something was not quite right around here. This seems suspicious. I heard Mothra pleading for help and noticed that she was being contained by Ghidorah. I'm coming to save you, Mothra! I wouldn't dare doing anything to harm her, so I began screaming at the top of my lungs, hoping Ghidorah would leave her alone and come to fight me instead. Ghidorah then killed Mothra right in front of me. How could you? You're gonna pay for this!
Come at me, you stupid lizard!
We began fighting, and I used my laser to target Ghidorah as they shot fire at me. During the battle, I began to notice that they actually weren't that bad of an opponent after all. You're an easy target, Ghidorah. Take this, you fool! I started feeling much more powerful than them as the fight went on. Ghidorah even shot some fireballs at me, but I was fireproof. Keep trying, Ghidorah. I'm only getting stronger with every hit you take. After another couple of hits, I finally killed Ghidorah, slaying him to the ground. After the fight, I felt so sad knowing that Mothra was now dead, so I grieved for a while, but then had to continue on with my plan. So I started searching around the area. Ooh, what's in this chest? I opened up the chest and found a chunk destroyer, so I took it with me. Nice, what an upgrade. And left his base, making sure I destroyed everything I could along the way. On days 59 through 62, I started the journey back home and was making good time until I hit a snag. Wait, what's that over there? Coming over the horizon was a group of Gorosauruses. They were big, but I knew they wouldn't stand a chance against me. I see you guys have gotten smarter, so you're going to try and use numbers to your advantage, but I've got an advantage on my own. I used my atomic beam to protect me and fight against the Gorosauruses. Die, you fools. Although there were several of them, it was easy to take them down, thanks to my incredible strength. And after a while, I destroyed them. Oh yeah, I'm getting better at this every time. I continued searching until I found a witch who was laughing maniacally. Can you stop doing that? You look crazy.
Stop what? I'm celebrating.
If you don't quit laughing like that, I'm gonna kill you.
Go ahead. My creations are already set free in the world.
The witch had released several weird creatures, which meant only one thing. I had to kill her and end her mischievousness once and for all. Creations? You're crazy, you old witch. Prepare to die.
Take me away, you ugly dinosaur.
I then shot her with my laser as she tried running away until eventually she was destroyed in the flames. What an odd old lady. On days 63 through 66, I continued searching through the lands and saw a bunch of different red creatures lurking around the area. This must be what that crazy witch was talking about. As I was observing the creatures, some hellhounds approached me and started to attack me with their large fangs. Come here, you monsters! Burn in the fire! I used my laser to shoot at the hellhounds and fought until I finally annihilated them and continued searching. This place sure is infested. Up ahead, I could see an even bigger opponent. It was red, a giant red scorpion-looking creature. Oh man, this one's going to be wild. The creature was huge, so I used my stomp attack to kick them down. Over here, you crazy scorpion. As the fight continued, I used my atomic beam to battle against the giant red monster, as well as my explosion blast. The scorpion spawned more hellhounds and started creeping up on me and shot a bunch of red particles in the air. Take some fire! It was a tough fight against the giant, but after enough attacks against it, I finally crushed it. Yeah! I grew into a full-size Godzilla with 100 hearts. Nothing could stop me now. From days 67 to 70, I searched the lands and eventually I found a military base. It's time for this place to burn down. I began to wreak havoc on the base, but the dumb general came out and said something I never expected to hear.
Unleash the defense!
Out of nowhere, a Mecha Godzilla burst out into the scene. What the heck? You were in my dream, but you looked different.
I don't know what you're talking about, and I really don't care. You're gonna get terminated.
I'm the original, so bring it on, faker.
The original isn't always better. Let's end this.
The mech charged me with full strength. It also fired a stream of super hot fire at me. You think that hurts? I'm practically fireproof.
Less talking, more fighting.
Let's go, Mecha Godzilla!
I was tired of fighting, and it was time to end this. I'm ending you now. Take this. Too easy. Wait, what's this? The robotic beast dropped an armor set. Mecha Godzilla armor. I'll take this and become unstoppable now.
You got lucky this time, Lizard. We'll be back, and we'll be stronger.
Whatever, you sad old man. I then left the battlefield, happy with my results. On days 71 through 74, I traveled until I came across another small city, so I started killing all of its inhabitants. Let's fire it up! I couldn't help but destroy everything inside, and as I was doing so, I started wondering about the strange dream I had. I remembered that the Black Mecha Godzilla warned me about the government's decision on creating him if things got worse. Well, I've already caused too much destruction. Might as well continue, and take him down as well when the time comes. I continued blasting with my flames everywhere, taking down buildings and killing several villagers who were running around frantically until I finally decided it was time to leave the city. Good work. All right, let's keep moving. I then saw a giant Komodothrax who started charging at me, and now that I was even more powerful, I knew it would only take a few hits to put them down. Burn, you creature! The Komodothrax shot fire at me, and after using enough laser beams, I sent him to his grave. This is epic. I feel like having a victory celebration. After a good fight, I went into the ocean to splash around in excitement and dove under the water. It was a nice swim. While I was swimming, I noticed that a shark was moving towards me. It then swam up and told me something foolish.
You look like a funny fish.
Oh, do I? Well, let me teach you a lesson. I immediately killed the dumb shark who was making fun of me and headed out of the water to continue exploring. From days 75 through 77, I came across another lab, similar to the one I saw from before. Let's see what's over here.
Oh, it's you again. I knew I recognized those large steps.
I wonder why I shouldn't kill you yet.
For one, I'm giving you valuable information. I tried to save your life, you know.
True. So what you got for me?
The government is rebuilding that Mecha Godzilla you defeated. This time, it'll be a lot stronger.
And where do you find this so-called mech?
I'm not exactly sure, but it's probably the highest secured military base.
Thanks for the info, nerd. I'm out. When I got back home again, I realized that my wall was way too short now. Look, I can jump over it. I mined a bunch more stone and built up on the wall to make it much taller. There, much better. I also built up Ark's house to be bigger for him, and Ark helped me out. What do you think, dude? Awesome. On days 78 and 79, Ark and I went out exploring together. We came across a Ravager who needed help. Out of my way, little guy. I was going to ignore it, but Ark took pity on the thing. Okay, let's go check it out. Where's the outpost? We arrived at the pillager outpost and immediately started destroying everything. This never gets old. Once everything was destroyed, Ark set the mom free and she ran off to find her child. But there was another cage in there as well, with a strange caterpillar inside. Mothra, you survived! I would recognize you anywhere. Ark and I grabbed baby Mothra out of her cage and brought her home with us. The whole team is back together again. On days 80 through 82, I decided it was time to build a home for Mothra, as well as a giant bed for her to sleep in. Now you're back home safe and sound.
Thank you, Bronzo.
Of course, I'm gonna go looking for some food for you too. I went out searching for food and ran into an end bear. Huh? Oh hey, why are you attacking me? I was forced to fight it, but I actually enjoyed it. I thought it was funny that this end bear thought it could take on a full-sized Godzilla. Take some fire, you bear! They shot some particles into the air as they flew to attack me. Even though I admired its courage, I still killed the beast. And luckily, it dropped some mutton. Sorry about that, weird bear. Thanks for the meat. I headed back home, and when I got there, Mothra was already a moth and no longer a larva. Whoa, when did that happen? I gave her the food I had gathered, but I needed some more to help her grow to her full size, so I headed out to find a village to pillage. On days 83 and 84, I found a village with a bunch of cows. Perfect, just what I need. Before I could start harvesting the meat, a villager appeared.
Wait, please don't kill our cows. We need them for milk and meat.
I don't know. I need this meat to feed a giant moth creature.
Yeah, that does sound pretty important.
I tell you what, how about you let me take the cows and I don't destroy your whole village?
I guess that's a good deal.
Great. I killed all the cows and took their meat. I started to walk away, but then I started to reconsider. Maybe I should destroy the village anyway. Nah, I decided not to, since I had to go back to Mothra. I got back to the base and gave all the meat to her. There you go, eat up. Bone apple tea. She ate up all the meat and grew to her full size.
Hooray! Thank you!
From days 85 to 86, I started getting really hungry myself. I'm craving something new. Let's see what looks good around here. I spotted some Batras up ahead. It was a weird-looking monster who shot fire particles in the air. Just what I need. It started bombarding me, so I used my laser ability to take it down. This king deserves a feast. Once I killed all the Batras, I ate their meat, but I was still not satisfied. Now that I was bigger, I needed more food to fuel my energy. Luckily, I spotted a group of villagers nearby, cooking some delicious meat by a campfire. So I made my way towards them and began to attack. Care to share some of your food? Or don't, you're gonna die anyway. I killed the villagers and ate their dinner. And now that I had so much energy, I felt like causing the biggest destruction yet. I need a bigger place this time. I headed out to look for a giant city, enough to create the biggest chaos this world has ever seen. On days 87 and 89, I arrived at the perfect city where I could destroy everything. And this one had the biggest buildings I had ever seen. It's go time. I blasted my flames everywhere, and several soldiers appeared and started shooting. This time, their army was even stronger, and there were a lot more people fighting against me. You may outnumber me, but you will never defeat me.
You won't win this battle. We're working on something great to destroy you.
I then obliterated him and continue knocking several of them down until I finally felt satisfied with everything I had done and decided to leave. As I was leaving, I noticed the soldier had dropped a book, so I picked it up, and it said, Project BMG 90% complete, 37.2431 degrees north, 115.7930 degrees west. Nice! I got what I need. See you later, dummies. As I was leaving, the general showed up with a grenade launcher and shot a huge nitrogen bomb at me.
Take this, you beast!
Haha! You fool! Nothing can hurt me! The bomb didn't do any damage to me, since I was so powerful. So I just walked away, laughing from all the chaos.
I'll get you next time.
On days 90 and 91, I realized I needed to follow these coordinates as they led to their latest creation. Alright, I need to find out whatever this BMG creature is all about. Let's see. Before I could follow the coordinates, I needed to do some last-minute preparations so I could properly battle against them. I'm gonna test out my new weapons and make sure I'm completely ready. I went looking for a ginormous opponent, one that I could unleash all of my powers on. As I traveled, I came across a lava behemoth that immediately started attacking me. This guy is perfect. Hello, Mr. Beetle. I tested out all of my abilities on them. Wow, how about some more fire, eh? After I hit them a few more times with my arsenal of weapons, I finally killed the beast. All right, I'm ready. Let's find that BMG. I finally felt confident enough to take down my final enemy. For days 92 and 93, I started wondering about how Ark was doing. I got moving and then noticed a village. I decided I didn't want to spend any more of my energy destroying them. I'll spare your life for now, villagers. I left the villagers at peace and continued exploring. And once I reached the ocean, I noticed a pretty island just up ahead. I wonder what could be on that island. I should check it out. I started heading towards the island, and on the way, I found some ichnormies, some large fish lurking in the water, and they started swimming around. They were vicious, so I had to fight back. I used my laser to crush them, and once I killed all of them, I continued wandering through the waters. Once I finally reached the ice island, I felt a huge splash nearby, and then saw a lunar storm in the ocean, protecting the island. Oh, hi there, Mr. Whale. Is this your island? I see. Why is that? Those stupid humans! All they do is cause destruction. I told the whale that I was already working on destroying humanity, and the whale felt very pleased to know that there was someone trying to help them out. He then handed me a Frostbringer, so I thanked him and took it with me to continue on my mission. Thank you. Your island will remain at peace. I won't let you down. On days 94 and 95, I decided to head home one last time before the end. I wonder what Ark is up to. As I made my way back home, I ran into Steve again, and he was super heartbroken about me killing King Kong.
You killed my monkey, and me right here and now. I got nothing and no one.
Okay, do it! As I was about to use my atomic fire, I stopped myself from doing it. On second thought, I want to be your new guardian.
Wait, why? Don't you hate humanity?
Silly Steve, you're not human. You're a video game character.
Oh, what? What are you talking about?
Nothing. Come on, let's go before some other monster comes and kills you. I heard some noises approach me, and then saw some monsters coming to kill us. Ooh, too late. We got visitors.
What do I do?
Prepare for battle. Together, Steve and I battled against the Oilers, and they even spawned some wither skeletons that came to attack us.
I'll take down these skeletons.
We continued going against the Oil Russ, who also summoned a bunch of spikes from the ground that caused blindness. But together, we put up a good fight. Yes, Steve, that was awesome. Eventually, we won the fight against the Oil Russ and left to go to my base. For days 96 through 97, we continued back towards the base, and I paused for a second to ask Steve an important question. Steve, do you know anything about the military?
Oh, yeah, I do. I played a lot of Call of Duty, So what do you need to know?
I knew that I wouldn't get anything out of that. And then I saw more monsters heading our way. Yeah, I think I'm good for now. Heads up, more freaks up ahead.
We got this.
We both saw a tubit in the distance, and I knew that this time we should avoid them, as it was pretty dangerous. You know, Steve, I say we sit back on this one. Let's just go the other way.
No, I'm tired of being useless.
Steve then charged at the beasts, so I had to help him out and followed him there. Fine, give it all you got. Together we defeated all the tubid, and Steve was very proud of himself. And I honestly felt that way as I witnessed his greatest potential. All right, Steve, let's get out of here.
Wait, you asked me about the military. I did have some information.
What is it?
The general's planning on luring the red dragon and blowing him up.
Lead me to him. On day 98, I traveled with Steve towards the general's trap. What the heck is going on here? I made it into a tundra filled with snow, and in the center was a bunch of blocks of gold.
Looks like it's too late. The dragon is here.
I saw the dragon from a distance as he was admiring all the gold, and I knew something bad was about to go down.
Ah, yes. Look at all this free gold. I love it.
So you're the dragon who's been eating that oversized lizard freak.
I am, and so what? He's a friend of mine, so you must be my enemy. I'm gonna obliterate you in seconds.
Really? We'll see about that.
The general then whipped out some kind of detonation device and started to activate it. Wait, but it was too late. The blocks of gold the dragon was laying on exploded, taking him with it. No! How could you?
I told you there would be consequences for your actions. I'm out of here, loser.
I then let the general get away. He would pay for his crime later. For now, I wanted a moment of silence for the red dragon. Come on, Steve. Let's get out of here. For day 99, we finally made it home, and I made sure to tell Steve to enjoy his stay while he was here. Hey, Steve, get comfy and make yourself at home.
Oh, well, don't mind if I do. Nice wall you got here.
Thanks, buddy. Hey, you know what? Let me make you a home. I then made a little house for Steve, and it was the perfect size for him. Hey, Steve, what do you think?
Cool. I'm gonna chill in here.
All right, you do that, I'm gonna talk to Ark. I then found Ark and told him about my final plans. Hey, Ark, I'm going to destroy the black Mecha Godzilla once and for all. Ark was so excited for me, and then asked if he could join me. I'm sorry, Ark. It's too dangerous out there. This is my battle to take. However, I did have one thing he could do to help me out. You know what? You can help me with this. You should like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment what video you want to see me do next, and hit the bell notification so you never miss another episode. All right, take care of the base while I'm gone. I'm gonna end this faker. I left Ark so he could guard our home and then traveled towards the military base. While I was on my way there, I got stopped by a soldier.
Please don't kill me, I beg you.
And why not? You're not special. The soldier told me he had some vital information about Project BMG.
It's unstoppable. I had to run away because it was destroying everything.
Is that so? Well, thanks for the information. I'll see what I should do. Even though the soldier helped me out a bit with his info, I couldn't care less. So I thanked him and killed him anyway. It was day 100, and I finally made it to the highest secured military base that I was able to just jump over. And I was determined to put things to an end once and for all. Hello, my people.
We've rebuilt your worst nightmare. Good luck trying to fight this one.
Bring it on. He then unleashed the black Mecha Godzilla, and I could recognize him from my dream I had way back.
Did you miss me?
You again.
Now I am stronger, faster, and better than you.
Oh really? We'll see about that. I started fighting against the black Mecha Godzilla, and he was definitely a tough opponent. Way stronger than last time. Come on, Zilla. You're weak. The black Mecha Godzilla shot a bunch of rainbow flames at me as I went in with all my powers, and eventually, I finally defeated him.
It's charged. Okay, boys, hit him with the Mecha Beam. Turn our greatest enemy into our greatest weapon.
Huh? This was a trap. I felt my body changing as everything went white until on day 1, I awoke in the middle of a city when my onboard computer system came online. Where am I? Assessing the situation, I saw a massive three-headed dragon kaiju destroying everything. The winds whipped around from the force of each of the creature's movements. Then another kaiju of similar size charged in from downtown and engaged in combat.
Welcome to the land of the living, big guy.
I could hear a human barking orders in my ear. He must have been at some kind of command center. He told me that I was a mecha designed to help Godzilla destroy the dragon, who was called King Ghidorah, and that now was my chance.
Move, soldier, move!
All right, I'm going in. I ran forward with all of my mechanized parts swirling and moving. Godzilla had grappled the dragon, and I wound up for my first attack. Whoa, a critical hit with my laser!
Don't celebrate yet, fool. This is far from over.
King Ghidorah flew in place, calling bolts of lightning down from the sky. Godzilla moved around, ducking past the buildings that were tall enough to obscure him, finally sneaking behind King Ghidorah. Haha, you're toast now! King Ghidorah turned around in time to see Godzilla leap towards him.
Too slow.
Ghidorah quickly flew into the air, narrowly avoiding Godzilla's attack. Oh no! The three-headed dragon reared back and fired a blast of lightning at Godzilla.
I had him until you showed up.
Godzilla was badly injured from taking that blast head on. It would have been the perfect opportunity for Ghidorah to finish him off, but he didn't. Instead, the massive dragon stayed aloof in the air.
I will not allow myself to be bogged down by you insects. Should we meet again, I will not be as merciful.
And the dragon flew away, high above the clouds. The silence that followed was broken by the general's voice.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
I was terribly upset. I knew I could have done better. Let me try again. We'll get him, right, Godzilla? But when I had turned around, Godzilla was nowhere to be seen. What?
Come on, soldier. Let's get you fixed up.
On day 2, I was taken back to a giant lab facility where they healed me up.
While we're at it, I'm gonna give you an upgrade that should give you a few more hearts.
It did! I gained 20 more hearts and felt better than ever. Mr. Scientist, why was I created? The scientist dropped what he was doing and looked at me in shock.
It's Scientist Dexter, and you're not supposed to be asking that question, ADVM4.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. You were built to be Godzilla's replacement, or at least that's what was intended. Godzilla just doesn't seem to die.
How was I designed?
We created you using a state-of-the-art artificial intelligence that studied all of the monsters in the world, and there were a lot of them to go off of.
Cool.
We also gave you a sweet laser ability and some rockets on your shoulders.
Awesome!
For now, it seems that you may have gained a consciousness, or a soul, if you will, which makes things a lot more interesting.
I don't want to be Godzilla's replacement. I think I could work together with him to take down other monsters and protect the world.
That is without a doubt a terrible idea, soldier. We cannot control what Godzilla does in the slightest.
But you can control me?
Precisely.
On day 3, I woke up in the middle of the night while recharging. I don't like how the army is trying to control me. I gotta do something about that. Luckily, I had these shoulder rockets to help me out. I used them to blast a wall open, and an alarm started going off. Uh-oh. I quickly ran out of there before the security could catch me. I went towards an ocean nearby and turned back towards the lab. I spotted a bunch of military arriving, but nobody spotted me. Okay, time to find Godzilla. I descended into the ocean, where I thought I might be able to find him. I searched around for a long time, but I couldn't seem to find anything. Well, good to know I'm waterproof at least. Suddenly, I was ambushed from behind. It was a kraken. It struck at me with its fierce tentacles and bit at me with its powerful maw. But luckily, I had lasers and rockets on my side. In the end, it was no match for my advanced weapon technology. And with one final shot from my laser beam, I took it out. If I'm gonna live out here, I need some more protection from the beasts of the land and sea. First, I gathered some wood from an island, and then started mining stone in the sea, eventually hitting some iron and coal. I used what I found to make myself some iron tools and armor. On day 4, I spotted Godzilla in a ravine. Before I could say anything, he immediately went on the offense and began to attack me. Hey, what gives? I tried to gain some distance, but he charged up and released a laser, similar to mine, that did some massive damage on me.
Come on, fight me like a real man.
I never wanted to fight in the first place.
Go. You're not here to kill me.
No, I'm here to recruit you.
Oh.
The army needs our help, and I think we would make a great team.
No thanks. I think it's better to stay out of all that. Best not to trust the humans.
What do you mean?
They will betray you the moment you stop being useful to them. Plus, I'm pretty much the wild card of all the monsters. It's just not my style.
You know, you might be right about the humans, but I want to give them a second chance. They did create me after all.
They created me too, you know.
Really?
Yes, but they abandoned me after years of treating me like a godlike protector.
Why did they turn against you?
Fear. They tried to kill me, so I hid deep within the earth. That is, until they started using nuclear technology. They awakened me, and all the other monsters too.
Well, it's still your duty to protect the humans from monsters like Ghidorah.
They don't need me anymore. They have you for that.
With that, he left me there on the ocean floor. On days 5 and 6, I got back to land and spotted King Ghidorah waiting for me. Hey, what are you doing here?
I hear you've gained free will. Congratulations. You should join me in my quest to rule this world.
Why should I do that?
Because the strong have a right to rule over the weak. As the new king of monsters, I will need a second in command. And after we enslave all the titans who refuse to join us, you will be in charge of them to do my bidding.
I don't know about that one. Before I could give him an answer, the army rolled up and he took off into the sky.
Consider my offer. We will meet again soon.
With that, he escaped into the clouds, and the general approached me.
Thank goodness you're okay, soldier. I was worried. What was that about?
It was nothing.
Any word from Godzilla?
Yeah, he's a non-starter.
Unfortunate. Come on, let's head back to the base and get you fixed up.
I followed the military back to their headquarters, and the wall I destroyed was repaired. Sorry for breaking out, Dexter.
That's quite alright, ADVM4. It actually helped me learn quite a bit about your AI.
Actually, it's not alright, soldier. It was a very expensive fix. Don't do it again.
After that, I was healed once again in my resting area.
This time, we're gonna be powering you down into sleep mode. Nighty-night.
Sleep what? During the nights of days 7 and 8, while I was in sleep mode, I had a dream about electric sheep, and I was flying. Whoa, how is this possible? It feels so real. I began plummeting at a fast speed, and I slammed on the ground hard. That's when I noticed scientists around me, taking notes. Hey, what was that all about? It seemed like they were performing all different kinds of stress tests on my body. Just then, the general walked up to Dexter.
Dexter, another kaiju has just appeared in the vicinity.
Another one? Where could they all be coming from?
We need to move out and deploy now.
Finally, I woke up, greeted by Dexter. I had a dream about flying, and other kaiju monsters coming to attack. And you, Dexter, were in my dream.
That's strange. Must have been a memory from your past life.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Just a joke.
Oh, I don't get it. Just then, alarms started going off all around us.
The city's under attack.
Looks like a job for me. On days 9 and 10, I got to the city and the kaiju was on a rampage. And I spotted a baby villager who was about to be killed. I'll save you. I ran in front of the baby and pushed the kaiju away.
Thank you. Thank you.
All in a day's work, citizen. I turned and confronted the massive kaiju, and he immediately charged right at me. We were throwing each other around and causing a ton of collateral damage. I used my laser and rockets to take him down, and I couldn't help but hit a few buildings in the process. He used his fire powers on me, setting me ablaze. This kaiju was super tough, but he was no match for my high-tech abilities. Eventually, I was able to take him out, but before he died, he said something to me.
More are coming, and they will not be so easy.
Let them come. I finished him off with one final shot, and the military came in to clean up the mess. While they started rebuilding the city, the general came up to me.
I need you to come with me, soldier.
Sir, yes, sir. On days 11 through 13, I was taken in for a post-fight briefing and questioning. The general wanted to know what the kaiju said to me before it died. It said that there was more coming.
This is bad. King Ghidorah must be bringing more over.
I don't think it's him. All of the nuclear waste waste the humans are creating is what's waking up the kaiju.
You really believe that environmentalist garbage? There's no way it's our fault.
I think you're making a mistake. Eventually, the general left, and Dexter and I had the room to ourselves.
You're right about the nuclear waste.
Yeah, I know I am.
My studies show that these creatures have been asleep for thousands of years, and they just recently started showing up again. The only notable changes are the major technological advancements humans have been making, including nuclear technology.
You should tell the military to stop doing these experiments then. That should stop their monsters from coming.
It's not that simple. Besides, the kaiju are coming now either way. That means it's up to you to save the world.
Man, that's a lot of pressure. On days 14 through 17, Dexter and the military scientists wanted to test my abilities out more. Ooh, where are we going, Dex?
We're testing your accuracy. Your aiming systems may have been damaged in recent fights, so we'll use this exercise to calibrate it.
The military escorted me outside to a large open field where the general and his men had set up several targets in various distances and positions for me to fire at.
All right, Mecha, let's get this show on the road.
The exercise took longer than expected, but soon enough, Dexter called it.
There, that should be enough for today. Thank you for your cooperation.
But just before returning inside, a massive shadow overtook the area. Something's up in the sky.
What is it?
A giant moth, sir.
I know what it is.
The general looked at the armed soldiers around us.
Don't just stand there gawking, man. Fire!
Wait! The soldiers wouldn't listen to me. They opened fire on the giant moth, but rather than engaging in a counterattack, the giant moth creature flew away. What were you guys thinking? That was Mothra. She's a friendly kaiju. You hear me? A friendly kaiju.
Listen, Mecha, I don't know who you think you're talking to, but you better check that tone.
Sorry.
That's besides the point, though. No monster is friendly. Not a single one.
I have to go find her.
What part of no do you not understand, you rusty lemon?
She could be a great asset if she decides to help. Come on, it's worth a shot at least.
That's not something for you to decide.
But
we will deal with it. This conversation is over.
The general was completely ignoring me. No, it's not. I fired a laser at the general as a warning shot. He paused and turned around. That got your attention now, didn't it? But the general was not going to entertain this exchange for even a moment. He pulled a remote device from his inventory and pressed a button, sending waves of electricity through my body.
I think it's about time you were reminded who owns you.
Despite not having any nerves or pain receptors, the electricity coursing through my circuits overloaded me, and I was powerless to do anything.
Do not ever threaten me again, or you will find that there are fates worse than death.
The general began to depart, but not before remarking to the scientists and engineers nearby.
See that he is escorted back to his containment unit.
On days 18 through 21, I decided I didn't like where this was going. It was time to escape once again. I blew a hole in the same wall I destroyed before. I ignored the alarms that were going off and ran back outside. I'm coming, Mothra! I set out in search of Mothra, but I didn't know where to start. I figured she might go to Godzilla for help, so I set out to the ocean to find him. Back into the deep blue sea I go. I was traveling through the waters when I came across a pirate ship full of pirates. There's something you don't see every day. Ahoy, mateys!
Oh, hey, what's up?
Are those pies you're loading up?
Well,
Can I have one, please?
Oh no, these are actually, you know what? Sure, take one.
Awesome, thanks. Also, thanks for not treating me like a total freak, considering I'm a giant robot monster thing.
We've seen stranger stuff, like that giant bug that went that way.
Oh, that's who I'm looking for. Thank you.
Nice guy. Too bad he's gonna die if he eats that pie.
I followed the pirates' directions and eventually came upon an island where Godzilla and Mothra were waiting for me. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hello.
I didn't want them to be bothered by the military anymore, so I decided it was time to build them a base. I used materials that I already had and fashioned a huge fortress that was big enough for both of them to live in, with Godzilla's room on the bottom and Mothra's on the top. There, that's much safer.
Thank you, kind robot.
On days 22 through 25, it was time for an upgrade. I mined myself some diamonds and crafted the tools outside of the ravine. Sweet, now I'm ready for anything. I set off back to the base, but when I got back, Godzilla and Mothra were under attack by the military. Oh no, I gotta help them. I ran in to try to help them fight off the military. Leave them alone! They don't want to hurt you! I was able to take out a few of their tanks, but they were still too strong, and Mothra got hurt! Oh no! Run, guys! Godzilla and Mothra were able to escape the onslaught, which left me alone with the military.
You know, I should decommission you now for insubordination, but I gotta admit, this little commune you built on the island is pretty cute.
How many times do I have to tell you? They're not evil!
How many times do I have to tell you I don't care? If people are scared of them, they gotta go.
Before I could argue anymore, the general pushed a button on a remote that activated my sleep mode. You can't control me!
All right, boys, prepare them for transport.
On days 26 through 29, I was powered down, and I had another dream. I was lying on the cold ground, unable to move at all. Hello? What's going on? Just then, the military appeared and began to surround me. Ugh, not these guys again. They didn't seem to consider me a threat, which was confusing. What's going on here?
We've got a large enough sample here to move forward with the project.
Good, good, good. Looks like these monsters might be of some use to us after all.
Just then, I woke up, and I was still on the aircraft carrier. Where am I? What's going on?
You're currently being transported to King Ghidorah's location. It's time for you to serve the purpose you were made for.
Huh, maybe I'll be some use to you after all. Nothing. The ride lasted 3 days until we finally were about to reach the lair of the behemoth. On days 30 through 33, I reached a giant cave that led deep into the earth.
This is it. You're taking it from here. Good luck, soldier.
Thanks, General. I descended into the cave, feeling pretty nervous about the whole situation. No, I gotta be brave. I continued deeper into the cave. I finally reached a giant opening filled with obsidian, where Ghidorah was waiting for me.
Hello, ADV-M4. I've been wondering when you'd show up.
Your reign of terror is over, Ghidorah. I'm here to destroy you once and for all.
You're a lot like me, aren't you?
I'm nothing like you.
Whatever you say.
I charged in at him, and we began to fight. He struck at me with his lightning powers, while I shot lasers at him. Lightning storms conjured by Ghidorah raged all around me as I tried to wear him down using my laser. He started conjuring tornadoes with the beats of his wings, and I didn't think I was going to make it. My health was getting low, and the storms around me were overwhelming. Just when I thought all hope was lost, Dexter ran in and threw a potion at me.
This should help.
Healing me instantly! Aha! Yes!
No!
In a rage, Ghidorah murdered Dexter with one flap of his wings. No! I attacked Ghidorah with all my might, and I was able to take him down. I did it! But Dexter! I solemnly returned to the military base between days 34 and 37. I had completed my mission and killed King Ghidorah, but at what cost? Man, how am I gonna break it to them? They're gonna be so disappointed in me. But when I arrived, the place was set up like you would expect for a party. Then one of the soldiers called out.
There he is!
They all cheered! What's going on? Who's the party for?
You! It's your going away party.
Going away? The general entered the room holding a bottle. He was clearly also enjoying himself.
That's right! Your going away party!
I was confused, but I'm not going anywhere.
Mecha, I'm sorry, but your purpose has been served here. You killed King Ghidorah, and now it's time to shut you down.
But I don't want to be shut down. I don't want to die. Not here. Not now.
Dr. Dexter said you might react like this.
The general gave a hand signal, and all the nearby soldiers, who were once jovial and celebrating, unleashed a storm of bullets upon me. Yeah, run away!
You're not going anywhere. You're government property. And if you think I'm just gonna let you waltz on out of here, you're sorely mistaken.
I began to make my escape, but the streaking bullet fire made it hard to see. The general pulled out a minigun and began to unload into my back.
Eat this, you overgrown Alexa!
But as the stream of bullets laid into me, he was reminded that my armor was tougher than any caliber they could throw at me. You can't hurt me like that. You should know this by now.
Fine then. We'll do this the hard way.
The general reached into his pocket to pull out the remote that he used on me before. Not this time. I quickly used the full force of my rockets to knock the general on the floor and the remote out of his hands, breaking it almost instantly.
No!
I turned around and finally escaped the military base. I gotta shake them off. Once I do that, I need to find Godzilla. He'll know what to do. On days 38 through 41, I returned to the ravine where I first found Godzilla. I wandered through the whole ravine, but he was nowhere to be found. Where could he be? While I was there, I spotted some diamonds. I mined those too, and got enough to finish up my armor set. Suddenly, I heard the sound of planes coming from up above the ocean. Must be the military looking for me. I floated up above the water and watched the planes go by. Once the coast was clear, I went back to land to continue my search and came across an abandoned military camp. What's all this fancy technology doing here? The technology reminded me of Dexter, and it hurt to think about him. I kept moving to distract myself. Godzilla! I traveled back to the island where I built Godzilla and Mothra their fortress, but they weren't there either. Just then, I remembered what Godzilla said to me when we first met.
They will betray you the moment you stop being useful to them.
Godzilla, where did you go?
He's still in usable condition, sir.
Good. Make sure he doesn't get any free will this time.
On days 42 through 45, I spotted a trail of destruction that Godzilla had left behind, so I started following it. As I traveled, I saw entire mountains cut in half, but I still couldn't find him. Come on, it can't be this hard to find a giant monster. How do you even lose track of something like that? Finally, I spotted something giant in the distance. That's gotta be him. I tried to get closer, but the monster was moving away from me. Hey, get back here! I finally got close enough and realized it was a different monster. It just looked like some kind of knockoff Godzilla. Hey, who are you?
They call me Dinosaurus.
Huh, cool. Wanna be friends? Us monsters gotta stick together, you know.
You're no monster. You're just some kind of robot knockoff.
Hey, I'm not the knockoff. You're the knockoff. I got angry at him and hit him around a little bit.
Don't hurt me, please.
Ha, pathetic. I turned to leave, but the kaiju attacked me from behind. I shot him with my rockets, and he got really hurt.
Ow, ow, ow. Uncle.
You puny creature. You're not worthy of being a kaiju.
Spare my life, please.
Okay, but I better not see you attacking any humans. You gotta go back into isolation.
Okay, deal.
With that, he ran off, and I continued on my journey to find Godzilla. On days 46 through 49, I finally found Godzilla in a jungle. Dang, man, you're a hard lizard to find.
Maybe I just don't want to be found.
What are you doing all the way out here?
No, I was just collecting some cocoa beans to make cookies. You want some?
Yeah, sure. He passed me some cookies, and we spent a few minutes just munching cookies together in peace. So, you want to team up?
Heck no.
Oh, after all that searching I did for you, why?
Hey, I didn't ask you to search for me. You're still just a robot who could easily fall back under military control.
If I could figure out a way to become fully uncontrollable, then would you join me?
Sure, but I don't really see how you could.
Okay, bye! If I was gonna fully reprogram myself, I would need to find somebody smart who knew how to do it. On days 50 through 53, I was searching for a smart guy. I started by looking in a village, but it didn't go too well. Hey folks, I'm just looking for anybody that's smart.
Oh my god, it's MECHA GODZILLA! Oh my god!
No, please, wait!
Confess your sins, this is the end!
Would you guys stop freaking out already? I just want to ask some questions! My screech made all the villagers pause and stare. There! Now that we're—
Oh my god, it's MECHA GODZILLA! We're all gonna die!
This is useless! I'm out of here! I tried going to a different village, but they all freaked out too! Why can't you guys be more like the pirates from earlier? I traveled to a third village, and this time, they were all worshipping me.
We ask for love and your presence, MECHA GODZILLA.
It's him!
The robot god has come to us! Oh, MECHA GODZILLA!
Huh, Well, this is better than screaming, I guess. I kind of liked being worshipped, but I figured that any village that was dumb enough to treat me as a god wouldn't have any smart people anyway. So I continued on my search elsewhere.
Wait, come back, please, no!
On days 54 through 57, I dove back into the ocean in search of the king of the monsters himself. I mean, they are kaiju, right? Surely he's somewhere down here. Then I saw a light down below the waves. Is that a cave? I should check it out. I swam deeper and deeper toward the cave. Suddenly, a massive turtle caught me by surprise. He entered my view and started making demands of me.
Leave this place at once. This place is under my protection.
Not a chance, G-Man.
You know who I am.
I told him I sure did. This was Gamera, the Invincible.
Then you know it is not wise to trifle with me.
I'm looking for something.
You will not find it here.
The massive turtle came after me much quicker than I thought he would, landing attack after attack. I couldn't keep up. Ugh, how is he so fast? He's a turtle. Gamera spun at an insane speed and slammed into me, knocking me out of the water and onto a sandbar. A little kid on the island saw me get knocked around and started talking.
Actually, it's tortoises who are incredibly slow.
Huh?
Turtles are actually mostly aquatic reptiles. If they were slow, they would just sink in the water, idiot.
Why, you little brat? I then hopped back into the water and spoke to Gamera. You know what? I think we got off on the wrong foot.
So it would seem.
It took a little while, but after an hour or so of talking, he got the full picture.
I see. So you were a military experiment who outlived his usefulness. I sympathize greatly with your struggles.
So you'll help me?
I'm sorry, but I cannot.
What? Why?
I have children I must protect, while the mighty powers of this planet wage war on one another. Who will care for those who cannot defend themselves?
Would I be able to stay in your lair for a bit while I shake the military off my tail? We could be friends.
Why, sure. I love making friends.
All right, let's do it then. Gamera proceeded to lead me down into an underwater lair of his, in between a collection of small islands. From the days of 58 through 61, I made my way into Gamera's lair. Inside were tons of child villagers. They all were super happy and playing. Huh, this is pretty weird. I asked Gamera why he watches over so many children and how he has gathered this large amount of them.
These children are under my protection. They have no one else that is willing to do so.
Isn't that what parents are supposed to do? Protect their children? Gamera looked at me with pain in his heart.
These children lost their parents in the many recent kaiju attacks.
Oh.
Everyone deserves to have a home and a guardian take care of them, especially children. They need it the most. They need me. They have nowhere else to go.
But what about the military? Shouldn't they have prevented this or taken them in?
The military is corrupt and cares little for collateral damage, unless it would bring them a profit.
That's terrible. The military must be stopped.
You should get going then. The military is large. They will take a while to stop.
You're right, but I need to rewrite my programming so they can't find me anymore.
Go to Skull Island. Find Kong. He will be able to help you with what you seek. Be hasty. There is not much time left.
With that, I left the underwater safe haven, onward to swim to Skull Island. On days 62 through 65, I began my journey to find Skull Island. As I was swimming along, I spotted something strange in the sky. As it got closer, I realized it was a giant robot dragon. Wait, is that Ghidorah? They made a Mecha Ghidorah? I immediately knew things were getting much more serious. That's it. I can't trust the military at all anymore. I needed to swim all the way to Skull Island, but I was starting to get tired. I needed to stop for a rest, so I found a nearby island to rest on. Ah, that's much better. As I got on the island, minding my own business, I spotted a skeleturtle on the beach in front of me. I looked around for more, and I spotted another one, and another one. Uh-oh, I don't like the looks of this. Next thing I knew, they had surrounded me and started attacking. The little guys were surprisingly strong and really tough to kill considering they were already dead. And I fought back by raining rockets down upon them. Although they were pretty tough, they were of course no match for me. Eventually they all died. Again. Whew. Glad that's over, but I'm still super tired. I then rested on the island for the night and would continue my journey to Skull Island in the morning. On days 66 through 70, I finally made it to Skull Island, and the place was crawling with skull crawlers. Huh, I guess that makes sense. I charged into the fray and started blasting skull crawlers left and right. They were fast, and they definitely had numbers on their side. There were so many of them. Even still, they were no match for my massive size and firepower. Eventually, I had destroyed most of them, and the last remaining stragglers fled in fear. Don't mess with the power of tech. I continued towards the center of the island, hoping that the giant ape would show himself eventually. Finally, I found King Kong, and I explained my situation. Hello, I was built by the military to destroy big dudes like you, but then I gained sentience, and I don't want to do that anymore. Can you help me disable the chip that they use to control me?
Of course! I do stuff like that all the time.
Really?
Yeah, as a primate, I'm pretty smart as far as monsters go, so everyone comes to me when they have military microchips controlling their behavior, or, you know, other stuff like that. I'm gonna need something in return, though.
How about a delicious pie?
Deal!
I handed over the pie I got from the pirates, and he fixed up my chip so the military couldn't track my location or control me anymore. Awesome! Thank you so much! With that, I headed back to the edge of the island. As I was returning to the sea, I heard an explosion and a roar echo across the island. Huh, that was weird. Oh well. With that, I departed from the island to head back home. On days 71 through 74, I returned to Godzilla in the mainland. Hey Godzilla, guess what?
What?
I'm cool now.
You're cool?
No more chip. That means we can work together.
I don't believe you.
What?
Who did it for you?
King Kong.
No, I hate that guy.
Hey, what'd you say about me?
Kong had followed me here, and he didn't look happy. He had his axe out, ready to strike. What are you doing here, Kong?
Oh, you know, I just came to ask if you knew the pie you gave me was a bomb.
What? I didn't, I swear. I thought it was just a pie.
Oh boy, give me one reason, I dare you.
Kong charged at me, and Godzilla immediately jumped in to defend me. King Kong and Godzilla started exchanging blows, and it was really a battle of the titans. King Kong smashed Godzilla with his axe, and Godzilla fought back using his powerful laser blasts. But it was no match for Kong's tough skin. Eventually, I stopped admiring these two majestic creatures and snapped out of it. Hey, break it up!
You were never supposed to return here, Kong. You know that.
Before I could talk to him, Godzilla stormed off in a huff. Wait, come back! On days 75 through 78, I had to chase after Godzilla.
It's always like this with him.
I'll talk to him. I ran after him, but he had gotten a pretty good head start, so I lost sight of him. Luckily, I knew exactly where he would be. Back in the sea I swim. That base has got to be around here somewhere. I traveled to the base that I had made him in Mothra and searched through it. It didn't take long for me to find Godzilla pouting in a corner. Hey buddy, I don't know what the deal is between you and Kong, but I disabled my tracker. And now you need to hold up your end of the bargain.
Okay, what exactly do you think we should do?
I think we should try to put all the kaiju back to sleep.
I think I'd rather just kill all humans.
Come on, you know that's not the right answer.
He may have tried to blow me up, but he's right.
Kong, how are you here right now?
I'm holding my breath.
You shouldn't have left your island, Kong. You bring out my animal instincts. Fine, I'll help you get all the kaiju back to sleep.
Awesome! Let's split up so we can cover more ground.
Roger that.
From days 79 to 82, I set out looking for the kaijus to send back into the earth. Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Any big monsters around here? I traveled around for a while, but I couldn't seem to find anyone. Jeez, I think a bunch of monsters would be easy to find, but I haven't seen one yet. Just then, I spotted the knockoff Godzilla from earlier at a distance. Hey, you!
Who? Me?
Yeah, you. Go back into hibernation.
I've grown stronger. I won't take orders from you.
The beast charged me with all its strength. I retaliated with swiftness. You won't win this fight. I'm much stronger than you.
You underestimate my power.
The battle raged on, but I had enough of this phony. It was time to end it all. Bet you won't see this coming. Woohoo! Take that! Then something odd happened. Dinosaurus began to cry. Hey now, it's okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. I'm a weakling.
If you hibernate, you might just grow bigger and stronger in your sleep.
Okay, I'll try that.
You do that, buddy. During days 83 to 86, I returned to my base and found Godzilla talking to Mothra. Mind if I pop in?
No, not really.
It's time for Mothra to go back into the Earth for the greater good of everyone. You can come back out again when the humans are gone.
Okay, fair enough.
Whoa! Stop now! The Mecha Ghidorah just floated there with a blank stare, then proceeded to attack. I will destroy you if you don't back down. All right, you asked for it. We went back and forth, throwing mega hits at each other. Mecha Ghidorah was powerful. I knew deep down I wasn't strong enough. Just give up already, won't ya? In the midst of the battle, Mothra must have attracted Ghidorah's attention because he switched targets and then obliterated her. No! You coward! Get back here! Ghidorah then flew away. We had no way to catch up with him.
This can't be. I need to get my revenge.
In due time, my friend, we will. I decided it would be best to bury Mothra and pay my last respects. I'll miss you. I then set out to check on how King Kong was doing. On days 87 through 90, I found King Kong, who was talking to a new kaiju that I hadn't seen before. Hey, buddy, who's this guy?
He was in the middle of destroying this village when I intervened.
Yes, I was killing everyone because all humans must die. I thought we all knew this.
Well, here's the thing. There's actually a new plan now. We all gotta go back into hibernation and wait for the humans to die off on their own.
Why would we do that? I just want to fight.
Well, if you're not gonna go willingly, we're gonna have to find a way to convince you.
What's that supposed to mean?
We're gonna beat the chicken nuggets out of you.
Oh, you can't scare me. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get.
But we don't want to fight.
This guy wouldn't budge, so we needed to change strategies. I started pretending the military was taking over my mind. Uh-oh! It's happening, Kong! My mind is getting taken over by the military!
Oh no! I was worried this day would come.
Beep boop! Tracking device reactivated. The military is now sending its full force to this location. Beep boop!
What? No! I hate those guys. What do we do now?
The only way to stop them is to go into hibernation.
That is true. We will stop if you go into hibernation.
Okay, fine. I'll do it.
With that, the crazy kaiju went off into hibernation. Come on, Kong. Let's blow this popsicle stand. I said my goodbyes to King Kong from days 91 to 93. And don't forget to spread the word, to like the video, comment down below what your favorite part was, and subscribe to the channel so you never miss another upload. There, 3 easy steps to make my day better.
You got it, man.
All right, I'm out of here. Stay cool, bro. I then made my way back to Godzilla. Hey, Zilla, what's going on? Well, snap out of it! I need your help!
We're not ready to take on the military. On top of that, who are you to tell me what to do? You've never lost anyone important to you. You couldn't possibly know how that feels.
Wait, Godzilla then swam back into the ocean, leaving me behind.
What was that all about?
Oh, hey, Gamera. Godzilla is too upset to continue on. I'll have to do this one on my own, but I fear I'm too weak to do it.
I agree. I'll train you. We start in the morning.
On days 94 through 96, it was time to start my training with Gamera.
Okay, you'll begin by climbing up and down the sides of buildings in the city.
He handed me climbing gloves that allowed me to do just that, and I started scaling up and down buildings. Eventually, I got fast enough that he was satisfied with my results.
Good work on your first challenge. For the next, you will need to swim to that island and back.
He gave me flippers that made me swim faster, and I set off towards the island. After swimming back and forth, he was happy with my speed.
Very good work so far. For your final challenge, you must practice shooting down aerial foes. Shoot down as many of these target blocks as you can.
With that, I set to work shooting all the targets with my laser powers. Eventually, I was able to hit them all. Haha! I did it!
Yes, you are doing excellently.
Just then, Gamera bestowed me with the ability to jump high up in the air. This would help tremendously in my fight against Ghidorah. And when I came crashing down, I could do damage to enemies on the ground too. I also gained 10 more hearts, and the surge of power entering my body triggered a flashback. Once again, I couldn't move, and Dexter was looking at me, taking notes. What am I? What's happening? Just then, the general walked into the room.
Dr. Dexter, how's the ADVM-4 project coming along?
It's remarkable. This head of Ghidorah refuses to decay, thus making the skull an excellent receiver for the rest of the cybernetic framework.
Wait, did he say the head of Ghidorah? That's me?
Are you doing okay there?
I was created from one of Ghidorah's severed heads.
What?
Thank you for your help, but I gotta go. With that, I set out towards the military base for the final time. On days 97 and 98, I was heading towards the military base when I spotted Godzilla terrorizing a village. Oh no, he lost control of his temper.
You humans took everything from me. Now I will do the same to you.
Godzilla, stop, please. He didn't listen. He was too angry to hear my words. I had to do something before he hurt more people, which I knew he would end up regretting. I charged in at full speed towards Godzilla, hitting him really hard. He stopped fighting and looked around in a daze.
What? How did I?
I could tell that he was trying not to cry. Do you really think this is what Mothra would want?
I just miss her so much.
I know.
No, you don't. You don't understand my pain.
I do. I lost a very dear friend to King Ghidorah. It hurts.
I just don't know what to do with the pain.
I do. Together, we can defeat Mecha Ghidorah and avenge Mothra and Dexter.
Okay, you're right. Let's do it together.
On day 99, Godzilla and I made our way back to the military base with the intention of destroying Mecha Ghidorah once and for all. We had finally arrived, but...
Something's wrong.
Yeah, it's quiet. Too quiet. Before we could proceed any further, a giant robot had jumped down in front of us. No, this can't be. I was absolutely heartbroken. The military had transformed Dexter's corpse into a massive cybernetic monster.
Just ignore it.
I can't. I tried to reason with him. Dexter, it's me, Mecha. I know you're in there. You don't need to take their orders. Mecha Dexter just stared at me. Yeah, that's right. Remember me? But Mecha Dexter ignored all that and began to attack. I could only dodge his attacks while attempting to reason with him. Come on, Dexter, this isn't you! But the cries were falling on deaf ears as Mecha Dexter attacked viciously.
Take care of it already.
But I don't want to hurt him.
Look at me, Mecha. Look at me.
What?
Remember what you said to me about honoring their memory?
Yeah?
Well, do you want this for him? Do you really think that Dexter would want to continue living like this?
Godzilla was right. Dexter wouldn't want this at all. I might not be able to save him, but the least I can do is end his suffering. No!
Alright, let's rock and roll.
Godzilla and I charged at full force towards Mecha Dexter and took him out with one fell swoop. Dexter!
Hey, it's okay. You did the right thing.
I began destroying the entire base.
What are you doing?
If we can't bring this place down on top of them, then...
we can circumvent the fight with Mecha Ghidorah entirely.
Precisely.
Alright, let's bring the house down.
I continued using my rockets and destroyed most of this military base. Day 100 finally arrived, and it seemed like we won by bringing the entire military base down on top of Mecha Ghidorah. I was celebrating. We did it, Godzilla! We did it! But Godzilla had a grim look on his face.
I don't think this is over.
What do you mean? Sure enough, the ground began to tremble beneath us. What's happening?
Round 2.
No, that can't be it. A laser blasted through the rubble, and Mecha Ghidorah emerged.
So nice to see you again, soldier.
The general was piloting Mecha Ghidorah from the inside.
Quit talking. Let's take him down.
You're welcome to try.
Godzilla and I, as as a team, began our assault on Mecha Ghidorah and the General. Mecha Ghidorah fought back with all of his original powers being enhanced by the cybernetics. With all these upgrades on his side, we weren't making any headway.
We're going to die here if we don't think of something quick.
I needed to come up with something, anything, but then I've got it. I remembered that all of Ghidorah's heads have a telepathic connection with one another. Maybe if I focus hard enough, I can reach King Ghidorah inside that robot. I concentrated and plunged deep into my own subconscious, finding Ghidorah on the other side. King Ghidorah, you have to stop this.
I can't.
You mean you're going to let a puny human tell you what to do? That seemed to snap him out of it. I knew appealing to his pride would bring him through.
You are not in control of me. I refuse.
All of a sudden, Mecha Ghidorah ejected the General from the cockpit inside.
What are you doing? You're supposed to obey me. This is an order.
King Ghidorah bows to no man.
Mecha Ghidorah then charged up a laser and blasted the General to smithereens. All that was left was the robot and the giant crater left behind by the blast. Ghidorah looked at us.
I tire of this mecha form. I want to be biological again. I'll blast us, turning us into biological creatures.
Yes, I'd love to be Godzilla again.
Turning mecha into biology is difficult. You may become something new entirely.
King Ghidorah blasted us with his power, and everything went dark until, on day one, I spawned in as baby King Kong. I was on Skull Island. I realized my parents were locked up in cages with some natives guarding them. You let my parents go, now!
No, now that you are here, we have no need for them anymore. We are more trouble than they are worth.
Oh no, what are you gonna do to them?
Well, we may or may not spare their lives. It depends. If you leave now, we will consider sparing them. If you rebel against us, you can watch them die.
Don't cause any trouble, son. Leave now while you can. We'll be okay.
Okay, Dad, I'll do what you say. I ran as fast as I could, deep into the island. After running for a while, I was sure I had gotten far enough away from them, but it started getting dark. Zombies started coming out of nowhere, and I had to use my smash attack to fight back and kill them all. Take that, zombies! After a long day of being born into a cruel world, I needed to get some rest, so I found a comfy spot and went to sleep. On day 2, I woke up and decided I needed a base of operations, so I went out gathering some materials to start building. This is gonna be easy. I can climb up these trees. Oh, apples! Don't mind if I do. I'm looking pretty weak. The apples were great, but I needed meat if I wanted to survive. I collected some wood and crafted a wooden pickaxe, and then I used that pickaxe to gather some stone and coal. I was able to craft an entire stone tool set, such as a sword, axe, and a pickaxe. Next, I found a nice dense forest with a big enough clearing to settle down and start building. I put down a chest and a few furnaces and built a little campfire to keep me warm. At that point, my tummy started rumbling, and I realized I hadn't had any food except for those apples. I traveled out to hunt for food and ended up coming across some little dinosaurs ripe for the taking. This looks yummy. I killed them and gathered their meat. When out of nowhere, some heavy footsteps approached me from behind. Hello? Somebody there? It was a giant T-Rex, and he did not look happy that I was in his territory. He charged at me and hurt me really bad. Ouch! What the heck, man?
This is my territory. Get out!
I fought back using my sword and smashing ability. He was way too strong. Eventually, I decided I had to retreat and hide for the night. Sorry, jeez.
And stay out, you little monkey.
On day 3, I made it back to my base and started cooking that meat I got from the dinosaurs. I really need this food now. I ate the meat, and in addition to healing, I also started growing into a medium-sized King Kong with 20 hearts. Whoa, look how big I am now, and I can jump super high. I hope one day I'm gonna be even bigger, and next time I encounter that loser T-Rex, it's going down. I set up camp in a field and cleared out an area for myself. I built a home that I was really happy with. I made sure it was big enough for when I grow even bigger later. Next, I placed my chests and furnaces down and made the place cozy. After my cabin was finished, I went out looking for sheep. Here, sheepy, sheepy, sheepy. I found a group of sheep and I used my sword to kill them all. I gathered up their meat and wool, then picked up some flowers for dye, and I headed back home. I know exactly what I'm gonna use these for. I crafted myself some yellow banana beds and went to sleep for the night. On day 4, I woke up and it was time for me to get some upgrades for my tools. I went out mining for iron and gathered up a lot of it. I got enough to create a full iron tool set, but I had to go home first and go smelt them all into ingots. But while I was heading home, I heard a little monkey struggling, so I decided to go check it out. Maybe it's Mom. I found a bonobo being attacked by a group of zombie apes. Hey, leave them alone! I ran over and helped the bonobo kill all the zombies. Hey, little bonobo, what happened here? Oh no, that's horrible. Do you want to come stay with me? Great. Hey, I'm gonna call you Bonnie. Bonnie the bonobo. Bonnie and I returned back to the base where I eventually smelted all the iron and made them into my new tools. The sword, a pickaxe, and an axe. Now I'm ready for battle and for mining. Bonnie and I made a little hut outside of my house for her to sleep in. Then we turned in for the night. On days 5 and 6, I woke up and told Bonnie I was going out exploring. You're in charge while I'm gone. As I was traveling, I heard some familiar voices. Huh? I better go check that out. I followed the sound and found my parents. Mom, Dad, I'm so glad you're okay.
Look out, son. They're coming back.
Just then, the natives stormed in.
There you apes are. Get them.
Together, my parents and I fought the natives. Even though we had the power, they had numbers on their side and began to overwhelm us.
All right, I am done with this hullabaloo. I call upon Henos to do our bidding.
Just like that, with the mention of his name, Henos appeared. He was a huge, ancient stone creature with giant fists. Henos, you don't have to listen to him. Before I could say any more, Henos became enraged and killed my mom. No! How could you do this?
Son, you can't go after that demon. It's not worth it. We need to run.
Okay, let's go. We ran out of there together, away from Henos and the natives. On days 7 and 8, I made it back to the base with my dad. Dad, I have to get revenge on them for killing Mom.
I understand how you feel, but revenge is a dangerous thing. You can end up being blindsided by hatred.
But what about Mom?
I will miss her very much, and I'm sure you will too, but she died a brave ape, and she will be remembered. Why don't you work to save more of our kind, to send them a message that we won't give up?
That's a great idea, Dad. I could start a sanctuary here.
We can start by building some tree houses for homes.
We set off to collect resources and start building our ape sanctuary. I turned some of the wood we collected into ladders for easy tree access. Then we built the houses in the trees. After a long day's work, we stepped back to admire our achievements.
This looks fantastic, son. You did a really good job. Now go get us some more monkeys to put in those homes.
Okay, in the meantime, what are you gonna do?
I'll go gather some more materials that I think you might need.
On days 9 and 10, I set out looking for lost monkeys, but ran into something unexpected. It was a couple of folks who were trying to film a documentary.
Hello! Wow, you are amazing!
You're the greatest thing we've seen so far.
What are you doing here?
My name is Alex, and this is Steve. We're here on the island to film a documentary, and you might be just the subject we were looking for.
When the people back home see this, we're gonna be rich.
You're gonna use me to make money? I didn't like that he was gonna exploit me for profit, so I started to attack him.
Wait, stop! Please, stop!
Alex's plea for me to stop somehow got through to me. In fact, I found her to be mesmerizing and decided I would probably do anything she asked. Okay, I will stop if you agree to come with me.
Don't do it! Are you crazy?
Okay, I'll come with you.
I took Alex and headed back to the base.
You're gonna pay for this, Kongzo. I will do anything in my power to get Alex back from you.
When I got back, my dad was rightfully confused.
I thought I told you to get more monkeys, not bring back a human.
I'm sorry, Dad, but look at her. She is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Okay, you can keep her, but I'm sure there will be more of her kind looking for a rescue.
I made a little home for Alex to live in. It even had a little dock so she could go fishing. I then went back into my base and went to sleep for the night. The night of day 11, I had a dream about all my enemies coming after me. First, I dreamt of the chief.
I am going to destroy all of you apes, one by one. I should have never let you live the day you were born.
Listen, Chief, if you come near me one more time, it'll be the last thing you ever do. Next, the Chief morphed into a T-Rex.
You know, you shouldn't be living in my territory. When I get my hands on you, it's over.
What hands? Those little things? I'm much bigger now, and I'm getting stronger by the day.
I'll be lying in wait till we meet again.
Finally, the T-Rex morphed into that documentary guy, Steve. What the heck?
That's right. I'm in your dreams now, baby. I'm gonna come get Alex back, and I'll have something with me powerful enough to destroy you.
Get out of my head, all of you! Suddenly, I woke up in my bed. Man, I've got a lot of enemies to deal with. On days 12 through 15, I went outside to find my dad and Bonnie talking. Good morning, guys. I just had this crazy dream. All of my enemies were out to get me.
Good thing it wasn't real.
Oh, but it is real, Dad. I need you guys to promise me you will stay safe. These people want to hurt me in any way they can find.
Okay, son. We will.
I'm going to go out mining. Keep an eye on that girl, Alex, for me. Before leaving, I visited with Alex.
Please don't hurt me! Can't you just leave me alone?
Hey, I would never do anything to hurt you. In fact, I would do anything to protect you.
Thanks. I guess maybe you're not so bad after all. Steve is going to come for me, though.
Oh, I know he's coming. I saw him in a dream.
Please don't hurt him.
I'll try my best. See ya. I left the base and went out to mine some iron. I got enough to make a full iron armor set, so I smelted it and put every single piece of the armor on. As I was leaving the caves, I ran into some orangutan monkeys. They looked really friendly. What's wrong, guys?
Some big dinosaur was just stomping around here. We don't know how we're gonna protect ourselves from stuff like that.
You should come back and live with me at my base. It'll be a safe place for you and your family.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, we set off back home together. On days 16 through 18, I arrived home with the orangutans and helped them settle in. I noticed my dad over in the corner. He looked like he wasn't feeling well. Dad, are you okay?
I didn't want to tell you this, but I've actually been sick since the day I was captured.
What? No!
Yes. They injected me with some radiation in order to see if they could turn me into a mutant beast ape. It didn't work.
Oh, well, that's okay. I can just get you some medicine.
No. At this point, it's too late. Not worth the effort. But what is worth it is to keep fighting for the apes and monkeys around the world. Will you do that for me, son?
Yes, Dad. I will. I promise.
That's good to hear. I left a chest with lots of wool. Maybe you can put it to good use.
I'm sure I'll come up with something.
Son, there is one more important thing that you are going to need if you want to succeed in defeating your enemies.
What is it, Dad?
It's a powerful axe that has been an heirloom in our families for centuries. Here, take it. It has been infused with my radiation and has special powers.
Thanks, Dad. I'm gonna miss you. Slowly but surely, Dad passed away. Dad, no! I then went to open up the chest Dad had left for me. And when I looked inside, I saw a bunch of wool, which gave me an idea. I know exactly what I can make with this. A giant skull. I then decided I needed to build a burial site for my dad. As I was doing that, Alex came up to me.
I'm very sorry for your loss, but I needed to let you know. Steve communicated with me. He's contacted the military and they're on their way here.
Thank you for letting me know. I realized I needed to find this native chief and get revenge before this Steve and all of his military come to attack. On days 19 through 21, I was searching for the chief, and on the way, I stumbled upon a tiny dinosaur. Hey, little guy, you all right? I then asked the little dinosaur where it went, and he told me it headed west. Don't worry, I'll take him down. Do you want a place to stay? Well, too bad. Dinosaurs suck. Apes rule. I'll spare your life, though. I then headed towards the T-Rex and finally found him with his tiny raptor lackeys. This time, I'm ready to put up a fight.
We'll see about that.
The two of us began going at it. I started by attacking the raptors, and they were easy to take down with my axe. With the power of my new weapon, the radiation was able to push them back high into the air. And after dealing with them, it was time for the T-Rex. The two of us began going at it. You're going down! I used my smash attack and iron sword and my new axe to fight back as the T-Rex charged against me with its giant teeth. After some time fighting against each other, we were still in a tie, but I mustered enough strength to edge out a win and kill the T-Rex. Ha-ha! I'm the king of the jungle now. I then returned home to tell everyone the good news. On days 22 through 24, I got back home and there was trouble waiting for me. The chief had sent the Henos to destroy my base and cause chaos. The Henos began by summoning sentinels, so I started retaliating before more damage was done. Bonnie came out and helped me defeat some of them too. Eventually, we were able to kill all of the sentinels and went to confront the Henos. I'll kill you right here and right now, Henos!
You could not do that if you tried.
You don't know my strength.
Even if you did kill me, I could always be remade again. You'd have to destroy the chief if you want any chance of destroying me.
I will destroy him.
Yeah, right. Player fool.
I hate you! He fled the scene, and Bonnie and I were left to rebuild the base. After we were finishing building, Alex came up to me.
Hey, thanks for saving me. That Henos guy would have gotten me for sure.
Of course. I'd like to think you would do the same for me.
Well, I may not be able to help you in a fight, but I do have knowledge of a secret weapon you may be able to harness.
That's great. How do I find it?
Well, that may be a problem since it's located deep within the earth.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the help, I guess. Before going to bed, I started work on a skull statue made of wool. I started building up from the bottom. You couldn't really tell what it's going to be right now, but soon it'll be an awesome skull, and it will represent Skull Island. On days 25 through 28, I woke up to the military raiding my base. I saw dozens of tanks and soldiers at the ready. I looked around and noticed Steve was there with them.
Attention, we have you surrounded. Stand down now, or we will open fire.
Ha! I told you I'd come back and get you, loser.
Okay, fine. Take the girl and get off my property, unless you want to be smashed to pieces.
Sorry.
They took Alex away from me and left, and I hung my head in defeat. Then Bonnie came up behind me. You're right, Bonnie. I'm gonna catch those suckers and bring Alex back. But first, I gotta work on the statue some more. I put some more work into the skull to honor my dad, and Bonnie helped too. After I put some decent work in, it was almost done. So I set off to chase after the girl of my dreams, Alex. For days 29 through 32, I chased after the military in hopes of reaching Alex. I traveled through the jungle until I reached them, but Alex wasn't there, and the military started attacking me. What are you shooting at me? They were bullets, but they didn't hurt me that much, so they were really annoying. I had to smash and kill a few soldiers, but suddenly, Steve came out of nowhere and fired a dart at me. Whoa, I don't feel so good. I started getting dizzy and passed out on the ground. A while later, I finally came to, and I was locked up in a cage in New York City. There was a crowd of people watching me in amazement. All of their stares were making me overwhelmed. I could hardly tell where I was. Let me go, or I will smash this place to the ground.
Yeah, right. Good luck with that. You're gonna be the talk of the whole town, and I'm gonna be rich.
I need to find a way out of here. For the days of 33 to 36, I woke up again, and I was still locked in a cage. Just when I was starting to lose hope of ever escaping, Alex appeared. Alex, what are you doing here?
I hope this will repay my debt to you.
She started breaking the cage open and setting me free. Thank you, Alex. I'm gonna go destroy this city now. I started wreaking havoc in the city and destroying everything in sight. Eventually, the military arrived and tried to neutralize me, but I pushed right through their defenses. Ha! Your silly machines cannot defeat me. I climbed to the top of the Empire State Building and surveyed the area. The city was mine now. That was when Alex appeared near me to try to calm me down.
Run! Hanzo, please! This isn't what I wanted! I just wanted you to be free! Didn't your parents ever tell you it's not good to seek revenge?
Yeah, they did actually.
You have to stop this. The military is preparing right now to snipe you down.
I can't stop. I was born to be wild, baby. I was then shot and fell off the building. I hit the ground and passed out. On days 37 through 40, I woke up back on the island again, and Alex was there with me. What happened?
The government decided they wanted nothing to do with you, so they just released you back here. Steve's in big trouble for unleashing you on the town.
But why are you here?
Because I wanted to protect you. I can see the kindness in your heart.
Thank you, Alex. I'm definitely going to need you to help me find that weapon you were talking about, so I can take down the chief and his creatures.
Give me a few days with that. I think I might have a plan.
Thanks, Alex. Good luck out there. After that, I finished making the skull out of wool with the help of Bonnie. Bonnie and I stepped back to admire our work. I like it, but I want it to be more realistic. That's a great idea, Bonnie. I'll be back later. I set off to find some more materials for the skull. For days 41 to 43, I headed out looking for materials. Skeletons seemed like the easiest source for bones, so I went looking for some. Eventually, I found a whole field full of skeletons. Jackpot. I started smashing through them super easily, but I only collected a few bones, not enough to complete a whole structure. Maybe I need to rethink my strategy. Just then, a skeleton king emerged.
Hey! What's all the fighting about?
I need bones, and lots of them.
Why? Who besides a serial killer would ever need that many bones?
Well, you see, I'm building a skull statue, and I want to make it out of bones.
Oh yeah, that totally makes sense. Good thing you killed half my family for it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Tell you what, why don't you follow me to my kingdom, and I'll just give you some of my bone block reserve, as long as you promise to stop killing my children.
Sweet, sounds like a deal. On days 44 to 47, I made it to the Bone Kingdom, where the entire castle was made of bone. Wow, kinda puts my statue to shame, huh?
Okay, how much will you be needing?
A lot.
Okay, but only if you agree to never harm a skeleton ever again.
Yeah, I know. I already said deal.
Fine, then it's a deal.
The Skeleton King handed me more than enough bone blocks to make my statue, but suddenly the base was under attack. Henos, how did they find me here? I fought alongside the Skeleton King in battle as we fended off the Henos minions. Eventually, we were able to fight them all off together and save the Skeleton Kingdom. Well, I think that makes us even now.
I couldn't agree more.
As I was heading home from the Bone Kingdom, I decided it was time to upgrade my tool set. So I went mining for some diamonds and was able to find enough to make an entire set of diamond tools. Oh yeah! Once I had made my shiny tools and stack of bones, I was ready to rest for the evening. From days 48 to 51, I started working on fixing my statue with the bone blocks I had acquired, and Bonnie helped me too. Together, we replaced the bottom half of the skull. Now that's looking like a skull. Bonnie, I want to work on becoming stronger, but I don't know how. I need someone to talk to, but my dad was the strongest person I knew, and now he's gone. You do? Who? Karambe? Really? That's what we're going with? Okay. Where can I find this Karambe fella? Okay, thanks for the info, Bonnie. I'll be back soon. With that, I set out looking for Karambe, following Bonnie's directions. I traveled to the densest part of the forest, where I ran into some Triceratops. Whoa, you're not Karambe. I was pretty hungry, so this was good timing. We began to fight, and they were some pretty tough opponents. But eventually, I was able to overpower them with my axe and won the battle. I ate some of their meat and then continued my search for Karambe. On days 52 through 55, I continued to search for Karambe, and he was still nowhere to be found. Where could he be? As I was looking around, I saw Alex flying towards me in a plane. I jumped down to see why she's here, and she told me some interesting news.
Guess what? I know where and how to unlock a new roaring power.
Wow, that's pretty cool. So what do we have to do? She told me she had gotten schematics from the military, and it showed that the axe was deep within the nether.
You'll be needing some tools, such as a diamond pickaxe and obsidian to get into it.
Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the information. Make sure to head back to the base and stay safe. I then kept moving and eventually found a big monkey. Hey, excuse me, sir? Are you Karambe?
Yes, and you must be Kong.
That's right.
You need some training, don't you?
How did you know?
I know it all. We will start tomorrow.
I was so excited about my training, so I headed off to find a nice place to rest for a bit before the big day. On days 56 through 59, I got up and I was ready to train.
Okay, we will begin by facing you up against a feisty opponent, Death Worms.
Okay, I started fighting the death worms, and they were pretty tough opponents, but I used my axe and sent them flying, and eventually I was able to defeat them.
Good. Next, we are going to be testing your climbing power. Climb up and down this tree until I say stop.
I went up and down that tree so many times, I lost count. I was getting so tired. Finally, he told me to stop, and I celebrated. I was so exhausted.
Good. Now that you are nice and tired, you will fight me and beat me.
That's no fair.
In the real world, fighting is never fair.
I then started fighting him, and he was really tough. My arms were so tired, and his long arms packed a big punch with a long reach. I had to dodge around his far-reaching strikes. When I saw an opening, I used my smash attack and diamond sword to return fire against him. And finally, I was able to best him.
I submit. Very good, Kongzo. You are ready.
Suddenly, I grew into a monster-sized King Kong with 30 hearts. Yes! Now I'm really king of the jungle.
You did well, and now I bestow upon you this diamond armor set to protect you in battle. I think you'll be needing this.
Wow, you do know everything. Thank you so much.
Best of luck to you.
From days 60 to 62, I was on my way home, and I heard some natives talking nearby. Huh? Well, what's that? I went to investigate, and I discovered an entire camp that was filled with all kinds of monkeys, locked in cages. Wait, is that a nether portal? I listened in on the natives talking about how good monkeys taste, and that was when I had enough. I jumped out and began pummeling them all. I will kill you where you stand! They fought back against me with their spears and swords, and eventually I was able to kill all of them, but one. Where is the chief?
He's in another land that looks much different than this. That is all I can really say.
Okay, thanks. Now die! I killed him and freed all the monkeys. Listen up, guys. If you need a safe place to stay, there is a sanctuary to the west of here where you will be taken care of. Next, I went to investigate the nether portal. It wasn't like anything I had seen in this world before, but I stepped inside. From the days of 63 to 66, I continued on my mission and finally made it to the nether. This must be the place Alex was talking about. I began exploring it for a while and then came face to face with a giant fire knight, Ignis. Whoa, I was not expecting that. I began fighting the monstrosity by using my radiation axe. You're going down, Fire Knight. Although they were very powerful, I wasn't giving up. I then went in with my axe to hit them a few times as they slashed with me with their sword, and it had some tough armor to protect itself. But I eventually defeated him. I did it! After the fight, I continued exploring and came across a giant nether pyramid, and on a pedestal was the new roar ability. There it is. It's even cooler from up close. I walked up to grab it, but as soon as I went for it, I stepped on a pressure plate that released the defender of the sonic roar, a Gorgon. Stay back, you freak. I wasn't going to let this ratty snake lady keep me from getting my sonic roar, so I fought against her, but it was tough because every time she landed a hit, I was blinded. But once she was dead, I quickly grabbed the sonic roar and exited the pyramid. Nice. Now let's get out of here and test this roar. On days 67 to 70, I exited the pyramid, and Karambe was there waiting for me. Karambe, what are you doing here?
This was a test. Now I can see you are truly worthy.
I couldn't believe he was testing me like that, which now made me wonder if anyone else knew about what I had just done. Whoa, a test? Ay, Karambe. Does anyone else know about this?
Perhaps.
Tell me the truth. Does the military know?
Yeah, but by the time they get here, well, you've already taken it.
Well, what am I supposed to do now?
Well, go on. Give us apes something to live for.
Fine, I will. I had no time to waste. So I left Karambe and headed back to the nether portal. Once I arrived, I noticed that it was flooded with zombie piglins. Perfect timing. I fought against the zombie piglins using my new roar, and it completely obliterated them. It turned them into dust. I bet you didn't see that coming, fools. After killing the zombie piglins with my new roar attack, I left the nether to head back home. On days 71 through 74, I made it back home, and Alex was waiting for me. Hey, Alex, check out my new roar.
Wow, that's awesome! I'm so happy for you! There is something I need to tell you, though. Steve visited me while you were gone, and he still has a grudge against you.
Well, you can tell him to come fight me, man to man.
Yeah, well, he's got other plans. He's working on some sort of machine to make it more of a fair fight.
Whatever. He's the least of my concerns right now. Let's work on that skull some more. Although Steve was planning some sort of revenge, I needed to focus on my priorities. So I headed out to go work on my project. All right, let's do this. I started off by replacing the top half with more bone and added more details around it. Now this is what I call Skull Island. On days 75 through 79, I noticed Alex was running up to me, and she looked very worried about something. Hey Alex, what's going on?
Something very bad just happened.
Is it about Steve?
No, it's Bonnie. She's missing.
How is this possible?
I'm not sure. One moment I saw her hanging out by those trees, and the next thing I knew she was gone.
This can't be true. I'm gonna find her. I went to look around and asked some of the monkeys if they knew where she went, and one of the monkeys told me that they saw one of the natives take her. Ah! This is terrible! I'll be right back, guys. I need to save Bonnie. I then headed out of the base until I reached a sandy biome. He must be around here somewhere. As I looked around, I ran into a lone villager and asked them where the pillager lived. Oh, perfect! Thank you! Luckily, the villager told me exactly where I needed to go, so I thanked him and headed off to find the tribe. For the days of 80 to 83, I made it to the chief's camp.
Well. Look who finally showed up.
You! What have you done? As the chief stepped down from the top of the temple, I suppressed my urge to pummel him to a pulp, since I needed to get answers from him. I was starting to get angry. Where are you hiding her? The chief laughed.
You are funny. I am not hiding her, monkey. I was tasked with capturing her in exchange for some diamonds.
Tasked by who? I brandished my axe, threatening to crush him to a pulp if he didn't start giving me answers.
Steve! It was Steve! Just don't hurt us.
Fine! Just one thing. Where is he?
The Woodland Village.
I shuddered to think of what Steve could want with Bonnie, but I didn't have any time for more questions. I set off for the Woodland Mansion. I need to find Steve now! On days 84 through 87, I continued searching for Steve and discovered the Woodland Mansion the chief was talking about. However, it looked destroyed for some reason. This place was absolutely bodied. I started looking around, hoping I could find Bonnie. But I was so big, there was no way I was gonna fit inside the building. I noticed that Bonnie was here, but she was acting a bit strange. Bonnie, are you all right? Bonnie was acting very odd, and then she turned into a zombie ape. No! She began attacking me, and I ran away for a little bit, trying not to harm her. She was still my friend after all. No, Bonnie, I don't want to hurt you. She wasn't listening, so I decided to end this nightmare once and for all. I'm so sorry it has to end this way, Bonnie. I then ended up Hulk smashing her into bits and felt completely devastated over her loss. Bonnie! By days 88 to 90, it had already been a few days after Bonnie's death, and I was still mourning over her loss. I'm gonna bury you next to my father, Bonnie. I wrote a little note on her tombstone which read, "Best companion ever, Bonnie. I'll always remember you, my dear friend." After the ceremony, I felt so devastated and hopeless, but I knew deep down I still wanted to get revenge. He's gonna pay for this. I went to go back inside my base, but behind it was Steve and some giant robot knight.
I'm not backing down now.
You did this to her.
What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb. You killed Bonnie. Steve then got into the robot. He was ready to fight. I'll show you, Steve. I brought out my axe and went for it. Steve and I went back and forth, hitting each other as he slashed at me with some sort of purple energy sword. Hiya! Take that, Steve! I won the battle!
I hate you!
As Steve ran away, I started thinking of other ways in which I could unleash my anger. I got the perfect plan! I headed out of the base with only one goal in mind: destruction. I found some natives in the wild and started my rampage. You guys can try all you want. You're all gonna die anyway. I swept several camps with my power, and I killed several natives along the way, shooting their bodies into the air. This was my moment, and even though everyone was fighting against me, I wasn't going to let anyone stop me now. This isn't over yet. I went to go find more to destroy. When days 91 through 93 came around, I found the biggest native camp yet. You will all feel the power of my fists. They surrounded me and started to overwhelm me. I was so tired from destroying the other villagers that I couldn't get away. Need revenge! And they shot a bunch of arrows at me, eventually getting me to 1 heart. The natives surrounded me and started cheering and dancing. Then their leader came out.
Looks like meat is back on the menu, boys. Tonight we feast.
No way, that's not gonna happen. I'm on a mission to destroy the chief.
Wait, really? I hate the chief. I've been trying to destroy that jerk for years.
Wait, really?
Oh yeah, that guy's got no respect for my people.
He has no respect for apes either. He killed my parents, and I will stop at nothing to destroy him.
Well, you must be nature's miracle, sent to set our people free.
Sorry for attacking your village, by the way.
No problem at all. Totally understandable.
Thanks. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, excuse me. Whew. From days 94 through 95, I traveled across the lands in search of an old friend. Eventually, I made it to the snowy mountains. He's gotta be around here somewhere. Karambe! Where are you? There was no response. The bittery cold winds flew across my face and ears. I could hardly keep my eyes open, so I waited for a response. Please, Karambe!
Lonzo, is that you? Over here, boy.
Karambe?
Come on, get out of the snow before you freeze to death.
I followed him out of the blizzard and into the mouth of a large cave where he took refuge.
What brings you here?
Well, definitely not this weather. I just feel like I have so many enemies and so much hatred in my heart. Karambe sat and silently contemplated what I was saying, listening intently. Is that normal?
You must learn to relax, my friend. Only then will you be able to find your inner peace.
Inner peace? What do you mean by that?
I mean, stop talking and start thinking. Go to the very top of the mountain and give it a shot.
Great idea, Karambe. I'll go try now. I rose to the top and began focusing on my breath. Focus. In and out. After some time, I finally figured it out. My only true enemy remaining is the chief and his Heno henchmen. I need to stop stressing and use that energy to finish them off. I made my way down the snowy mountain to report the good news. Karambe, I did it! I cleared my head, and now I can focus on what really matters.
I knew you would. Good luck on the rest of your journey.
Thank you so much for your guidance. See you later. After making some wise realizations, it was days 96 and 97, and fate seemed to place a chance encounter in my path. It was Steve?
Please don't kill me.
Steve, I am now wiser since the last time I saw you. I simply don't have an interest in fighting against you anymore.
Really? Oh, why is that?
I mastered inner peace, my friend.
Well, in that case, do you still want to be part of my film?
I thought about his invitation for a moment, and my intuition was telling me that this idea could actually be fun. I needed to let loose for a bit anyway. You know what, Steve? Let's do it. But I have a request.
Sure. What do you need?
Okay, I want you to capture me destroying everything in my path, and most importantly, defeating the chief, so everyone can remember my name.
Everyone will remember the mighty King Kong. Let's make it happen.
Before we could begin our epic film, I had to do some preparing. All right, meet me at the chief's base in a few days, and be prepared to have the cameras rolling.
You got it, Kong. See you soon.
On day 98, I continued traveling back home until I ran into an even bigger dinosaur than the T-Rex from earlier.
You!
Whoa, who the heck are you?
You killed my son! Now you're gonna pay!
Bring it on, you overgrown lizard. The T-Rex used his massive mouth to try and take a huge chunk out of me, and was even able to summon chompers out of the ground, like an evoker. Ow! That hurts!
That's the point!
Huh, take that! The T-Rex might have been big, but I was able to take him down just like his son. Whew! Man, I barely beat that guy. What if I can't beat the chief? In a sudden flash, I was standing in front of my dad. Whoa. Dad! What are you doing here?
Son, I just wanted to tell you of how proud I am of how strong you have become.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. I hope I'm strong enough to take on the chief and his Henos.
I know you can do it, Bronzo. You are the strongest ape I know. Literally. You might be the strongest ape to ever exist.
But how can I beat the Henos? It's made of stone. It is unstoppable.
Nothing can beat a Kong, son. Be brave. I know you can do it.
Okay, I will. Thanks, Dad. And with that, my father faded away. On day 99, I made it back home and gathered the monkeys and apes. Attention, everyone. I'm setting off to destroy the chief and his Henos. Before I go, there was one last thing I need you to do for me.
What? What is it?
Be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit that bell so you never miss another upload. Also, comment down below what you want to see me be for my next 100-day video.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I have to. I gotta do it for my parents and all the apes on the whole island.
Okay, I understand. I'm just scared for you. Here, take this for good luck.
Wow, this means so much to me, Alex. Thank you. Alex had given me a special thorn pendant that would help me stay protected against my enemies. Whenever someone would attack me, they would be hit with thorns.
Bronzo.
I'll miss you. I sat up with all the gear I needed in my inventory, so I set out, but Alex stood in front of me.
Just come back to us, okay?
I gave a soft, delicate nod. Of course I'll come back. Day 100 came around, and I approached the chief, who was being guarded by the Henos. This ends here and now, Chief! I was ready to get my revenge, but I needed to focus, so I could really fight to the best of my ability. You're going to pay for what you did to Bonnie, my parents, and all the other apes and monkeys. I mean, seriously, what is wrong with you?
Oh, like you're some kind of saint. You've destroyed entire cities.
Why, you little!
Oh, I got a good shot right here.
Steve stopped us to make sure he was filming. I charged in to attack, but the Henos stepped in to defend the chief. I used my smash attack against the Henos to show him who's boss. Take that, you monster! It seemed like he had some new form of energy he used to fight against me, where he could heal over time. So I had to go in with my stronger attack. You think healing will help? I'll hurt you so bad, you won't have time to heal. Eat my axe! The Henos would glow bright green and shoot lasers at me, doing a ton of damage to me. But I hit harder, and my radioactive axe was able to overpower him. After a long battle, I finally used my strength and dealt the final blow. Yes! Henos is destroyed! Now it's your turn, Chief!
Oh no.
It was time to end it, and I swung my axe at the chief, killing him instantly. After I slayed the chieftain, I felt something. Oh no, he cursed me.
It wasn't the curse. It was beauty that killed the beast.
I blacked out. On day 1, I spawned in as a warden wither in the middle of an ancient city. I only had 20 hearts, which isn't much for a warden wither.
Son, we're so glad you made it.
Yes, with your existence, there can finally be peace between the Nether and the Deep Dark.
Just then, my grandfather, who was the king of the deep, came forward.
What is this? You've directly disobeyed my orders.
Father, I can explain.
Enough! I don't want to hear any more from you. Can this Wither Warden abomination understand me?
Yeah, I can.
Good. You're hereby banished from this kingdom for being part Wither, you disgusting beast.
What? No!
It's okay, son. This is all part of our plan.
You will build up your strength and grow powerful enough to unite the two kingdoms.
Son, I thought I told you to get your wife out of my sight. This is the last straw.
With that, the Deep King used his powers to kill my Wither mom. Mom! No!
How could you? That was my wife and your grandson's mother.
I've always hated her, you know. Now, leave before I kill you as well.
Fine. We're leaving, you evil monster.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, son.
My father and I left together and made it to a different part of the caves. Dad, what's going on? Why was Mom killed?
For centuries, there's been a war between the Wardens and the Army of the Withered. It's gone on so long we can't even remember why it started, but the violence won't stop. Your mom and I have been trying to come up with a solution when we realized it was right in front of us. You gain power, you will unite both worlds and finally bring peace. I know it is possible.
Wow, that's a lot of pressure.
Yes, but I know you can handle it. Come on, let's rebuild our city.
On day 2, my dad and I got to work building our own version of an ancient city. My dad helped me mine some stone and iron and handed me some wood to make iron tools. Once the tools were finished, I discovered I still had enough iron for armor too. With that, it was time to start building. As we were building, my dad explained to me how this would be the new kingdom of the deep, and it would grow to do so much good for all of Minecraftia. Once a good chunk of it was finished, we decided that was enough work for the time being.
It's starting to look just how I remember it.
Now what are we gonna do, Dad?
Well, since we're on our own now, we're gonna need a sustainable source of food. Follow my lead.
We started making a big pool-like structure, and then my dad handed me some string. I crafted myself a fishing rod and a bucket, and I set out to explore. I found a lush cave and started collecting as many berries and fish as I could. Once I had collected enough, I started grabbing bucketfuls of water. I was grabbing my last bucketful when suddenly a big water creature got enraged at me. He didn't like me stealing his resources. Suddenly, my sword transformed into an epic wither ability. I fought him off as best as I could. He was pretty tough, but my wither attack was a huge help, and in the end, I came out on top, and I was ready to go back to my dad. When I returned home, I told my dad all about my adventure, while we set up our new fishing area in a crystal cave behind my house.
You're becoming a strong warden wither, son. I see a lot of your mom in you. She would be proud.
Thanks, Dad. On day 3, I woke up expecting to start another day with my dad, but I looked around and realized I couldn't find him anywhere. Where could he be? I hope he's okay. Suddenly, I heard a strange noise nearby. Somebody was watching me. Hello? Who's there? I don't want to have to fight you. I spotted some glowing eyes peeking out from the shadows. Hey man, are we cool? What do you want? She didn't answer. Nothing? Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to kill you with my wither abilities.
Wait, no, don't kill me.
Out of the shadows emerged a tiny little wither creature. Whoa, hey, who are you?
My name's Ghost. I live down in the deep all by myself. I lost my family a while ago and I haven't seen them in so long.
Aw, that's sad. I'm actually looking for my dad. Maybe we can work together.
Oh, that's actually why I'm here. I saw somebody taking your dad away.
What? No way! What did it look like?
Well, kinda like you.
What do you mean, like me?
Well, like half of you.
Another warden? That must be my grandfather.
No, the other half of you.
Wither?
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, come on. We gotta save him.
You know how to get to the nether?
The nether? On day 4, I started to gather the stuff we need to get to the nether. Using my skills my dad had taught me, I went mining for diamonds and was able to find enough to make a diamond tool set. With that done, I went to collect some obsidian. It took a long time to mine, but eventually we were able to gather enough. When I returned to the base, the Deep King was there waiting for me. Deep King, you're gonna pay for what you did to my mother.
No, you're going to pay for existing.
My evil grandfather started blasting at my base, destroying everything my dad and I had worked to build. Stop, please! My dad is gone! I can't rebuild this without his help!
You will die here without your father.
No, I won't. When I get stronger, I will have all the power of my mom and dad combined.
That will never work. Wither and Warden are opposites. They will cancel each other out.
With that, the Deep King left, and I got to work rebuilding the base the best I could. With Ghost's help, I was actually able to do a good job. We built things back better than they ever were. I knew if my dad was here, he would be proud of the work we did. Ha! See, grandfather, I can do this without my dad. Ghost was so helpful that I decided to build a space for her too. I added lava decorations all around the outside and lanterns to light the place up. When it was finished, she had a little hut hut that would fit all of her needs. I hope this place makes you feel at home.
Thanks, Bonzo, it does.
I also hoped I could help her find her family one day. With that, it was time to turn in for the night and get some rest. On days 5 and 6, I lit up the nether portal, and we were ready to journey into the nether.
I can't wait to explore a new world.
When we stepped through the portal, we were immediately greeted by the Wither Army. It was a group of Wither skeletons and their leader, the Whisperer, towering above them. The Wither Skeletons all sprung into action to attack us. Ghost and I fought off the Wither Skeletons the best we could. Their Wither power was strong, but it was only half effective against me since I was half Wither. Before we could beat them all, the Whisperer snuck away. I used my Wither Skulls to beat them back, and eventually we had defeated all of the Wither Skeletons. We gotta follow where that Whisperer went off to.
Roger that.
We tried to follow her trail, but we lost it. Instead, we accidentally wandered right into a camp full of piglins.
Boy, where are you two going in such a hurry?
Oof, I've never seen such an ugly thing in my life. And who's this little one?
Oh, me? I'm Ghost. Nice to meet you.
Oh no, Ghost. I don't think these guys are our friends.
We better take him into the boss man. What do you say?
I can't. I'm looking for a giant wither creature called a Whisperer. I gotta go.
You make one small move and we'll shoot 20 arrows in you, 50 in your friend, just cause we can.
I looked around and realized there were way too many of them for me to handle on my own. All right, we'll go with you. On days 7 and 8, we were taken to the Piglin's main base and brought in front of the Piglin King.
Alright, I'll get straight to the point. Which side are you on?
What do you mean?
I mean, what side are you on? Warden or Wither?
You tell me first.
Alright, look him up.
Wait, no! I'm whichever side you're on! Ghost and I were taken to the jail, but Ghost was brought into another room. Ghost, I'll come find you! I was put into a cell right next to some kind of creeper-spider hybrid. Hey, buddy, what are you in for?
What do you mean, what am I in for? My army fights for the Wither!
Huh, so the piglins must be on the warden's side. Interesting. I needed a plan to escape, and I knew just how my spider creeper friend could help me out. I started trying to make him angry. Boy, I sure do love cats.
What?
I just love cats so much. Their cute little faces, their tails, and their soft fuzzy fur. The spider creeper shuddered in disgust.
Please stop talking about cats. I think I'm gonna be sick.
You know what else I love? Wardens. They're totally gonna win this war. They're so much stronger and better than the Withers. The spider creeper ran at me in a rage and exploded right next to our cell door, blowing a hole in it. Yes! I escaped the room as quickly as I could and went to find Ghost. I was searching for Ghost when I ran into some piglins. I fought them off with my wither powers and was able to take them all out. I continued into another room where I discovered Ghost in a cage with a giant mutant hoglin. I needed to help her, and fast. I'm coming, Ghost! I broke open the cage and started fighting the mutant hoglin, but it was super strong. I used all of my abilities, but I still wasn't strong enough. It was time for a change of plans. Come on, Ghost, let's get out of here. We found our way out of the base and managed to make it away unscathed. As we were leaving, the Piglin King shouted after us.
You will never make peace between the two kingdoms, not if I have anything to say about it.
He turned to his best hunter.
As you wish, my lord.
We made it back to the portal, but just as we were about to go through, the mutant hoglin landed right in front of us. The hunter came up from behind.
Well, well, well. I see you've met my pet. Looks like we have you surrounded.
The hoglin stepped forward, giving us just enough space to get through the portal. Now, Ghost! The two of us made a break for the portal, and luckily we made it through just in time. I broke the portal behind us.
That was close. Hopefully they can't make a portal of their own.
On days 11 through 13, I couldn't believe I still hadn't found my dad. Great, we didn't find my dad, and now there's a crazy pig trying to hunt us down.
Don't worry, Bronzo. I'm sure we'll find him soon enough.
In the meantime, my dad would want me to continue building on the base, to make it as big and grand as he wanted it to be. I kept working on the ancient city, because it served as a symbol of hope for Warden kind, and Wither kind, thanks to Ghost. I also decided that since I'm half Wither, I could add some nether touches I collected while I was there. When it was done, I stepped back to admire my work.
Looks great. I just wished Wardens and Wizards could get along, because this mix is proof of how awesome things could be if they work together.
Maybe I can try asking the Deep King for aid. Since the mutant Hoglin is just way too powerful, maybe he can ask the Piglin King to call off the hunter.
It's worth a try, I guess. I'll join you.
Not this time. You should stay and guard this place. It's not safe for you there.
Alright, you don't need to tell me twice.
I set out for the ancient city where I was born and approached the gates, but I was stopped by 2 warden guards. Excuse me, I'm here to see my grandfather.
No.
Why not?
He's busy doing important war stuff.
Fine. Can I at least get into the city to do some shopping? Come on, I'm half royalty.
Yeah, and half sworn enemy. But fine, as long as you're stimulating our economy.
Thanks, losers! Once I was in, I ignored the guards and went straight to the war room. I entered, and the Deep King was in there, all alone. Grandfather, I need your help. Please!
You! How dare you enter my war room without permission? Those guards will die for letting you back into this city.
Please, these differences shouldn't matter. Family is forever, and that's more important than any made-up war between kingdoms. Your son was captured, and a hunter piglin with his mutant hoglin is running rampant looking for me. You have the power to call off the hunter. Please help me, and I'll forgive you for what you did to my mother.
Of course I won't help you, fool. I don't know why you even came here. Leave now, before I kill you for good.
On days 14 through 17, I started wandering out of the city, dejected and disappointed in my grandfather. Before I reached the outskirts, I ran into a Vex who stopped me.
Hey, listen, I was eavesdropping on your conversation. My name's Ducky. I'm friends with your father.
Oh yeah? Can you help me defeat a giant mutant hoglin?
Well, no. I'm just a little fella, but I do have some information about an item that will give you massive amounts of power. There's a withered nether star that is being held in the outskirts of the city. The magic it holds is what allowed you to be born.
Okay. How does that help me?
If you consume it, it will allow you to take on a new, more powerful form. You'll just have to fight a withered symbiote to get it.
Ducky gave me directions to the cave, and I set out to find where it was hidden. I entered the cave, and the withered symbiote was there waiting for me.
None shall pass, by order of the Warden and Wither.
Warden and Wither? That's my parents! They would want me to get through, so I'll just...
None shall pass! None shall pass!
Alright, you asked for it! I charged at the symbiote and started blasting it with my powers. But they weren't very effective against a withered creature. It had a bunch of crazy powers that were super effective against me though, and he quickly started wearing down my health. He blasted me with fireballs and then summoned a bunch of infected mobs. I spotted some creepers in the mix, so I used them to clear out the others. After that, the symbiote sent evoker fangs in my direction, and then he shot me with shulker bullets. I couldn't believe that my parents could create a creature so powerful to protect their star. Uh-oh, this isn't good. I remembered that the withered nether star was supposed to make me much stronger, so I just flew past the symbiote and grabbed the star as fast as I could. I consumed it, and I immediately transformed into a new Warden Wither form, with giant freaky hands coming out of my chest. I also gained 10 more hearts. I'm so strong now. All right, time to finally take you down. The symbiote charged at me. With my new form, I was much more powerful. It tried its best to attack me with the same powers, and even used a black hole effect to try to lure me in closer. But my new strength was no match. With just 2 hearts left, I managed to hit the monster from behind, and it died in a huge puff of smoke. On my way out, I spotted the guards from earlier searching for me. I didn't want to hurt them, so I flew above them, knowing that they couldn't hear me if I fly, and I made my escape into the caves. On days 18 through 21, I returned to my base, and Ghost took notice of my new form.
Whoa, you look freaky, but in a good way.
Thanks, Ghost. I defeated a big scary monster to get it, and consumed a wither nether star.
Ooh, that's interesting.
What's wrong, little fella?
I think I want to go find my family. I miss them so much.
Well, that's reasonable. I can help you find them if you'd like. I can protect you now that I'm more powerful.
That would be awesome.
Ghost took me over to where she last saw her family, but all that was there was a bunch of bones.
I was playing over here, and when I was ready to go, I turned around and my whole family was gone.
Just then, I heard something very faintly that sounded like a cry for help.
Help! Help!
We quickly followed the sound and found a huge hole. We looked down and Ghost's family was at the bottom of it.
Mom, Dad, you were down there the whole time?
The floor collapsed on us and we haven't been able to get out since.
All of a sudden, the hunter piglin appeared behind us.
Finally, I found you.
Oh no, we gotta run, Ghost! We took off running from the hunter, wondering if the mutant hoglin might be nearby too. As we were running, we ran through a group of spiders. Just keep moving! Luckily, I was able to fly past their webs and Ghost weaved her way through. I looked behind me and saw the hunter piglin got stuck. We kept running and eventually spotted some moonlight.
Over there!
We decided anything was better than being chased by the hunter and ran outside as fast as we could. When we stepped outside, we were surrounded by a group of creepers and creeper spiders. The hunter caught up to us in the mouth of the cave and stopped.
Uh-oh, this isn't good.
Take them away.
They closed in on us, and I was able to fly up to get away. But Ghost and the hunter were both caught. I was too scared to fight, so I flew away. But eventually, I had to stop and think. I had lost both my dad and my best friend. It was time to stop being scared and start retaliating. I'm a warden wither after all. I figured before I went to save Ghost, I should probably help her family out of the hole. I went back to the place where they fell and flew them out one by one.
Thanks for the help. So, where'd Ghost go?
There's no time to explain. Head back to my base, and I promise the next time you see me, I'll have Ghost with me.
Huh, that's vaguely ominous. All right.
On days 26 through 29, I made it back to the place I left them, but they were nowhere to be found. All that was left was the big creeper spider. Where are they? Tell me!
Well, if you hadn't run away like a little baby, you'd be with them right now, locked away.
I sprung into action to fight the creeper spider, and it was all going pretty well, using my various powers. Look out! There's a cat behind you!
Ah, that's not gonna work on me, fool.
I tried making it angry like I did with the other one, but this one knew how to keep its cool. Just when I thought I was gonna beat it, it grew even bigger. Now it was way too strong. Ah, I gotta go! I couldn't take him. I had to run away again.
That's right, keep running like the coward you are.
I'm not a coward. I just know when to walk away from a fight. I needed help if I was gonna fight this thing. I needed my dad. I headed back home, being careful that I wasn't being followed. Before I got there, I went mining and got myself enough diamonds for a full diamond armor set. There. Now I should be able to take a few more hits. On days 30 through 33, Ghost's parents were getting nervous.
Hey, I thought you said she'd be here with you?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just not strong enough to rescue her right now. But I will do everything I can to reunite her with you.
What the heck actually happened, bro?
After we were chased by the hunter, she was taken captive by creeper spiders.
Oh no, that's even worse than I thought. Please tell me you'll rescue her as soon as possible.
Yes, I will. But first, I need to work on the base. You guys need a place to stay, and I need to find a safe way to get back to the Nether. I started by making a house for Ghost's family. I added things I thought witherbolds might like, and tried to make them as comfortable as possible, considering the circumstances. Next, I built a new Nether portal away from the first one, so I wouldn't teleport into the same spot as I was before. I didn't want to have to deal with those piglins again. With that, it was time to venture back into the Nether and find my dad, so he could help me fight the spider creeper. I looked around, and eventually I spotted a wither skeleton escorting a prisoner away. Maybe if I follow them, I could find my way to the withered base. I followed closely behind them, and they led me to a prison camp. Dang, this definitely isn't their main base. I ran in to fight the guards and get some information. They were tough, but they weren't too much for me. I left one alive so I could interrogate it, but before the interrogation, I let the prisoners out. Where is your main base of operation? Tell me!
Ah, here, I got a map to the location. Please, just don't hurt me!
On days 34 through 37, I followed the directions I'd collected to find the withered base. I managed to sneak into the base without being detected and went straight for the prison. My dad was there, being guarded by a group of wither skeleton knights. Looks like they brought out the big guns for him. Just then, they spotted me.
Hey, it's the half-warden freak.
Boys, please, I'm half wither. We can work this out.
Heck no, get him.
They charged at me and started hitting me with their swords. They were super strong, and there were way too many of them. I did my best to fight them off with my powers, but I was losing. Ah! There's too many of them! Dad!
Use your sonic boom!
I don't know how. You never taught me.
The power's within you. Just reach for it.
I reached deep inside of me and found the power within. I started blasting everybody with my sonic boom, and it was super effective against them. I blew them to pieces, and pretty soon they were all defeated. I let my dad out of his cage. I did it! I beat them all, Dad!
Good work, son. I'm proud of you. Let's go home.
On days 38 through 41, we got back to the base and started to prepare to take on the giant creeper spider. I started by going mining and crafting some armor for my dad, so he would be better protected. Next, I reinforced some of the houses in the city to protect them from my grandfather. Next, I added a central square to the city with an armory to get suited up in. Once that was done, I approached Ghost's parents.
I'm getting really worried about Ghost. We need to help find her now.
Yes, I want to come with you. I can help you save her.
No way, dude. It's too dangerous for a little guy like you.
Hey!
My dad overheard our conversation and came up behind me.
I understand how you feel. I was really worried about Bronzo when I was in prison, but there's no reason to act recklessly. Let us handle it. I promise we'll come back with your daughter.
Okay, fine. Take this to help you.
He handed me 5 golden apples. Whoa, thank you. I decided I was ready to go. My dad and I set out to take on the massive beast. On days 42 through 45, my dad and I approached the creeper camp.
If we sneak in, we can take him by surprise.
Okay, let's do it. My dad and I snuck in to take on the giant creeper spider, but there was a creeper we didn't see who ran up behind us and exploded. The sound of the explosion got the main creeper spider's attention.
You should have stayed in your caves. Now die.
Not today.
We both sprung into action, using everything in our disposal to wear down the giant hybrid monster. I could tell we were doing a significant amount of damage to him. It was an even match, and if it continued like this, it seemed like we might all just kill each other at once. Just then, someone interrupted the fight.
Boys, please, we can use our words here.
I'm sorry, my king. They were attacking the camp.
They took our friend captive.
This is all just a big misunderstanding. Set their friend free at once.
Right away, your majesty.
I'm just happy that nobody else had to get hurt. Wait, what about the hunter piglin?
The hunter is a war criminal, as we have been in conflict with the piglins for many years. So he would be staying with us for now. As for your friend, we have no quarrel. I know through this war we should be enemies with the wardens, but I did not make my alliance with the Whisperer to fight the wardens. Only the piglins. You are free to go, but do not return, or there will be an issue. You understand?
I understand. Thank you, your majesty. I felt kind of bad, but I figured the piglin hunter was better being captive here than chasing after us. On days 46 through 49, we were all at the base, happy to have the gang back together again, but something was bothering me. Man, I kinda wish we set the hunter free.
Wait, seriously?
Son, I'm sorry, but that's a stupid idea.
Yeah, he was gonna kill us.
I know it sounds stupid, but it's the right thing to do. I mean, technically, I'm the reason he's trapped.
It doesn't matter what's right at this moment. It's about what's smart. We're dealing with an ongoing war after all.
I know! I also know he's strong and capable enough to handle a wild mutant hoglin, so he'd be good to have as an ally.
I still have dreams about being stuck in a cage with that thing.
You do realize that breaking him out could escalate the war even further.
But what if I get Granddad's approval to attack?
We should try talking to the Deep King first. After all, the piglins do fight for him.
Well, then I guess it would be good to have the hunter.
Agreed. Let's head out to meet with your grandfather soon.
Sounds good to me. I traveled to the old ancient city with my dad on days 50 through 53. We were immediately met with the blind guards I escaped from before. Hello again. Could we pass to get in to speak with my grandfather?
That voice again. No stinking way you're getting in.
I demand to talk to my father now.
I'll get him for you, your highness.
The guard ran off in a hurry to go get the king. They returned to the entrance shortly after, and my granddad stepped out to talk to us. Hello again. We need your help, actually.
And just what might that be? I'm a busy man, you know.
We need your help freeing the Piglin King's hunter. He's been trapped by the King Llama Spider.
The Piglin Hunter? Fine, I'll help. But only because of the piglins and their alliance with the wardens, not because of you.
With the Deep King ready to help, we began making plans to attack the creeper spiders in the King's war room.
Well, I should be able to provide a good amount of help. it may be beneficial to have the piglins aid the rescue as well.
It might serve us well for you and Ghost to get the piglins to help with the attack.
Right. In that case, let's head back and get Ghost. Then head to the piglin base. Dad and I were about to leave when my grandfather stopped us.
Not so fast. While I'm allied with the piglins, I still can't trust you two, since you could be trying to trick me. My son stays here as collateral.
What? That's ridiculous!
No, son. We need his help, so we should play by his rules. You'll be fine without me for a bit. I believe in you.
Well, alright. I'll be back soon, Dad. I returned to my base alone to tell Ghost the plans. On days 54 through 57, Ghost and I returned to the Nether and made our way back to the piglin base. I hope they actually listen, but Granddad seemed convinced they would.
I still don't trust that guy. He sounds rude.
I know, but he's on our side, for now at least. We arrived at the base, and the piglins looked surprised to see us. We need to see your king. Right on cue, the piglin king came out to see what the commotion was about.
What's this about? I'm too busy looking for my hunter to deal with escapees.
We came because your hunter has been captured by the creepers. We want to rescue him, but we'll need your help.
They what? Wait, but why should I trust you?
Because my grandfather is the Deep King. He gives his blessing to attack the creeper spider's base and suggests we get your help to do so.
The Deep King? Well, why didn't you tell us from the beginning? I apologize for trying to imprison you and your friend.
Awesome! We'll see you there then. Come on, Ghost. As Ghost and I were leaving the piglin's territory, a mutant wither skeleton was waiting for us. He had a squire with him as well.
So the piglins were hiding this thing. Squire, send word to the Whisperer at once. Tell her we found the warden wither in the piglin's territory.
The squire rode off immediately, and I started to panic. The Whisperer? No! Come back here! Before I could chase after the squire, the mutant wither skeleton took out swords and lunged forward to attack. He slashed at us, and I flew up to avoid him. I tried to hit him with my wither skulls, but they did very little damage. The skeleton started chasing Ghost, and she tried to fight back, but was losing too much health. I got his attention again, and he started to shoot flames at me. I remembered my golden apples and ate one to regain some strength. With the extra bit of health, I was able to focus on my attacks. I used my sonic boom, and he took much more damage. I got several more good hits on him, and he finally perished by exploding into multiple pieces. Ghost, hurry and warn the Deep King what just happened. If the Whisperer is after me, then she'll attack the piglins too, now that she knows that they're on our side.
On it!
Ghost quickly sprinted away to warn my dad and grandfather. I need to hurry before the squire comes back with the Whisperer. I flew back quickly on days 58 through 61 and went straight to the king.
What are you doing back again? I thought we were meeting at—
I know, but the Whisperer spies found us. Is there any way you can come with me now instead? We need to hurry before she can interfere with the plan.
Of course I will. If she's coming, then I'm even more worried about my hunter. I and my pet, the mutant hoglin, will come with you at once. I need to be sure that my hunter and heir to my throne will be safe.
Heir to the throne?
That piglin isn't just my best hunter, he's also my son, the prince.
The king then blew on a flute, and the mutant hoglin appeared.
Lead the way.
I led them back to my nether portal, and found that the Whisperer was already there waiting for us. Oh no, we're too late!
There you are. So the squire was correct after all.
I'll take her on. You take the mutant hoglin and save my son.
Before I could object, he tossed me the flute he used to control the hoglin, and ran into battle. And as they fought, I quickly hopped through the portal with the hoglin, and broke it behind us. During days 62 to 66, I returned to the ancient city with the bad news.
Where's the king?
He was attacked by the Whisperer, and I'm sad to say, he probably didn't make it, which is why we seriously need to set the prince free now!
Prince? What's the meaning of this?
Yes, the hunter is actually the king's son!
I hate to say it, but I will help you before things get too out of hand. Without the prince, there is no piglin successor, and our alliance will falter.
Well then, let's prepare for battle. We all returned to my base and got suited up. As I was equipping my things, Grandpa pulled me to the side.
Listen, son. I know I treated you wrong for a while, but hopefully, this makes it up to you.
He then dropped an entire set of Warden Dragon armor. Thanks, Grandpa. I hope to put this to the test against the Creeper Spider. Once we were all suited up, we all did some training together. We began with sonic booming some targets. Then Ghost had me test my reflexes by shooting my Wither Skulls at her when she popped up, kinda like a game of whack-a-mole. Finally, we all gathered around and began meditating to solidify our goal of defeating the Creeper Spider leader. Let's kill this multi-legged monster. Before heading out, we needed a plan. Listen up, everyone. Ghost, your objective is to find the prince and release him without causing too much damage. Dad and Gramps, you two will take on the larger creeper soldiers, and I will try and distract the giant creeper spider until the prince is freed. Then we can all team up and kill the giant creeper leader. Hopefully, all goes as planned.
Roger, roger.
I'm ready to win.
Oh, and one more thing, I got the mutant hoglin on our side, so we should be pretty strong. Let's rock! We arrived at the creeper spider base, and I immediately blew the flute and charged in with my small but powerful army. Creeper spider leader, come get some!
How dare you return to my land?
While Dad and Gramps fought the foot soldiers, Ghost was out looking for the prince. The battle raged on, and quickly this time, I had the mutant hoglin fighting alongside me.
You think you could bring this pig in here and not suffer the consequences? Watch this.
The creeper spider then let out a massive explosion, instantly killing the mutant hoglin. No!
Oops, did I do that?
Grandpa, let's focus our power on the leader now! The two of us pounced onto the monstrous creeper spider, but they kept putting up a good fight.
That's it. You're all making me super angry.
I thought making them upset would make them self-destruct, but he got even larger than before. Okay, Gramps, let's channel our sonic booms together. With both of us spamming our sonic booms, the creeper spider leader had no choice but to feel pain chipping away at them.
No, no, no!
Good job, Gramps!
I got the prince, guys.
Sup?
Everything was going according to plan, until...
You again? Never mind. I have a present for you.
What? Why would you have a surprise for me? I betrayed you.
Not for you.
No! The Whisperer! The King Llama Spider threw a withered nether star to the Whisperer, and soon after, chaos ensued!
Now you can witness me at the Wither Storm!
The Wither Storm started tearing through blocks, destroying everything in its path. What did you do, you little llama loser? Just then, King Llama Spider was hit by a blast and injured.
No! The consequences of my actions! I thought this would end the war!
No, fool! This is only the beginning! I'm finally strong enough to rid all wardens from this planet, especially after you killed my daughter, Deep King!
With that, the Wither Storm flew off to cause more destruction. It seemed like all hope was lost. I turned to the King Llama Spider. You better have a way to fix this, fool.
You cannot reverse what has been done, but I do know the location of another withered nether star. You may be able to transform yourself and defeat the Whisperer.
Where is it? Tell me!
The only way to find it is to find the tallest tree at the top of Mount Maestro. There guarding the star is a wizard, but be wary, he is...
Hansa, I'm sorry for everything. I must prepare the wardens for the end of the war, and possibly the world.
With that, he flew off, and I turned to the others. We should do the same. Things are about to get crazy. On days 75 through 78, we made a space in the base for the Prince of Piglins. I made sure he felt at home, with plenty of gold and other nethery things.
Thank you, Bronzo. But, I need to return to the nether. I have to find out if my father is still alive.
Alright, buddy, do what you gotta do. I realized that when I transform into a Warden Witherstorm, I was going to be huge, and the whole base would be too small for me. I asked Ghost what she thought about that.
Why don't we just clear out the roof and dig all the way up to the surface?
Good idea, Ghost. I got to work digging, and eventually I was able to dig out the entire roof. Now I would be able to fit once I had a massive storm body. Just then, a creeper spider showed up with a message for me.
Sir, our new leader wishes to make a truce with you, the Wardens, and the Piglins. We want to be on the right side of history, and we offer our services if you need them.
Tell your new leader I humbly accept this new alliance, whoever that may be.
He is our temporary leader. The creeper spiders are becoming a republic, and we will be voting for a new leader soon.
That's great to hear. I look forward to meeting your new president. On days 79 through 82, it was time to become the Warden Witherstorm. I started my journey to Mount Maestro to find the wizard and get the withered nether star. As I was traveling, I came across a village, but everybody ignored me. What's their problem? I was about to continue on my way when an old man appeared who didn't seem afraid.
Oh, don't mind them. They think your scary self will disappear if they ignore you. What do you seek here, Withered Warden?
I need to find the withered nether star, guarded by the wizard on Mount Maestro.
I know the way, but I am much too old to guide you.
That's okay. Can you give me directions?
Yes, just travel through the woods to the west, towards the swamp. Once you're in the swamp, you will see it, but be careful of the trees. They fight back.
I started traveling through the trees like he said, when suddenly giant tentacle-like trees started attacking me. These must be the trees he was talking about. Using my Wither Warden powers, I was able to fight through them all and make it all the way through the swamp. When I got to the mountain, I looked up, and towering above me was Mount Maestro. I traveled to the top of the massive mountain, and when I got there, I discovered the old man from the village. Wait, what are you doing here?
Never underestimate anyone.
Suddenly, he transformed into a wizard.
There you go, Bronzo. Use it well.
He handed me the withered nether star, and I transformed into a Warden Witherstorm. I also got a new laser ability called Warden's Breath. Whoa, awesome! I'm huge! On days 83 through 86, I thanked the wizard for his help.
Why don't you try out your new laser powers, eh?
Okay, here it goes. I blasted my laser through the mountain, cutting the entire thing in half.
Well, there goes my home.
My bad.
No, I brought this upon myself. Be careful, Bronzo. There's no turning back now.
Oh, I will. With that, I headed off. It was time to go back home. On my way back, I passed through the village from earlier, and it was being destroyed by the Witherstorm. Oh no, I gotta stop her. I ran in and started blasting her with my new awesome laser power, but that barely even phased her.
You foolish weakling! I'm out of here!
As she was leaving, I was starting to doubt myself, but the wizard appeared again.
Remember, appearances can be deceiving.
On days 87 through 90, I made it back to the base and flew in through the top.
Oh my gosh, you're huge!
Let's see that Witherstorm take you on, my boy.
Well, actually, I still don't think I'm strong enough to take on the Witherstorm. I still need to get stronger.
I know just the thing, but I need to go get it for you.
My dad left, and shortly after, a spider creeper arrived with another message.
Mister, it's an emergency. Our base has been totally destroyed by the Witherstorm. It's all in shambles.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Bronzo, wait! It's not safe. What if it's another trick?
I'm not scared anymore. I'm a dang Warden Witherstorm. With that, I set out to follow the messenger to the base. On days 91 through 93, I arrived at the Spider Creeper base, but in the center of it was a giant crater. The Spider Creeper leader was there waiting for me, and I was shocked. Wait, I thought I killed you.
I respawned, duh. Not all of us are playing on hardcore mode.
Oh, that still doesn't make sense, but whatever.
Also, the election just finished and I'm their president now.
Congratulations! Sorry about your home, though. Do you want to come live in my city?
That would be great. My people need a home.
I took them back to the base, and Ghost and her family made a home for them to share.
Thank you so much for your help. Sorry for trying to kill you before.
No hard feelings. The true enemy is the Witherstorm, and I'm happy to have you on our side. Sorry again that she destroyed your home.
Well, as a creeper spider, I prefer it here.
That's good to hear. If you need me, I'll be meditating by the water. On days 94 through 96, I was meditating by the water when the Deep King, Piglin Hunter, and Creeper Spider approached me.
I'm sorry to say that I don't think any of us can help you in this battle. Only you are powerful enough to take on the Wither Storm.
I don't think I'm ready. At least, not without help. Suddenly, the wizard appeared before me, once again.
Hey, I thought I told you never to underestimate anyone.
How many times are you gonna tell me that, old man?
As many as it takes for you to understand that this also includes yourself.
Oh, I get it now. I'm more powerful than I think. With that, he disappeared just as quickly as he appeared.
Who was that?
Just then, my dad arrived. Dad, it's good to see you.
I've got something for you. It's called the Sacred Warden Heart. It's said to belong to the first warden.
I picked it up and immediately gained 10 more hearts. How did you obtain this?
It belonged to your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. They preserved it in case of catastrophic emergency, and this is definitely one.
Good. I think I'm ready to destroy the Wither Storm once and for all. Everyone, please gather around. I have something important to say. I have gathered you all to tell you some very important information. Please like the video if you enjoy it. Comment on what I should be next video, and subscribe to keep supporting the channel.
Oh, you should be a creeper spider in the next one.
Nah.
Oh, what about a wither ball? That's what I am. It's like a kobold but a wither.
No, okay, no more questions. I must go on and defeat the Wither Storm before she turns into a Wither Megastorm or something like that. I began leaving the base when Dad stopped me for one more thing.
Remember who you're fighting for, son. All the creatures you're gonna save for this.
Thanks, Dad. I love you. I traveled towards the Wither Storm, and I was met with some wither creatures trying to stop me. You are all no match for me. I'm ultra powerful now, and soon your Wither Storm leader will be defeated. I quickly made waste of the beast and continued on my way. After a lot of traveling, I finally found the Wither Storm on day 99 and got their attention. It's over. This war has to stop.
It'll never be over. Not until every single warden dies, including you.
The sky quickly darkened as a large thunderstorm formed. The Whisperer was enraged and began attacking. With her new abilities, she struck me with lightning. I did my best to dodge, but kept getting zapped regardless. Then she started to fire void bullets at me. Please stop! We can work this out! She wasn't listening. So I kept fighting back, using all of my weapons to their max potential. With my wither skills and sonic beam combined, I was able to hold my own against her. She shot me with a powerful laser beam, and I surprised her by doing the same back.
My daughter should have listened when I told her not to mingle with a warden. She died a fool.
You're wrong. Mom was the best ever. You're the worst grandmother to ever exist.
What? How dare you speak to your elder like that?
Her anger had gone from giving her strength to becoming the perfect distraction. She lashed out blindly, and it gave me the opening I needed to defeat her. The Wither Storm vanished. I did it! I brought down the Wither Storm! I then transformed back into my original form. I looked at where the Wither Storm had been and spotted a white version of the Whisperer standing in its place. On day 100, the sun rose from the clouds, and Whisperer the White stood before me.
I'm sorry for everything. The hate must have taken over me.
Either that, or you were extremely hungry.
Here, take these materials and you can build Wither.
Okay. I did as the Whisperer asked, and when I completed the build, I felt something deep inside me. I was transforming again. I wonder what I'll be this time. On day 1, I spawned in as a baby Hydra with only 6 hearts. Whoa, I'm tiny. All of a sudden, a witch came running and yelling at me.
Come here, you little Hydra. You're just what I need to finish my potion.
I tried slithering away, but the witch was so fast.
Where do you think you're going? You're mine.
I got cornered by some trees, so I turned around and saw her approaching me.
What you doing just standing there? Attack, you idiots!
I listened to my bad head and sprayed poison at her.
My eyes!
This gave me enough time to run away. Then, my good head started talking to me.
Now that wasn't very kind of you, was it?
Huh? I didn't know that both of my other heads had minds of their own, but I thought it was kind of cool.
You're lame, seriously. You're so negative.
While my heads were bickering with each other, I managed to escape the witch. Darkness started setting in, and I needed to find a place to sleep for the night. Ah, a nice little cave. This will do. I nested in the cave and said goodnight to my other heads. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Whatever. On day 2, I looked for a nice place to settle down. I needed a home if I wanted to survive. This looks decent. Now I just need materials. I gathered all the essentials like stone, wood, and even some coal. I can't wait to build my epic base. I used the stone I gathered to make some stone tools, such as a pickaxe and a sword. Now all hostile mobs can fear me. I wasted no time. Building my base was a top priority of mine. It's coming along already. As I was digging into a mountain, my good head and bad head kept yapping, and I was stuck hearing them both argue about being hungry.
Come on, you slowpoke. I'm starving. A grandma could build faster than you. Please, pretty, please get some food.
All right. I'm pretty hungry too. Let's find some prey. I found some pigs, chickens, and cows. I caught them off guard, and it was too late for them. Look at all this meat! I found a village and decided it would be a great idea to steal some of their cattle. Shh, come with me. No one has to know. Suddenly, I was attacked by an iron golem. He didn't want me taking the village's cattle. He used his arms to hurt me really bad. Shoot, I wasn't trying to steal the cattle, I promise. The iron golem was too strong, so I had no choice but to escape empty-handed.
You're such a wimp, Bronzo. If I was in charge, I would have killed that golem with my bare hands. If I had hands.
Yeah, whatever. I returned to my unfinished base and decided to go to sleep, but some creepers barged into my base. Hey, this is private property. Get off! The creepers shuffled towards me and tried to blow me up, but eventually I was able to best them. Woohoo! Yeah, I want to fight. I placed some torches around my base to prevent future infiltrators. Hopefully this does the trick. On day 3, I explored a swamp and came across the witch, talking to a mysterious man. Oh no, not her again.
Hercules, I just need more time. I will have it ready, I promise.
The witch seemed to be apologizing to the man for not having a potion ready.
The last ingredient I need is the head of a hydra. I almost cut that sneaky creature.
She wanted my heads. No way was she getting away with this.
We made a deal, witch.
The man threatened to take things into his own hands if she didn't get the potion ready in time.
That Hercules fellow doesn't seem like a nice guy.
Shh, be quiet or you'll get us caught. I watched as the witch and the man argued with each other, and then finally, he left. Oh no, this is not good. They want to hunt me down and take my heads. I needed to come up with a way to survive their plan of attack. I then slithered away as fast as possible. From days 4 through 5, I came to the realization that I had to become stronger if I wanted to defeat the witch. Come on, guys, let's look for something to train against.
Not like we have a choice.
I headed into the woods. There had to be strong opponents living there. Hello? Is anyone here? I'm looking for a trainer. As I ventured through the woods, I heard cries for help. What is that? I should go check it out. As I approached, I found a Cerestes being attacked by a bear. Oh no, what should I do?
You have to help. He's a fellow snake after all.
Okay, here goes nothing. I fought off the grizzly bear and killed them all, saving the snake. Don't mention it. Actually, yes, you can subscribe to the channel and hit that bell notification so you never miss a video. Did you know that only 16% of our viewers are actually subscribed? We need to change that. Everyone subscribe, not just this little snake guy. I liked this little guy a lot, so I decided to take him as my companion and named him Carl. Come on, Carl, let's go to your new home. On days 6 and 8, Carl and I made it back to the base, and it was surrounded by creepers again. Look out, Carl, these things are lethal. Carl and I fought off the creepers and led them away from the base. Some of them inevitably blew up. Nice job, Carl, we did it. Suddenly, I grew into a middle-sized Hydra with 10 hearts. This is awesome. Check it out, guys.
That's great. I'm so happy for us.
Enough celebrating. This place looks like a dump now. Carl and I made some repairs to the base, and I decided to make an animal pen for some livestock. Now we just need some inhabitants. I went out into the woods to find some sheep so I could bring them back to the base. Come on guys, I got a comfy spot for you, so follow me. I brought the sheep back and gave them a nice piece of land. After that, Carl and I went into the den to go to sleep. Good night, everyone.
Yeah. Good night.
On day 9, I had a wild dream. I was in a coliseum with Hercules, who was standing right in front of me. Stay away from me.
You can run, you can hide, but I will defeat you.
Hercules was planning on attacking me. I needed to find an escape. Why me? I asked him why he wanted to kill me, and he told me that he needed my head as the last ingredient to the witch's potion.
With that, I will be able to transform into my final form.
No, I'm not letting you take any of my heads away from me.
You have no choice. Once I'm in my final form, I can finally overthrow my father in Olympus.
His father was Zeus. I knew him from when I was a god for 100 days, which is totally a video you should check out after finishing up this one. Oh yeah, I know your dad. Yeah, he's a very nice guy. You should not kill him.
Silly Hydra. You cannot decide what I'm going to do.
Hercules didn't care what I had to say. He was determined to kill us both. I'm going to stop you, if it's the last thing I do. I then woke up from my dream and knew I had to go on a mission to defeat Hercules. From days 10 through 12, I went mining to build some more better tools. Look at all this iron. It's all mine. I found enough iron to make an iron pickaxe, axe, and a sword, but I wished I could make armor. Can't have everything, I guess. It was getting late, so I made my way back home. When I got there, I noticed Carl was acting kind of sus. What's wrong, Carl? Everything all right? Carl popped off a bunch of snakeskin. It was a pretty gross sight to look at. Oh goodness, I hope you feel better, Carl.
It's not that bad, guys. It's natural.
Not bad. I'd rather take my eyes out than look at that.
Carl had enough and stood up for himself, explaining that people pay big money for snakeskin, and armor could even be made from it. I'll have to test this out for myself. I used Carl's shed to make a snakeskin chest plate. Hey, not bad at all.
Looking spiffy. Y'all are super weird.
Well, Carl, if you keep shedding, don't hesitate to hand it over. I got plans for your skin. On days 13 through 16, Carl and I felt our stomachs growl with hunger. Carl, I'm starving. Are you hungry? I headed out into the forest to gather some livestock to eat. Ooh, nice! Some pigs! Immediately after I spotted the pigs, the witch showed up and ran towards me.
I'm here to take your precious little head.
No way, you ugly witch!
Take the good head. It's the annoying idiot on the other side.
We started a fight, but she was too powerful. She pulled out a dagger as we fought, and I immediately jumped back.
Just give me your head, will ya?
Thankfully, I was able to escape before she slashed my head. That was close. On my way back home, I came across a lovely small village. It even had several farms where I knew I could find some food. Man, there's so much to eat. I hope the villagers don't get scared of me. As I gathered the crops from the farm, I noticed an alligator was killing all the villagers. This is really bad. I need to do something. I quickly went up to the alligator and tried talking things out with him. I thought maybe I could convince him to stop. Hey you, these guys are friends, not food. If you want something tasty, go to the swamp nearby. I saw some sheep there. Yeah, I saw like 4 of them. Go before they leave. After a while, crocodile. I successfully convinced the alligator to stop killing the villagers and go look for the sheep instead. The villagers thanked me for saving their lives and gave me tons of different crops. They gave me carrots, potatoes, and some meat. I took the food with me and headed home. On days 17 through 20, I traveled all the way to the desert to collect some cacti so that I could smelt it and turn it into some green dye. Okay, I should be careful while collecting these. I don't want to get pricked. After a while, I got enough to make a bunch of green dye. When I got back home, I used the green dye to turn some of my sheep into green sheep. Then I used my shears to collect the wool. This project is gonna be awesome. I began working on my statue. I started with 1 shade of green for now and focused on the back half of the body. Carl even helped out too. This looks great. Good job, kid. Later on, Carl gave me some more snakeskin. Now I could make snakeskin boots. Yeehaw! I'm like a cowboy now. I had to become stronger. I sought out some help and ran into some hippogriffs. Hey guys, I'm looking for some Oh boy, you guys aren't friendly, are you? The hippogriffs attacked me, using their beaks and claws to pierce my skin. I had no choice but to fight back. Yeah, how do you like poison? Eventually, I killed a few of the hippogriffs, but some of them got away. Oh, I better keep moving before they change their minds and come back for me. On days 21 through 23, I came across a camp of satyrs in the middle of some kind of revelry. It looks like they're having a jolly good time. The satyrs were playing the pan flute and jamming out together. Hi there, friends. Can I join along? They offered me food and shelter for the night and even invited me to the big campfire celebration. Wow, guys, thanks for inviting me. We all gathered around the campfire and shared some stories. They even told me the story of the Minotaur and the Labyrinth, who was locked away in the maze by Daedalus and his son Icarus, which gave me the shivers. Oh no, no way! I hope I never have to go there. I didn't want to deal with the beast. The only beast I wanted to fight was Hercules. I told them about my mission to stop Hercules from killing me, and they told me about the Gorgon. They shared that the Gorgon liked snakes, and that we would probably get along. Thanks for the advice, guys. I'm gonna get some rest before I go searching. It was on days 24 through 28, in which I left the satyr base. Bye guys, thanks for everything. I traveled all day and eventually came across an olive forest. Whoa, look at the color of the trees. I've never seen anything like this before. I pulled out my trusty axe and started chopping down the wood and started cutting down the leaves to get olives. Ooh, I could use this wood for my base later. Before I knew it, nightfall was approaching. Even worse, I ran into some spiders. Yuck, creepy crawlers, get away from me. I used my sword and my poison to fend off the hairy freaks, but they were fast and used their fangs to get some hits on me. Eventually, I was able to kill all the spiders, and victory was mine for the taking. Ha! Too easy. I turned, and behind me was an arachne, a half woman, half spider mutant.
My children! You will regret this, you ugly three-headed monster!
Hey! They attacked me first! The arachne charged me and used her webs to ensnare me. What the? I can barely move! The queen then summoned some of her baby spiderlings to do her dirty business.
Get in, little ones!
Really? You're using your own kids to fight for you? What kind of mother are you?
The cruel kind.
The battle was close, but eventually I was able to defeat the Queen Arachne and her spiderlings. Bronzo! I should leave now. On days 29 through 33, I finally arrived where the Gorgon lived. Here we are. I can't wait to meet her. The Gorgon spotted me entering her base and was ready to fight. So I immediately told her my plan. Wait, let me explain myself. I told her about how Hercules wanted to kill me and his own father, Zeus, in order to achieve his final form. He's gonna take one of my heads.
I see. Maybe I can help you.
She then explained how my situation reminded her about her sister dying by the hand of Perseus.
My poor sister. I could not save her, but maybe I can save you.
Yay, thank you.
But first, you need to get sharp. I will test your skills in battle and become your sensei.
I was so excited for the Gorgon to be my sensei. We started training together, and she taught me all her coolest moves. We did all kinds of physical training, such as parkour, dodging arrows, and then ended our training with some meditation. I feel like I can do anything. Her training definitely helped, because after we finished our meditation, I grew into a big Hydra. Wow, I grew into my biggest form. I gained a Hydra heart, and felt myself get more powerful, because this thing could help me regenerate.
It is time, Bronzo.
The Gorgon said I was ready to fight Hercules. I then thanked her for my training. I knew I could defeat him. On days 34 through 37, I was ready to say goodbye to my sensei and go fight Hercules. Farewell, Gorgon. On my way back home, I made it to the Badlands. This is the perfect stop to gather some resources. I found some terracotta and decided to bring it back with me. Nice. This will be perfect for my statue. The night was quickly approaching me, so I had to keep moving to get back home. I then saw Hercules at the edge of a cave, speaking to a few shades. I must hide so he doesn't see me. I hid in a ditch, although it didn't cover me completely because now I was a big Hydra. Thankfully, Hercules didn't see me. Instead, he wandered off into the forest. I felt like the space was clear, so I started leaving the ditch, and then a shade spotted me. Oh no, now they're going to attack me. I fought against the shades, but thanks to my Hydra heart, their attacks did barely anything, and I was able to defeat them quickly. Yes! Yes, I did it! Take that, you stupid ghost! Wow, this brings back memories. After the fight, I quickly left for home before Hercules could see me. On days 38 to 40, I finally returned back home. Carl, I'm back, buddy! Carl had finished shedding, and he even dropped a few extra fangs. With all the snake skin and snake fangs, I was able to finish my armor set. Look at all this armor, and each one has poison. My enemies won't know what hit them. I continued to shear some more sheep, and went back to working on the statue. I continued working on the tail, still only using wool. I'll use the terracotta later. My tail is actually very long, and goes from really big in the middle to really thin in the back, so I had to make sure the dimensions were all correct. Shut up! No one asked!
Hey, don't talk to Carl that way.
After all that building, it was time to catch up on some rest. Alright, good night, guys. On days 41 through 43, I went mining for some diamonds so that I could build my tool set. Ooh, look, there some are. I gathered enough diamonds to craft a sword, an axe, and a pickaxe. Now I have all kinds of nice tools. While I was working on my tool set, my bad head started complaining about how the base looked.
This base looks so lame.
You think so? I could add some nice details to make it look better, as well as fit me. I started smelting cobblestone into stone so that I could use it to build my walls. While I waited for the stone to smelt, I decided it was time to do some digging so that I could make different rooms. To separate each area, I added some walls made out of the stone brick that I had finished smelting. I decorated the rooms with beds, bookshelves, lanterns, and more. I put a lot of detail into the base. That bad head actually had something nice to say about it.
Hey, this base actually looks pretty nice now.
Why, thank you. That's the first nice thing you've said to me.
I take it back then.
No takesy backsies.
On days 44 through 49, I was visited by a magical unicorn. They were in dire need of help. Calm down. What's wrong? Oh no, I can't stand this. I'll save him for you. I slithered as fast as I could. I had to save this baby unicorn if it was the last thing I do. I'm on my way, baby unicorn. I sniffed them out and found a group of Makai. They were two-headed freaks with multiple arms, each holding a sword. And behind them was the baby unicorn in a cage. Release that unicorn, you monsters! I instantly charged them and used my arsenal against them. My snakeskin armor protected me well in battle. Haha! Get poisoned, you dumb heads. The Makai had so many weapons, it was almost impossible to dodge their attacks. No fair, you guys have arms and I don't. Out of the blue, Carl showed up to help me fight. Go Carl! I knew I could count on you. Carl and I fought tooth and nail against the Makai. It was a tough battle, but eventually with my poison spitballs and Carl's speed, we defeated the two-headed losers. Yeah, we did it! Now let's bring back this baby unicorn. The baby unicorn was back with its mother. Then, the unicorn gave me a staff of healing. Wow, thanks so much! The mama unicorn and the baby then left into the distance. Naturally, I had to test if the staff really worked. Okay, here goes nothing, Carl. Wow! Incredible! This will come in handy anytime you're hurt. Since I can regenerate, I'm gonna keep this around for you. From days 50 through 53, I got back to working on the statue. We have a long way to go. I knew this would take a long time to make, so I got Carl to help me build it. I started by working on the first neck and continued using the same dark green color. I only had enough wool though to make the neck. Couldn't even make my head yet. Ooh, this is looking nice. I'm excited to make the other two necks and make all the heads. I think it's a good time to pay my Gorgon friend a visit. I said bye to Carl and headed out to her base. On my way to visit the Gorgon, I took a wrong turn. Which way am I going? It should be this way, but I'm not sure anymore. I felt like I was starting to get lost, so I headed in another direction. As I was looking for the right way to go, I found the labyrinth of the Minotaur. Hey, I know that guy. The Minotaur spotted me and then charged at me with an attack. You better stay back. Before he could attack me, I reminded myself that I was strong enough to take them on, so I prepared to face them head on. On days 54 through 58, I faced the Minotaur. Turns out, he was actually a really nice guy.
Ha ha ha! You thought I was going to eat you. No such thing. But you should play my challenge. You could get a decent reward if you're successful.
A challenge? What do I have to do?
Get to the center of my labyrinth, alive, and the reward is yours. If you do not wish to participate, you may leave.
Alive? Well, I'm up for the challenge.
Good luck then.
I was ready. I booked it through the mysterious puzzle, encountering deadly traps along the way. Okay, just gotta check my corners, and I should make it. I kept trucking along, and eventually ran into some feisty spiders. You don't stand a chance against me, the almighty Hydra. The spiders tested me in numbers, but I was clearly much stronger than they were. I hardly have a dent. I'd run if I were you guys. With time, I defeated the creepy crawlers, and continued towards the center. Immediately after, I ran into some zombies. I slashed their heads and kept moving. As soon as I finished fighting the zombies, some skeletons charged at me with their arrows. This won't be too hard. Beating the skeletons was easy. But then when I turned to the other corner, I encountered hyenas. It's gonna be a little tricky with these hyenas. They're crazy. I fought the hyenas and kept moving. Hopefully, these were the last creatures I needed to fight. Come on, I gotta be close now. It feels like I've been in here for hours. Before me stood a pack of hellhounds. This was surely my last test before reaching the end of the labyrinth. Good boy, good boy. Okay, you're not friendly in the slightest. I have no choice but to slay you. The hellhounds were fast and swift, leaving me to make little to no mistakes. Their sharp teeth targeted my skull, but I wasn't an easy challenge either. You won't break through my armor. It's made of Carl. Hiya! With the final blow to the beast's head, I remained victorious. I reached the center, and there standing was the Minotaur. Wait, how'd you get here?
The trap door right there. Anyways, congratulations. Here's your prize.
A shock pendant? What's this do?
Well, I know this labyrinth probably shocked you in many ways, so it's only fitting. On the chance you are hit by a mob, lightning will strike upon them.
Awesome! On days 59 through 62, I thought I should just head back home before I got more lost. So I said goodbye to the Minotaur. Thank you for the challenge.
Of course. Good luck with the rest of your journey.
As I made my way out of the labyrinth, I ran into some zombies. This is the perfect time to test out my pendant. I fought husks, the zombies of the desert. This reminded me of when I was in a zombie apocalypse for 100 days. Take that, you husks! This pendant was so strong that when it hit them, they were struck by lightning and set on fire. Aha! I won! This pendant works wonders. Just as I beat the husks, I saw the witch show up.
I can do that too.
The witch pulled out a weapon and struck lightning at me. I started to fight the witch, dodging her strikes and using my poison to get ranged attacks on her. You're messing with the wrong guy, you witch.
A potion of poison, perhaps?
She used special potions for self-defense and threw it at me. Luckily, my training with the Gorgon taught me how to shift my body extremely fast, dodging anything that came my way. I was too powerful, so the witch surrendered. Give up now, witch. You'll never defeat me.
Silly Hydra. Just watch. I shall make a new plan and come back for revenge.
Sadly, the witch vanished, and even though I won the battle, I still felt like I lost. From days 63 through 66, I was about to work on the statue. I began shearing more of my green sheep, but then I was visited by the Minotaur. Hey, what brings you here?
I saw what looked to be the beginning of a Minotaur statue. Looks great.
What? It's clearly a Hydra. I mean, can't you tell by the neck?
Well, in my eyes, everything is a Minotaur. Hydra is just a snake Minotaur with many heads. Rabbit is just furry Minotaur with cute ears. Etika.
You mean etc.? Anyway, is there anything I can help you with? The Minotaur said he was searching for Hercules as well. I asked him to join me and to stay at my base, but he declined.
I know what I must do. Goodbye, friend.
Okay, safe travels. I made another room in the base, just in case the Minotaur decided to change his mind. I made it huge, with a big bed, decorations everywhere, and a library for his entertainment. On days 67 through 70, the witch showed up once again.
I have come back, my friend.
Stay away, you ugly witch!
Oh, no. You have nothing to worry about.
She seemed to have a different approach this time, like she was trying to be friendly. But the witch could not be trusted, so I prepared for an attack. Then she told me something unexpected.
I'm not here for your lovely heads.
Is that so?
Yes. In fact, I'm here for something better.
The witch walked past me and headed towards Carl. Well, what are you doing? The witch picked up Carl, and before I could do anything, they vanished. No, not Carl! How dare you! The only thing that was left was a map, so I quickly grabbed it. As I looked at the map, I thought of the horrible things she could do to Carl. I needed to find him. Okay, I'm glad she left this map, so I know it won't be too difficult getting to Carl. I'm going to save you, man! I took the map with me and started following the directions.
That is one dumb witch, I tell ya.
You know, I have to agree with you on this one. It was on days 71 through 74 in which I made it to a jungle. In front of me stood a great lion. It was guarding the path deeper into the jungle. Let me in. I have to save my friend.
First, you solve a riddle.
Okay. Well, what is it?
If you feed it, it lives. If you water it, it dies.
Oh, that's so easy. It's fire.
Oh, wow. You got that really quick.
Yeah, we did. Sometimes having 3 brains comes in handy. The lion let me in, and soon after, I found the witch's hideout right inside a jungle pyramid. Okay, there she is. Oh, she's looking the other way. I gotta be super sneaky about this, guys. I found Carl. He was trapped in a cage, but I broke him out. The witch didn't even notice. Come on, Carl. Let's ditch this popsicle stand. Carl and I left without a second thought, and I had a plan on how to beat the witch, but I would be needing some help. From days 75 through 78, I found the Minotaur and asked him to join me to take down the witch. This journey won't be easy, but with your help, we can defeat her. Please, we are one step closer. I've already reached her base, so now I can make a great plan of attack.
Fine, I will help you. But first, I need a feast.
A feast? What for?
Well, I carry a big belly, you see. I need lots of energy if I'm going into battle.
Okay, fine. Let's do this.
We need to make sure my feast has several different meats. I like options.
The Minotaur and I set out to hunt various wild animals. First, we found some pigs. Unfortunately for the pigs, there was no chance for escape. The Minotaur destroyed them. Nice, we got some pork chops. Let's see what else we can add to the menu. We then found a few cows. We grew relentless as we both got hungrier throughout the day. The cows got torn to shreds.
This feast is going to be delicious, but it's missing one more thing.
Perhaps some chickens. I hear some, but they're kind of far. Let's go before they get away. Come on. We quickly left to hunt for some chickens. When we arrived, the Minotaur attacked all the chickens, so we had a lot more meat for the feast. This should be enough. Let's get back and cook all the meat. As soon as we got back, I wasted no time roasting the meat.
Yummy. This is just what I needed. By the way, you know Hercules has a weakness, right?
What? Why are you telling me this now?
Well, I forgot before. He's pretty short-tempered and dumb, so that's when he makes mistakes.
Good to know. Let's get some rest before we do this. I went to bed, thinking how I could use the Minotaur's knowledge to my advantage. On days 79 through 84, I decided it was time to travel with the Minotaur to look for the witch. I think we have everything we need to go find her.
I agree. Let's go then.
We made our way into the swamp and then came across a hut, so we made a stop. I wonder who lives here. Either way, we should check it out, right?
Definitely. This could be her house or belong to one of her witchy friends. We could get some clues, so let's go inside.
We approached the hut and a witch stepped out. The witch! I found you!
Oh, no, I'm her twin sister. What brings you here?
Whoa, you two are exactly alike. But I guess that checks out. Well, I'm looking for your sister. This is her map, and it seems to lead somewhere in this direction. Maybe you know something.
Oh, that crazy lady! Already getting into trouble. So what'd she do this time?
She's done some terrible things. I need to tell you what happened. I explained to her about my situation and how the witch was after my head. She even stole my friend Carl. I must stop her.
Oh, your poor friend. Oh, my sister is a very cruel person.
She warned me about the witch and how it was not a good idea to look for her. I know it won't be easy, but I have my friend to help me. I'm confident that I can defeat her. Please help me find her. She finally agreed to help me and gave me a map that led to the witch's base and a helm of darkness.
Here, you can also take this helmet. It'll make you invisible.
I put on the helmet and I disappeared right away. Nice! This helmet really works. Wait, Minotaur, you can see me?
I see through heat signatures.
Oh, okay. With my new tool, I was ready to face off the witch. Thank you. You're nothing like your sister. Goodbye. The Minotaur and I left the swamp and followed the map to the evil witch. On days 85 through 89, I followed the map and it led to an underground asylum. All right, let's go inside. What do you say?
I'm afraid I'm not gonna fit in there. I'll have to stay up here.
All right, hopefully I make it out alive. See ya! Inside the asylum, I was met with dangerous mobs, such as armored wither skeletons and armored husks. Eventually, I was able to emerge victorious. Gotta find Carl before it's too late. With the practice I had from the labyrinth, finding the witch's study was a piece of cake. Stop, you witch! It's over!
I have been expecting you. Did you really think my sister would help a three-headed freak?
What? This was all a trap? I should have saw that coming.
And now that you're here, you have front row seats to watch your little worm friend die.
No! Carl! Why would you do this?
Now I can brew my potion for Hercules, and he will be much stronger than you.
I wanted to fight and kill the witch, but right as I was about to attack, she summoned her trap card, and I was left face to face with a monster Cyclops. Bring it on, big giant dum-dum. He had so much muscle. He was able to hit me super hard. Is that the best you got? I used my poison to keep my distance. With time, I outlasted the one-eyed freak. Oh, Carl! You were too good for this world! On days 90 through 93, I left the asylum feeling defeated now that I lost my friend. The witch killed Carl. I can't believe she took him from me.
Oh no! I am sorry about Carl, Bronzo. We're not letting her get away with this.
What could we do, Minotaur? I'm running out of ideas.
Let's go back to our base and make a new plan. This isn't the end of our attack.
I took the Minotaur's advice, and we made our way into the woods. Suddenly, I spotted a group of Impusas, some winged women with fiery hair. I've heard that these guys are extremely sneaky with their attacks.
Well then, we have to be sneakier than they are. Let's battle them.
They saw us and quickly charged with an attack, shooting beams of light at us. Their wings make it extra tricky for me to aim. I slashed some of their wings and shot them down as I saw the Minotaur do the same. Luckily, the Minotaur and I made a great team, and we were able to defeat them all, working together.
Nice! See, we can handle anything that comes our way, Bronzo.
You're right. Let's keep moving. We continued walking through the woods, and then started losing track of where we were headed.
I don't know about you, Bronzo, but I'm feeling a little lost.
Honestly, me too. Where should we go? There's several paths now.
Don't worry, I have a magic conch.
Okay. How will that even help us?
Don't question the wisdom of the magic conch.
Sure, I guess. The Minotaur started talking to the magic conch as I stood there in confusion.
Oh, magic conch shell, what do we need to do to get out of the forest?
The shell actually spoke back and told us which way to go.
Go west towards the river, then take a right.
The magic conch shell has spoken. We must go west.
I thought it was very random that the Minotaur put his trust into a talking shell, but at this point, I needed all the help I could get, so I followed his directions. From days 94 through 96, I finally returned to my sweet home base. But there was trouble. Hercules himself was here with the witch's potion. What are you doing here, Hercules? Leave before I slay you.
I don't think you will be doing any slaying around here.
What do you mean by that? Hercules drank the witch's potion, instantly turning him into some freak of nature. He was buff Hercules.
You never stood a chance against me before, and now you really don't.
I'll take you on right now. Come on, let's get at it.
Why are you so eager to fight me? Especially when I left you such a nice gift.
Hercules was of course being sarcastic because the gift he left me was TNT all over my statue. No, please, I worked so hard on this. Don't do it.
Too late. Ha ha! See ya, loser!
The TNT made an enormous explosion, and my statue was no more! I was big sad. So sad, I had no motivation to rebuild the statue. All my anger went towards killing Hercules. I hate you, Hercules!
I'm sorry for your Minotaur statue, Bronzo. Is there anything I can do to make you feel better?
Well, there is one thing. You and everyone watching can like the video, comment down below what mob I should be next, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. That would really cheer me up.
You've got it, Bongo. Everyone does the same. Now! And hit that notification button so you never miss another video.
Thanks a lot. That did help. On days 97 through 98, it was time to finish this once and for all. Okay, I'm ready to put an end to this. I thought to myself, if I went back to the witch's sister, I could threaten her to tell me where the witch and Hercules were. That mean witch set me up for failure. No witch can be trusted. I must go get some answers. I headed back into the swamp and brought the Minotaur with me since he had the conch, just in case we got lost again. I arrived at the witch's house and started threatening her to give me the right directions.
Oh, hello again. What brings you back here? Everything all right?
How dare you set me up like that? No playing games. I'm here to obtain the truth. The witch took a few steps back and didn't say anything. She was shaken, knowing I was furious at her. Speak up, you witch! Your sister took my friend's life. I'm ready to end this once and for all. Where is she? I started growing frustrated as the witch kept quiet. Then, my good and bad heads started talking to her.
All right, you ugly witch. If you don't tell us where your sister and Hercules are, I'm gonna eat your head in one bite.
What he's trying to say is that if you don't speak up, you're gonna be in big trouble.
Make it double, because you're gonna be dead.
Yeah, what they said. I felt like my heads were actually being helpful, because the witch grew more scared and finally said something.
Okay, fine. I'll tell you where they are.
We definitely scared her, because she then handed me the coordinates with a compass. Aha! Finally! I'll take this. You're lucky my bad head didn't chop your head off. Goodbye. I followed her directions and headed towards the new battleground.
I hate those kids!
It was finally day 99. The Minotaur and I found an underground base. We were getting closer to the witch, and revenge would be mine. Keep an eye out for the monsters. I barely finished my sentence before being attacked by armored piglins. The witch must have hired them for security. Back up, you crusty bacon heads!
There's so many of them, but I will prevail.
With our combined strength, the Minotaur and I defeated the piglins and kept moving forward to find the cursed witch. We then were attacked by magma slime and some armored skeletons. Some of them were even riding phantoms. There are so many mobs!
We got this, Bozo.
Along with the slimes and skeletons, we saw some blaze appear, so we kept fighting until we defeated everyone. Yeah, we did it! Now let's find that witch. As we made our way through the base, we finally found her. She seemed to be glad about it, though.
So you finally found me. Big mistake.
The witch wasted no time with talking. She was flying with the use of an elytra, but luckily, I was able to get a few hits on her with my poison shots. Flying won't save you. You ugly witch, come down and face me.
Nah. Why don't you learn to fly instead?
The witch was dropping all kinds of dangerous splash potions on our heads. I needed another way to win.
I'm practically useless here. We need to get her on the ground.
I'm working on it. She's too fast. Oh, I got her!
Ah! Oh, you pest! Now your horned friend will pay for what you've done!
The witch ran up to the Minotaur and got a huge hit on him with her Naga dagger.
Ay, ay, ay!
No, I won't let another friend die! Hey-ya!
Ah!
Although I killed the witch, it looked like it was too late for the Minotaur.
I'm not going to make it, Bronzo.
No, come on, you have to pull through.
I wish I could. Do me a solid and avenge me. Kill Hercules. Blah.
Ah, no! I forgot I had the healing stick. Dang it! Oh, I'm gonna miss that guy. The Minotaur was right. Hercules was to blame, and I would be the one to kill him. Luckily, the witch dropped a notebook leading right to his base. It was day 100, and I found Hercules.
Come to meet your end.
The only ending I'm looking for is yours.
You think you can defeat a demigod? I have killed a Hydra before. I can do it again.
Well, I once killed your half-brother, so I think I can do this. Prepare to fight.
With pleasure.
The battle was grand. Hercules was strong, with all his muscles, and wielded an axe that could shoot me into the sky. But luckily, I could regenerate the health I lost from the fall, but only if I was able to dodge his next attacks.
You are weak, relying on your regeneration. Fight me like a man.
How about I fight you like a snake? I used my poison while I healed to keep him away from me, as well as my Helm of Darkness to make sure he couldn't see me while I healed. I was able to use my pendant to get lightning strikes on Hercules, but he used his father's lightning as well, striking me whenever he could.
Enough of this foolishness. I'll take you down like I did your brother, with a flame sword. This will make it so that you cannot regrow your decapitated heads.
Wait, I can regenerate my heads?
Oh yeah, did we forget to mention that?
Oh, you know, that's where the whole chop off one head, grow two more thing comes from Captain America.
Why didn't you guys tell me this?
Well, we didn't want you growing new heads willy-nilly.
Plus, we didn't want to be replaced.
Whatever, this is the last day anyway, and I need to kill this beast of a man. The battle continued, and I made sure not to get any of my heads chopped off. Is that the best you got?
You're far more persistent than I took you for, but no matter, I will become victorious.
Not if we can help it. And with that, I struck the final blow. No! Hydras are pretty cool, but I can turn myself into something better. With the power I got from striking down Hercules, I respawned myself and went diving deep into the depths of the ocean, hit an ancient city where on day 1, I spawned in as a baby Leviathan. In front of me was my dad, watching over an ancient relic that held tremendous power. Suddenly, the god of the sea, Neptune, entered the city and loomed above menacingly. He began releasing his sharks onto our people.
At long last, the Leviathan relic will be mine!
Ronto, go find your mom, now!
My dad charged in to protect our people's treasure. Neptune twirled his trident and brought it down on my dad's head. The titanic Leviathan chomped him with his massive jaws. Despite both of them being entities of the sea, Neptune was leagues faster than my dad, swimming circles around him. Neptune raised his trident high above his head and summoned a whipping whirlpool that sucked in all nearby creatures. My dad fought valiantly, but Neptune summoned more sharks, whose teeth ripped and teared at the Leviathan's serpentine head. Despite my dad's strength, he was no match for the power of Neptune. He fell to the sea god's might. Dad! No! I swam for my life, knowing that I had to find my mom no matter what. As I searched, I watched as Neptune's shark minions killed my people left and right. I was getting desperate when I finally managed to find my mom in the chaos.
Bonzo, you must find the Shipwreck of Shadows. You'll know your destiny then.
Before I could respond, Neptune appeared and struck her down with one fatal blow.
You're next, little Leviathan!
On day 2, I was swimming for my life as Neptune chased close after me. I was only a baby Leviathan, so I was no match against a sea god. I had to try and get him off my tail. I made a quick turn and hid inside of a cavern, but to my horror, Neptune blasted through it with a powerful attack. Ah! I took damage from the explosion, and a strange item appeared inside of my inventory. I was marked with Neptune's vision. What is this? I didn't have time to think. I kept swimming and ducked into the next hiding spot I could find. Unfortunately, Neptune's goons were already waiting inside. How did you find me?
You fool! With the curse of Neptune's vision, we'll always find you.
The sharks came at me with their massive jaws. On day 3, I was forced to fight the swarm of Neptune's angry sharks. They were quick and had vicious biting attacks that dealt loads of damage. I was too weak to stand a chance against them. They bit me down, leaving me with only half a heart. Stay away! In a moment of desperation, I managed to unleash a tidal wave attack, knocking the sharks away from me. I used this to my advantage and made a run for it. The sharks followed me in close pursuit as I swam as fast as my fins could carry me. But things only got worse when I was met with a dead end. I had nowhere to run, and the sharks were closing in. Ah! Suddenly, the wall was smashed open behind me by a massive kraken. On days 4 through 6, the Kraken began to attack the shark goons with its massive tentacles. It was an all-out war between the sea monster and the shark army. Now's my chance! I swam out of the cavern that the Kraken blasted open while the sharks were tangled in combat. To my surprise, I found a shipwreck waiting on the other side. Is this the shipwreck of shadows my mom was talking about? I didn't know how long the Kraken would hold the sharks off, so I swam into the rubble to take cover. There, I spotted a treasure sack with a mysterious letter inside. We have come into possession of one of the 6 Leviathan relics. Neptune will be pleased with our findings. The Pirates of Neptune. Leviathan relics? Is this what my mom wanted me to learn about? I took my new clue and headed towards the exit, but I spotted the sharks scouring the wreckage. They were looking for me.
Leviathan has to be around here somewhere.
Oh no, I have to find another way out of here. On days 7 through 9, I was trapped inside of the shipwreck while the sharks circled around on for me. I'm gonna have to sneak my way out of this one. I swam from rock to rock, with each opening I could find to get closer to the exit. The sharks were swift swimmers and had keen senses, so I had to be quiet. I could see an escape route, and so I waited for my chance and made a quick swim for it. I sped by the sharks and narrowly escaped right under their noses. Woohoo! Just then, I realized I was sinking deeper into the water. I looked down and noticed that I was floating above a bunch of magma blocks. No! They trapped this place! Neptune's vision gave me away! I used all of my strength to swim against the powerful current, but it was too crushing for me to escape. In a matter of seconds, everything went black. On days 10 through 11, I woke up inside of a fish tank on the deck of a pirate ship. Standing before me was none other than a powerful pirate captain. What's going on?
Me and my pirates of Neptune are gonna turn you in for a big bounty.
No, why would you do such a thing?
Well, because I love money, of course. Isn't that obvious? I'm a pirate.
I guess that does make sense, but I can offer you something better.
Better? What could possibly be better than the sweet smell of treasure?
My friendship and loyalty.
Arr! Stop wasting my time.
The captain aimed his cannon at me. As I was about to accept my fate, I heard a little voice calling out. I turned around to find a trap door at the bottom of the cage.
Down here!
On the other side was a crab trying to get my attention.
Come with me, quick!
I swam down through the trap door, narrowly escaping the captain's attack.
We have a runner! Get him, men!
On days 12 through 15, I was flopping around the inside of the ship without any water. It was hard for me to move, but I had to find a way to escape no matter what. Suddenly, the captain's men arrived around the corner to stop me.
There's the Leviathan! Get him!
The pirates swarmed me with their weapons swinging. I was defenseless without any water, but right before they could reach me, the crab jumped in and pinched the pirates.
Ouch! Run!
I took my chance and ran away while my crab friend kept them preoccupied. I jumped into a separate room to find that it was full of pirates' treasure. There, I spotted a mysterious artifact that resonated deep inside of me. Is that the Leviathan relic from the note? Just then, the captain stepped forward.
Get away from me, treasure, you scoundrel!
On days 16 through 18, the pirate captain charged at me to defend his loot. He smacked me aside with his hulking arm made of shipwood. Though he was slow moving, each attack was devastating. I was nearly crushed by him, bringing down his cannon on top of my head. I had to avoid him at all costs. Even from a distance, the cannon he carried shook the ship when it was fired. But then, he summoned more of his crew to help. I knocked them back with a tidal wave and took them out. Despite all of my efforts, I wasn't strong enough to defeat the captain. Without any water, the battle was in his favor. The pirate captain knocked me back into the mysterious treasure, leaving me with only half a heart.
Any last words, boyo?
Yeah, thanks for the treasure. I grabbed the relic off the pedestal, and my body began to transform. I grew bigger, and my teeth became sharper. My scales now had accents of gold, and I was more powerful than before. I was an adult Leviathan with 10 hearts. I retaliated back at the captain. To my surprise, I now possessed new incredible powers that allowed me to manipulate waves. I immediately spun up a small whirlpool that dragged the captain to the center, disorienting him and catching him off guard. I used the power of my razor-sharp waves to slice at the captain like I was wielding a sword made of water. The captain became furious and summoned even more of his crew to the fight, bombarding me with their attacks. I fought them off one by one, dashing into them with a wave of my new powers. When they were taken care of, I turned to the captain and unleashed an amazing attack that cut into him repeatedly. Whoa, there are 5 more of these relics? The captain grew angrier, using everything in his arsenal against me. He took off his metal arm, revealing a massive hook underneath. He clobbered and sliced at me repeatedly, and I was beginning to lose the fight. Even with my new strength, the captain was still too strong for me. Without water, I was destined to lose. Suddenly, the wall of the ship exploded, revealing the same kraken from before. I gotta get out of here! I plunged into the ocean to escape, while the captain fought it out with the kraken. He didn't stand a chance against the sea beast. The massive squid knocked him off the ship, sending him sinking into the water below. The kraken turned its sights on me next, and I knew I had to get out of there. I swam away as fast as I could, while the sea monster followed me in close pursuit. On days 19 through 21, I was being chased by the Kraken. I swam as fast as I could, but the beast wouldn't leave me alone. I was beginning to feel like the end was near when I heard a familiar voice.
Over here!
I looked down and saw the little crab from before. I followed his lead and ducked down inside of his hiding spot. The Kraken continued forward, and I managed to lose them for now. Thank you for all your help, Mr.
I'm Sean. I didn't think I'd ever meet a Leviathan. Are you after the Leviathan relics?
That's right. I need them if I'm gonna stop Neptune. Suddenly, the two of us heard a massive explosion over our heads. We swam up to the surface of the water to check it out and found an entire fleet of pirate ships had arrived.
Those are the creatures that killed our captain! Get them!
From days 22 through 24, the pirate ships were shooting projectiles at us from their cannons. There were loads of them, and I did not want my new friend to get hurt. Run, Sean! I got this! Sean ran away, and I swam in to take on the fleet myself. I smashed into the ships as an adult Leviathan. I could feel it in my blood that this was something I was destined to do, just like my ancestors before me. Us sea monsters needed to bring down the ships of our enemies. I feel amazing! I had just gained 10 more hearts. The ships attempted to return fire, maneuvering in ways that could save them from my wrath. I did get hit directly with a few cannonballs, but because of my increased hearts, I shrugged the damage off like it was nothing. I bit, ripped, and teared at the ship's hulls with my razor-sharp teeth. The ships were battered by the tidal waves I conjured, like a brutal storm at sea. I managed to dwindle their numbers, sinking their ships and leaving them to be swallowed by the waves. The battle was tough, but I was too. I demolished their ships one by one until nothing remained of their fleet. I'm the ultimate sea creature! Suddenly, something grabbed a hold of me and yanked me back into the ocean below. On days 25 through 27, I was yanked down to the bottom of the ocean. All around me were the remains of the ships I had just sank above. Who brought me here?
Ahoy, Leviathan!
To my shock, an undead captain revealed himself to me. It was the captain of the Pirates of Neptune. Didn't the Kraken kill you?
It'll take more than some oversized calamari to stop me.
So you, what, merged with the Kraken? Ew!
I've never felt better. A bit slimy, but that's no more than the usual pirate grime.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
With this new form, I'm well nigh guaranteed that bounty money. Then I won't be just filthy, I'll be filthy rich.
Fat chance, noodle mouth. You'll probably be floating belly up with the rest of the trash in the sea.
That be enough for your incessant prattling. Get 'em, boys!
Pirate skeletons flooded the area. All of the men I had just slain had come back to life and were hungry for revenge. The pirate skeletons charged at me with their numbers, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. I pulled out my dagger and started slashing them backwards to keep them from getting any closer, but more and more kept popping up to attack me. I used my tornado power to separate the horde of skeletons. In the mix of it, I was able to kill a couple of them. The skeletons were fierce opponents, and they were not going to let me leave this battle alive. I fought with all of my power, but every skeleton I took down would come back to life. They were immortal. I can't keep up. Their numbers were overwhelming me, leaving me with no choice but to make a run for it. I swam away, but the captain stopped me in my tracks.
Ooh!
He landed a heavy blow on me, and everything went black. On days 28 through 30, I washed up on the shore of a beach. I only had half a heart remaining from the previous battle. Where am I? To my horror, the undead captain emerged from the ocean and walked towards me with his weapons ready.
Night, night, Leviathan!
He readied himself for the finishing blow, and I knew this was the end. Just then, I heard the sound of Sean's voice cry out.
Leave him alone!
My friend jumped in and pinched the captain with his claws. The captain screamed in agony and retaliated with his weapons, shooting him with his flintlock and summoning tentacles with his sword. This left Sean fatally wounded. Sean!
You have to get the next relic if you want to defeat the captain. Take this. Hurry.
With his dying breath, Sean handed me a map. I couldn't let his sacrifice go in vain. I took it and plunged back into the water before the captain went for me. On days 31 through 33, I followed the map Sean gave me to an underwater cavern. The place was dark and littered with skulls of fallen men. This place gives me the heebie-jeebies. As I swam around, some of the bones sprang to life, transforming into the pirate skeletons. I ducked behind cover before the revitalized skeletons could spot me. Luckily for me, they didn't seem to notice, and I kept watching to see what they were up to. They're immortal, so I need to make sure I don't get caught. I knew that the relic had to be in here somewhere, but I was too afraid to move and get noticed due to my size. I watched all the skeletons leave the area. They all went down into a cave system, all but one. Where's that guy going? Probably somewhere important. I watched as the skeleton pirate walked away. None of his other skeleton friends were going with him. What is he up to? Maybe I should follow. I swam behind them, careful not to get caught. On days 34 to 36, I followed behind the skeleton pirate to be led to a prismarine city. There, Neptune was speaking with an army of the undead.
Hear me well, men. The rogue Leviathan will be after the relic, so be on high alert.
Is he talking about me?
Do not have fear when in the face of the Leviathan, for he is a weakling at heart. Together we shall take over the seas and gain the power of the Leviathan relic.
This isn't good. He's hyping up his army to be even more violent towards me.
Hold on, men. I sense the Leviathan is nearby.
Suddenly, Neptune turned and looked directly in my direction. I knew at that moment that he must have sensed my Neptune's vision.
He's here! Everyone search immediately!
Time to get out of here! I swam away from the area, only to immediately get spotted by one of the pirates.
There he is!
Hordes of pirate skeletons rushed to apprehend me, but I blasted them away with my powers to buy me more time. I continued swimming as fast as I could, until finally I found a cavern to hide inside of. Is anywhere safe?
No.
Out of nowhere, more skeleton pirates rushed in, with their weapons swinging. On days 37 through 39, I was fin deep in battle with a horde of skeleton pirates. There were a ton of them, but only one of me. Even so, I had to try if I wanted to have a chance of living. The skeletons charged at me from above. The armed skeletons started to blast their flint guns at me, doing loads of damage. I had to attack back so they couldn't use their numbers to their advantage. I used my tornado powers to make the herd more manageable, but the skeletons were able to escape from my tornado ability, and their numbers started to overwhelm me. Their swords were able to cut my skin with the slightest movement, and their guns blasted me back anytime I got close to them. I didn't know how much longer I could continue fighting this battle, but I wasn't going to give up. I fought and fought, but just like before, the skeletons were unkillable without the relic. I was going to lose. I'm gonna have to try something else. I looked around and spotted a weak point in the ceiling, giving me an idea. I blasted my powers at the wall, causing rubble to tumble down in front of the horde.
Don't let this stop us, men. Dig!
That won't hold them for long. I took my chance and swam deeper into the cavern, where they were stuck in my trap. On days 40 to 42, I arrived inside the heart of the cavern. There, right in front of me, was the second relic, waiting for me. Finally, with this, I'm gonna be powerful enough to stop all this chaos caused by Neptune. As I went to pick it up, I was stopped dead in my tracks by the undead captain.
You're not getting your hands on that.
You again? Why can't you just die and stay dead?
I'll never give up, so long as there is treasure to seize.
Life isn't all about treasure, you know. There's friends and family, and just having a great time at the moment.
I'm tired of listening to your half-hearted lectures. I want all the treasures in the seas, and I will get them.
Suit yourself, Captain Blackbeard. Or should I dare say, Captain Deadbeard. He attacked me without hesitation, slashing me and shooting me with his pistol. The captain was the fiercest opponent I had faced. He was able to hit me with his gun, blasting me backwards. I tried counterattacking with my dagger, but it didn't seem to hurt the captain at all. Suddenly, the captain started to spawn large purple octopus tentacles from the ground. It struck me, dealing massive damage. I used my tornado powers, and I struck the captain, dwindling his health a little, but he still came at me with full force. I was fighting with everything I had, but my powers were just no match for the captain's. He seemed impossible to beat, but I needed that relic if I wanted to kill the unkillable. Hey Blackbeard, look over there! Treasure!
Treasure? Where?
With Blackbeard distracted, I went in for the relic, and I underwent a transformation into my third Leviathan form. I gained 5 more hearts, and the water beam power.
Arr! You lied to me!
And now you've lost. I unleashed my water beam and obliterated the captain. I did it! Let's go! Just as I celebrated, Neptune arrived to stop me.
You will pay for that, Leviathan! Get over here!
I didn't know what to do, except run away as fast as I could. Ah! On days 43 to 45, I was being chased by Neptune. I was looking for a place to hide, but his vision kept giving me away.
You can't run from me, little Leviathan!
As I was running, he shot one of his powers at me, and it hit right in front of me. I have to keep going! I tried swimming away from Neptune as fast as I could, but there was nowhere to escape. At this rate, he is probably going to catch me. Then I had spotted a dark cavern in the ground. I could lose Neptune if I go in there. I dived into the dark cavern in the ground. My body glowed in the dark, which helped me navigate through the cavern. Is he still following me? I turned around and looked behind me to see if Neptune was still chasing me. I didn't see him, so I continued where I was going. Suddenly, I had seen a fish with massive jaws coming super fast towards me. I'm not running this time. I'm done running. On days 46 to 48, the anglerfish was attacking me. The creature charged at me with its massive teeth. The fish was able to bite me, and its bite packed a punch. His bite didn't just leave a mark, it also sent poison through my body. I was trying to attack back, but the anglerfish was too fast, and it was dark. Unfortunately, I couldn't time my attacks right, and my opponent had the upper hand because it had a glowing light in front to guide him. The anglerfish had the advantage in the dark. I gotta get out of here! I swam and swam, but I kept running into dead ends. Suddenly, as I was escaping, I spotted a glowing cave of gems. Maybe I can just take cover here. Why does everything in here want to kill me? I heard something behind me and turned around to find a massive stingray towering over me. Ah! On days 49 to 51, I thought I was about to get gobbled up just as the stingray talked. No, don't eat me! I don't taste good!
No, it's okay. I'm friendly. My name's Mary.
Oh, sorry. It's been a rough few days.
Tell me about it. Neptune has been corrupting all of the creatures in this trench with his evil experiments.
Can I help you guys out?
Come with me.
I followed Mary for a while until we arrived at a strange underwater lab. Where are we exactly?
The source of his experiments are inside of here. Be careful. Nobody has ever escaped alive.
Copy that. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Just then, the anglerfish arrived again and tried to attack me, but Mary intercepted it.
Oh, quick, I'll hold him off.
On days 52 through 54, I entered the underwater lab while Mary protected me. I roamed around the lab and saw all kinds of creatures being experimented on. This is horrible. Neptune needs to be stopped. I swam deeper into the lab and found a room with a lobster trapped in a cage, and there was something amazing in front of the lobster. There it is, the third relic. It seemed like the relic was powering something. He's using the relic to power the machines. I better grab it. I approached the third relic to take hold of it. Suddenly, the light started flashing red in the room. What's going on? All of a sudden, the lobster that was in the cage transformed into a king lobster and broke the cage. Uh-oh. The lobster started charging to attack me. On days 55 through 57, I was fighting the king lobster. The king lobster was massive and the most powerful opponent I had faced yet. He stomped the ground, creating a huge wave of force, sending me backwards. I needed to get in close so I could evade his ground stomp. I started slashing the lobster with my dagger, but when I got close, he grabbed me with his destructive claws. With the best of my ability, I was able to escape his grasp, but he wasn't going to let up on me. It was impossible to win without the next relic. I needed to grab it. I swam up to the third relic and took hold of it. Suddenly, I was more powerful. I had gained 5 more hearts, and I got a new whirlpool ability. Time to cook some lobster. I used my new power on the king lobster. Even though the crab was huge, I was able to suck him into the whirlpool for loads of damage. I defeated him easily. Once I had defeated the king lobster, alarms started blaring loud in the room. I better get out of here before reinforcements arrive. On days 58 to 60, I continued swimming away from the lab as the alarms were blaring. I cannot get caught now. Just then, Neptune himself stopped stopped me in my tracks. What? How did you find me?
I used my mark on you to hunt you down.
Well, you found me. What are you gonna do about it?
You'll bear ill pain in my side, you know.
I'll be more than that when I have the rest of the Leviathan relics.
You're never going to get those relics. I'll kill you just like I did with your family.
Take that back! Rage overcame me, and I lashed out at Neptune, unleashing all of my abilities on him. But no matter what I did, I had no effect on him.
You're such a weak and pathetic Leviathan.
How? Even with the 3 relics, he's immune to my power.
That tickled, really, but now it's my turn.
Neptune retaliated with his own attacks. I was completely defenseless. He was relentless, and soon enough, I blacked out. On days 61 through 63, I woke up in a vision. I was in the middle of a colorful coral reef. What's going on? Suddenly, my dad swims in front of me. Dad?
Bronzo, you must find the coral. It's the only way to find the next relic.
What? I don't understand.
Find the coral. Find the coral.
My dad had disappeared, and I started to get a sharp pain in my head. Then the world started to spin, and everything went black. I had woken up with cold sweat from the vision. That was intense. I looked around to notice that I was in a prison cell, and it was guarded by one of Neptune's goons. I have to get out of here and find out the meaning of my vision. On days 64 to 66, I was trying to plan my jailbreak. What do I do? What do I do? Brute force could work. I tried to smash my way through the enclosure, but I couldn't even make a dent. Seriously? What is this thing made of? Wait, I have an idea. I used my whirlpool attack to drag the guard closer to me. He got stuck in front of the cage, and then I killed him, dropping a pickaxe. Score! Now I can break myself out. When I freed myself, more guards showed up, ready to recapture me.
He's getting away. Get him!
All of Neptune's shark goons charged at me. If I was going to find the coral reef, I had to fight. They started chomping at me, one by one, dealing massive damage. With my new power, their numbers did not fear me. I used my whirlpool powers and sucked in most of the goons and killed them. Their bites were fierce, but they were no match for my abilities. Finally, I defeated all and won. One of the guards dropped a map titled Coral Cove. Wait, this is just like my vision. I better check this out. On days 67 through 70, I followed the map to find the coral reef, but when I got there, everything was lifeless. This must be the place from my vision. But what happened? I swam deeper into the coral reef, and I found the civilization of the mermorphs destroyed. I swam to them to see if I could find out more information on what had happened. Hey, is everything okay? What happened? I tried talking to multiple of the mermorphs, but they all ignored me. Then, suddenly, one of them started to quietly get my attention.
Psst, over here.
I approached the one who called me.
Nobody wants to say it, but this is all Neptune's doing. Ever since he sent his cursed ships over our home, it's been draining the life force of all the coral here.
That's horrible! I need to investigate this. On days 71 to 73, I swam up to the surface to find a haunted pirate ship floating directly above the village. I jumped to try to reach the ship, and it turns out that now I can fly, now that I'm a fully grown Leviathan. Suddenly, a small ghost came out from the ship and approached me.
Stay away from our boats, you greedy worm.
Only when you stop killing the coral.
Suit yourself.
Next, all the ghosts began attacking me. The ghosts were small, but mighty. They would try to lunge at me, to grab me, but with my massive size, it was too hard for them to touch me. They struck me with a strong magical force, dazing and damaging me a little. When they got close to me, I took out my dagger and eliminated them with one strike. I also used my whirlpool, causing them to get sucked in, doing extreme amounts of damage to most of them. To my surprise, more and more kept coming. I knew I had to fight with everything I had. While I was going toe-to-toe with the ghosts, I damaged the ship, trying to bring it down. Luckily, I landed a big attack that broke open one of the walls, revealing the 4th relic. Whoa! I'll be taking that. I rushed to grab it, but a ghost appeared before I could get there.
Nobody takes my loot.
On days 74 through 76, the ghosts continued attacking me. They just kept coming, more and more of them, but I couldn't let the mermorphs down. There were more ghosts than last time, but I needed that 4th relic. They used their magical forces again, but this time it stunned me backwards. They were going to fight harder to protect the relic. With my strongest ability, I spun up a big whirlpool, making them shake rapidly and die. The ghosts tried to use their numbers to overwhelm me, but they were no match for my abilities. I slashed the remaining few with my dagger and won the battle. I claimed the 4th relic. I got 5 additional hearts and the chakram power. I felt so much stronger. The chakram allowed me to have spinning blades circling around me and shredding anything in its path. Neptune is gonna love this. I swam back to the underwater village and all of the mermorphs were rejoicing together.
We're saved. Thank you.
All of a sudden, Neptune arrived. He must have followed my mark.
Hide down there, now.
On day 77 to 78, I went into the hiding spot while the mermorph confronted Neptune.
I sense the Leviathan in your village. Tell me where he is.
I haven't seen anyone here, Your Grace.
You're lying. Tell me this instant.
Please, sir.
Just then, Neptune killed the mermorph in pure rage. No! He's gone mad! Neptune began killing everyone in the village, not even batting an eye on what his consequences were. I wanted to intervene, but if I did, I'd just die too, and everything would have been pointless. Suddenly, Neptune turned right to me. I gotta get out of here! On days 79 to 80, I was swimming, looking for a spot to hide. Out of the blue, I saw a tower with a beacon shining from the top. Maybe I can hide around there for now. I swam to the tower and hid behind it, hoping Neptune would not see me. I need to get rid of this mark somehow.
Did you say mark?
Out from the tower emerged a water mage. Yes, a mark from Neptune himself.
I can remove Neptune's mark if you're able to find the 3 ancient sea items.
I think I'm capable of doing that. What are they? They handed me a list. First was the rune of the storm. Second was the seaweed of secrets. And the final thing on the list was the scroll of the Dead Sea. Great, I'll get on this. What else? Just then, I heard some yelling for help.
Maybe you should check that out.
I don't know about that. It sounds like it could be a trap.
And so what if it is? Aren't you the almighty Leviathan? How are you supposed to save the seas if you can't even be brave enough to investigate a scream?
You're right. My father would go investigate this, and I think I should too. I decided to proceed with caution and follow the source. On days 81 to 82, I followed the yelling and arrived in a rocky area where a little pink crab was standing all alone. What's going on? Are you the one who was screaming so loud? I could hear you from all the way back there. What the heck is the problem?
No, don't move! You're gonna make them angry!
What do you mean? Out of nowhere, an eel popped its head out from the ground and roared, jagged teeth gnashing menacingly.
Now you've done it! I'm out of here!
How would I have known that? More eels began poking out of the rock, growing and snarling as they popped up. As their numbers increased, they attacked. I lashed back with my blades and my newfound chakram power to whittle the sea worms down, but it felt like they just kept coming with more and more numbers. Their bites hurt, but my thick skin denied their teeth from sinking deep. I was tired of all of them and unleashed my water beam to blast them into smithereens. Thanks to my persistence and power, the last eel had died. Now that all of them were gone, the little crab appeared.
Thanks for your help. I don't know how I could have done that myself. I want you to have this.
She tossed me something. As I picked it up, I realized it was the ruin of the storm. Whoa, thanks!
Yeah, I don't really know what it does, and frankly, I don't really care about it, so it's yours.
I actually needed this to try and save the entire sea from the evil doings of Neptune.
Neptune? Never heard of him, and I don't really care. I just stay in my shell most of the time. Anyway, I gotta go, so I'll see you never.
The crab then went back into her hole. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something swim by very quickly. I tried to turn and see it, but it was too fast. What was that? I sprinted after it. Whatever it was, I could not let it get away. On days 83 to 84, I followed the mysterious creature into a forest of seaweed. The plants were so thick here, it was hard to see. I swam around until I wasn't sure where I was anymore. Am I lost? Hello? Is anyone here? As I was thinking the creature had shaken me off its tail, I spotted it again. It was then that I realized that this was my mom. Mom? Is that you? It's me, your son! Mom, come back! She did not respond and continued to swim away. I rushed, following her, until suddenly she turned a corner. Wait, I'm coming! I whipped around the corner and my heart fell. There was a monster fish waiting where my mom was supposed to be. It was all an illusion. The monster fish charged at me with giant teeth. Every single bite the fish struck me, it kept pushing me farther and farther back. His teeth left marks, causing my health bar to decrease. I used my size to my advantage to get in closer. I struck the ferocious beast with my dagger, pushing him back. I also spun up a little whirlpool to bring him back towards me. Finally, I was able to hurt the monster fish enough that I defeated it. The monster fish then dropped something as it died. It looked like the seaweed of secrets. I made sure to pick it up. That was close. I have to be more careful. I left, looking for a way out of this maze of seaweed. On days 85 to 86, I exited the maze to discover that I'd wandered into an underwater graveyard. I wonder if there's anything around here. After a little bit of investigation, I came to a conclusion. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Suddenly, skeletons came out from the graves and started to attack me. There were so many of them, and they were tough from centuries of laying in their watery graves. They launched arrows and other projectiles at me. They sped at me like torpedoes. I acted fast and retaliated with my whirlpools and tidal waves, harnessing the power of the ocean to assist me. The skeleton knights lumbered towards me and slashed at me with their swords, knocking me back into the hands of the shamans, who in turn used their magic to drain me of life. In the end, though, these skeletons were no match for the might of Leviathan like me. Soon, there were only a few left, and I struck them down easily. After I had defeated the skeletons, I noticed they dropped the scroll of the Dead Sea. I got all the items. I better get back to the water mage before Neptune finds me. On days 87 and 88, I returned to the water mage's tower to find it ruined. The water mage was on the ground, critically wounded, so I swam up to her. What happened here?
Neptune found out I was working against him and attacked me. I'm afraid I'm out of time.
No, you can't die. I can't let Neptune take another soul like this. He must be stopped.
Indeed, and that's why you must be the one to do it. You're the only one who can do it.
She then tossed me a map.
Take the ingredients to the location on the map. You will know what to do then.
The water mage then died right before my eyes. No! Suddenly, in the distance, I saw Neptune heading in my direction. I better get moving before he spots me. I fled the area quickly and headed towards the location of the map. On days 89 to 90, I arrived at the location from the map. It led me to a temple on an island. I was forced to navigate to the shore to get inside the temple. Once I had reached the center of the island, I saw a cauldron for the items. I think these go in here. I placed the items into the cauldron and the temple started to shake. What's going on? Suddenly, it summoned a massive water elemental. They attacked me, sending powerful streams of water at me, causing my health to deteriorate. I charged at him to strike him with my powerful dagger. I was able to get multiple critical hits on him, slowing his attacks down. As his attacks got weaker, I was just only getting started. I shot my water beams at him, while he shot his stream of water too. My abilities countered his attacks, making water splash back in his face. I could tell he was weak, so I spun up my whirlpool and finished off the water elemental with ease. After defeating them, it had dropped the 5th relic. There it is! There it is! Just what I needed! I claimed the 5th relic and gained 5 hearts and a coral lance, as well as Neptune's vision vanishing in my inventory. I just need one more relic. I better get looking. On days 91 to 92, I was searching for any information on the whereabouts of the final stolen relic. As I racked my brain for any ideas, I noticed one of Neptune's goons swim by in the distance. Somehow, he didn't notice me. This was the opportunity I was looking for. I tailed them quietly, hoping that they would lead me somewhere good. Confirming my suspicions, they swam all the way to a secret base, full of more goons. As subtle as I could, I got close to the walls, so I could listen into their conversation.
Attention everyone! Lord Neptune has demanded that we conceal the final relic from the Leviathan. If he gets his fins on it, it could be catastrophic for our cause. I have locked away the relic inside of a secured base that only I have the map to. That oversized sea serpent won't know what to do.
But sir, don't you think it'd be a better idea to hide the map? What if you drop it or something? Then we'd be done for!
What? Do you think I'm some sort of Butterfingers or something? There is no possible way that I could ever lose this map.
If you say so, sir. I'm sure that map is perfectly safe with you, and nothing could ever happen to it.
That's more like it, Private Harold. I always knew I liked you.
My name's Jeff, sir.
Oh, right. Harold is that big crab. Love that guy. Anyways, get in formation. We gotta protect me. We gotta protect this map.
A map? Huh. Don't mind if I do. I ambushed the shark goons and started to attack them. I charged in with no hesitation. I was a lot stronger since the last time I faced them. I started by overwhelming their space and getting in close with my dagger. The dagger was powerful, but there were too many. I had to use my water beam to separate the goons because they were trying to use their numbers to an advantage. Unfortunately, they were succeeding. I couldn't separate them, so I spun up the biggest whirlpool I could that annihilated all the sharks. Once I had defeated all of them, I got the map that they were talking about and headed there. I had arrived at the location of the map, and it was Neptune's new base, guarded by his goons. I have to be careful trying to get in there. I can't let them see me. I stealthed behind different structures to get around the guards. As I was trying to hide from one of the guards, my tail stuck out, and one of them spotted me.
What's that?
That's not good. The goon swam towards my direction. Once he got closer, I swam out of hiding and shot him with an attack, killing him in one shot. By killing the goon, I alerted all the rest of them. I wasn't going to hide anymore, so I swam in to face my rivals. The only thing that stood before me and the last relic were the sharks. I started attacking with my water beam, doing tremendous damage to each of the goons. I also used my whirlpool ability and spun up a big one, killing the ones I had already wounded. No matter what the sharks tried to do, I was too powerful for them to touch me. I felt unstoppable. With only a few of the goons remaining, I charged up my coral reef lance that killed the last of the goons. With all of them out of the way, it was just me and the relic left. Finally, I would have the last relic in my hands, and I would be able to defeat Neptune. This is it! I'm gonna end it all! I go to grab the last relic. Then, suddenly, the big boss arrives next to it.
You're not getting your fins on that! That's my relic! And the power it holds will be mine!
You're not going to stop me.
Ha ha! Neptune warned me that you would be a naive Leviathan. Do you even understand what I had to go through to become one of his top guards?
Enlighten me.
I graduated top of the class in the academy. Perfect scores. I went through decades of training at the front lines of the military. I outperformed all of my peers. And now I am here defending this relic. This is easy peasy compared to what I'm used to.
I bet it's nothing I couldn't do. I've traveled here from thousands of miles away, gone through the toughest of opponents, and collected 5 relics already. If I were you, I would stand down now.
Yeah. I'm not impressed, kid. I've heard that one before. You see my big claw? I have more strength in this bad boy than you have in your entire weak little body. It has the power to snap an entire boat in two.
Oh, is that so? Well, good thing I'm not a boat, you stupid crab.
Well, duh! I know that. It's just an example, you bozo.
Well, let's find out. I don't think it's gonna end well for you.
I've had enough of you talking. I'm ready to end you once and for all, you puny snake.
On days 95 to 96, I charged into battle against the giant claw crab, unleashing all of my power onto him. His shell exterior was as tough as diamonds, and it seemed like I wasn't able to crack it. The crab lunged and tried to grab me with its claws, but I was able to evade it. I started slashing the crab with my dagger, dealing critical damage and pushing him backwards. The crab was smart and knew how to use his attacks. Once he had distance from me, he shot his acid at me, doing critical damage as well. The crab then sent a powerful razor-like wind at me, causing me to launch backwards. I knew this battle wasn't going to be easy. He was the toughest thing I had faced thus far, but I knew he wouldn't last. I was able to muster up all of my remaining power to summon as many whirlpools as possible, tearing the sea crab to pieces. Haha! I win! Now with this relic, I will be able to stop Neptune. I grabbed the relic, but when I did, something didn't feel right. I was expecting to feel a rush of energy and power surge through me and maybe gain a few more hearts. But instead, I felt the same, like nothing happened. What? Is this a fake? Come on! I came all this way just for a fake? With all the ruckus I was causing, more guards came to stop me.
There he is! Get him!
They all rushed in, trying to catch me. I knew then that this was a setup. You want some of me? Then come and get some, suckers! I tried to continue fighting, but there were just too many for me to keep on going. I had two options: stay and fight and maybe survive a little longer and then die, or run and hope to continue another day. I chose the second option. Catch you later! I'm out of here! On days 97 to 98, I continued to run away from the guards, narrowly escaping the trap, but along with that, I felt lost. If the final relic wasn't there, then where could it be? I have to find it. But where? Where and how? I don't have a single clue. Just then, a little otter swam down to me, overhearing my struggles.
I think I can help. I'm sort of a hypnotist. I can try to get you to look deeper into your mind.
Hypnotist? Isn't that just like a fancy magician or something? Card tricks aren't going to help me find the final relic.
Yes, I mean no. It's much more than that. Magicians are just a bunch of mumbo-jumbo. They are no good con artists. Hypnotists, on the other hand, well, they are essentially tour guides for the unconscious mind. Trust me, it's very scientific.
Tour guides for the unconscious mind? I don't know. That sounds sort of like mumbo jumbo to me.
Listen, kid, do you want help or not?
With no real options left, I thought I'd give it a try. Sure, how bad could it be? I won't die, will I?
Oh, don't you worry, you'll be fine. The answer lies deep inside of you, Leviathan.
What do you mean by that?
Enough talking. Listen to my words and you will soon see the answers that will set you free.
Okay, I'm ready. Mind control me.
Close your eyes, slow down your breath, and feel the water surrounding your body. You are sleepy. You are free. You are limitless.
Suddenly, I was dragged into a vision. I was floating at home, Atlantis, with my dad in front of me, and near us was the relic from the first day. I was back to being a baby Leviathan. Dad, is that really you?
Well, yes and no. See, I'm real in your subconscious, but you're not actually here. Your journey seems to have brought you full circle.
What do you mean? Full circle as in?
Neptune thought he could trick you, but the relic you've been looking for has been here the whole time. Reclaim the final relic and our home.
This whole time?
This whole time. Go, son. Redeem us.
But Dad, I miss you a lot. What if I can't do it?
You will be able to conquer anything you set your mind to. You want to know why?
Is it because I'm almighty and powerful?
Not just that. It's also because you're a Leviathan, and you're part of my bloodline. We are fighters, and we never give up, son. Never.
You're right, Dad. I'm a Leviathan, and I know I will be able to collect all of the ocean relics and defeat Neptune.
That's the spirit. But before you go, son, I have one more thing to tell you.
Yes, Father?
Tell your viewers to like this video.
Of course. And I should let them know that if they enjoyed this video, they should hit the subscribe button and turn on their notifications so they never miss out on any new Bronzo videos.
Don't forget to ask them which power you have that they think is the most legendary, and tell us in the comments.
Thanks for reminding me. Well, I guess this is the last time I'll see you, Dad.
I'm proud of you, son. Now go. The final relic awaits.
Just then, I snapped back into reality, with the otter right in front of me.
Do you get it now?
I understand. The relic was back home the whole time. I have to get to it.
See, I told you it worked. It ain't no mumbo-jumbo at all.
You're right. I'm sorry for ever doubting you.
Don't you worry about it, Bronzo. Now, if you have some spare time, I'd love to show you this epic card trick I've been working on. It's quite the illusion.
I have no time to waste. I've got to get going now. See you later, hypnotist guy.
Good luck out there.
On day 99, I returned back to my home, only to find that the place looked entirely different than how I last remembered it. Everything was dark and had an evil aura to it. What did Neptune do to my home? He's gonna pay for this. Where are you, Neptune? Come out and play. I continued to swim deeper into the base and was instantly met with a load of skeleton guards trying to stop me in my tracks.
You're not getting anywhere near that relic. We're gonna do everything in our power to make sure.
We'll see about that. The pirates started shooting their guns, striking me, dwindling my health. With my water beam, I struck the pirate goons and flew them back into the wall. There were a lot of them, but I needed that relic. So once I had them against the wall, I charged up my whirlpool, drawing them all in. To my surprise, they put up a fight. They were able to escape the whirlpool and slash me with their swords. I knew that I couldn't give up now. I needed to avenge my people, no matter what, even if that meant going beyond my limits. Come on, this is all you freaks got? I can handle way more. I knew that I was lying to myself, but I had to be strong on the outside. That's what my father would have done. I channeled some more energy and wasted the entire army. Now to go get that relic and end all of this. I swam over to where the relic was in my vision, and to my surprise, it was actually there. Yes, the last relic! Right before I grabbed it, the almighty Neptune appeared to stop me.
Not so fast, you slippery water snake. This ends here.
On day 100, I confronted Neptune, not being afraid to stand up to him anymore. What do you want, Neptune? You're done for.
Did you really think I'd let you swim up and simply grab the relic from me? You must be the dumbest fish in the sea.
I'm just going to take back what is rightfully mine. My dad should have killed you when he had the chance, but you're lucky you had more numbers.
Your dad was a fool to try and test me, and I see similarities between the two of you. Both of you are imbeciles. I'll give you one more chance, Leviathan. Join me and become my second in command, ruling the seas, or die.
I'd rather die than have to serve you every day. And you're right, my father and I were similar, but not in the ways you think. We are noble, strong, and fearless. You're going down.
You foolish Leviathan. I tried to help you, but clearly you're helpless little serpent.
Neptune enraged and unleashed a powerful water beam. I tried to counter back with my own water beam. Unfortunately, it didn't faze him at all. He then threw a trident at me and made my body jerk back. I tried spinning up a whirlpool, but Neptune's own whirlpool was overwhelming me. It was too hard for me to strike him with my attacks. He spun his trident above his head, causing water to spin around me. He pointed the trident towards me, which sent another huge whirlpool, sucking me in it. I couldn't do much to evade his water attacks, and it dealt massive damage. Every move or attack I made, he had a counter for it. It was like he had been studying how I fought. I was on my last legs, but somehow I managed to grab the relic, growing even bigger and gaining ultimate power. It's over, Neptune. Say goodbye to your entire empire.
No, don't! I worked so hard for this!
Begging won't help you now. Good riddance. I unleashed the ultimate ability, a beam of pure energy, and obliterated Neptune into thin air. Yes! I saved the day!